And we are back once again. We are back at RPGLB Break. Once again, thanks for that wonderful race and runs by Ossie and Delphi of Odin Sphere. And I have no idea how to pronounce that. Life Vasir. Thank you all again for your donations here. So, coming up next, we got Shadow Hearts Covenant by BOWIEtheHERO, Garrick. I think Garrick? Let me check. Yeah, BOWIEtheHERO, Garrick1, and TideRuglia. And we're coming into the late nights of the first day, so some tiredness expected for everybody here as they're setting up. Next game after this is Tales of Zestiria. And just want to remind you, we got a donation goal here for fighting, visiting the Cat's Corner and fighting the bonus bosses. The goal there is $750, and we're close at $686.54. So get some donations in for that, and we'll meet the goal before the next run starts, and that'd be pretty great. So we got a $25 donation from Eric218 that says, "This is for my friend Tiffany, who is always open with me about her battles with mental illness. Hopefully events like this can help remove the stigma that comes with a mental illness." Thank you for that $25 donation. And here to remind you that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illnesses, nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. And their work is focused around 3 pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Awareness means that NAMI participates in nationwide awareness opportunities like Mental Health Month, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations like Fox Sports and Google, and NAMI uses them to get their name and mission in front of new audiences. And mental health is a thing that affects quite a lot of us, not just here at the marathon, but a lot of us around the world too. And just getting the word out there, supporting everybody, it's just a good thing to do. We also have a $5 donation from Control-Alt-WTF that says, "Shoutouts to Fitterist on the mic, guitarist, and of course the rest of the RPGLB crew. Couldn't make out this year, but that just means more money to donate." Yeah, once again, shoutouts to Fitterist, doing a great job hosting. And of course, all donations matter. So get those in while we still can. And we have a $66.54 donation from Sharky that says, "We're over 8,000! Great job, everyone." And thank you for that donation. We got a $64 donation from Ace Burrito that says, "Just making sure we get Cat's Corner." And after a quick refresh here, we see that we have met the Tales of Zestiria Cat's Corner donation incentive. So thank you for that. Yeah, we just got $60 for it. have a $15 donation from Mike Steele that says, I am so freaking stoked to see that there is a Robotrek run this year. It's one of my favorite RPGs ever, and more people need to know about this amazing SNES game. Put my money towards visiting the dev room. And we will do that just that. Just a reminder, May is Mental Health Month, and as such, it is fitting that we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Fewer than 50% of adults living with these conditions receive treatment each year. Reasons include stigma, lack of access, and lack of knowledge and resources, a situation that NAMI aims to improve. And we're still setting up here. We're getting close to finished here, but keep sending in those donations. We also want to give a shout out to our foreign language restreams. Our French restreams over at twitch.tv/lefrench-restream, our German restream at twitch.tv/germensch restream, and our Japanese restreaming at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If those restreams can help you enjoy the marathon, go check them out and send them some love. RPG Limit Break is proud to announce that we are partnered with, once again, the Yeti, Y-E-T-E-E, here to bring you 8 amazing t-shirts and a hoodie available right now, plus pins. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB. Take a look at the designs. Pick the ones you want now, and know that $4 from every t-shirt purchase will be donated to NAMI. Reminder, Yeti is spelled YETEE.com/RPGLB. Alright, we're getting the finishing touches. All right, and with that, we are ready to go. We are starting off with Garrick 1.
Okay, so I am Garrick 1.
I'm BOWIEtheHERO.
Tide.
And we're going to be running Shadow Hearts Covenant, which is the second game in the series.
あ、始まりそうですね。
To the menu.
Yeah,
引
interestingly
き続
enough.
きモデレーターは私、ヨウが
Yeah.
担当いたしますのでよろしくお
So
願いい
the
たし
first
ま
thing
す。
is, there is a little bit of tech at the start of the game. We changed the
今
sound
回、
of the
解説の方がいらっしゃるんですが、
Actually
ちょっ
doesn't
と
do
今、
anything, it tries to
マイ
simulate
ク
it,
の
but it lets us skip
調
some
整中ですので、
Um,
少々お待ちください
might
ませ。
just say, I've noticed that for when I've been playing on my PS2, it sometimes doesn't press start when you go to certain things. So
今回、シャドウハーツ2、これはちょっ
Oh,
と
really?
ですね、目標6
6
時間35分となっているので、
Well, whatever you want to do.
なかなかの
It's your life.
長丁場になると思いますので、
Nope, I'm going. I'm going.
食べ物や飲み物や
No
そうい
problem.
ったものを
Honestly,
用意して
Count, why would
ブリ
you
をお楽し
bring
み
a
ください。
defective piece of
It's not.
machinery?
It's not an effective piece
It's
of machinery.
clearly defective.
But basically,
I can't use
all you need to
part
know,
of the
guys,
speed
is that on Dolby Digital,
can't
you press
even
start, the
use-
CGI just completely skips rather
Yeah,
than having
and
to
it
press
says
Wait,
start.
like, it says like 5 seconds over the entire run. That's a
That's
lot of
really
time.
important.
僕の音ですかね、それとも
Immensely important.
会場の音ですかね。
Listen to me.
I'm
It's all
sorry
about.
for ruining. I'm sorry for ruining your tech.
All right, fine.
Does somebody
So
want
I
to count
can't-
us down?
I can't use.
I can
the-
count us down.
I can
use the
All right.
So-
Someone
Ah,
count us
解説
down
の方。
so
Three.
we can get started.
3.
I'll count us down.
Three.
I'll count us down. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. 3.
Go, go,
Okay,
go,
we're
go,
going.
go,
Whatever.
go.
Go,
Oh,
go, go.
yeah.
Start.
That's what happens when people don't want to take responsibility, kids.
I'd like to know that even though we were making light of a 5-second difference, the current WR time and the second place time is like a 16-second
お始まりましたね。
Yeah, so,
So
there
it
you go.
does
Kappa.
matter.
It doesn't matter, but it does quick skip the CGI cinematics.
Yeah. Sorry about.
It,
sorry about.
it has
my kids
it has something to do with the way it tries to convert the frame rate, or it tries to compress it down
Yeah.
to give the fake Dolby Digital because it couldn't do it.
All right. So
we're going to start with an immediate menu here. Just well, not
No.
okay.
Not quite
I do
yet.
it. I do it early.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It doesn't matter when you do it. I just do it. At the
Fair
same
enough. I do it at the start, but we're going to be doing some
Whoa.
menuing in a
your
little
start
bit.
button
can't-
doesn't seem to be working.
Yes.
Turn it on and off. There you go.
There you go.
Wow.
So yeah, this is the second game.
British PS2, everyone.
Second game in the series. So a lot of the mechanics I think have changed compared to the first one. Like there's a lot more options, a lot more customizations. Because apparently like the first game there were like sort of complaints
今
from
ちょっ
people
と
that
音量調整してみましたが、またちょっと
so you're gonna see like a
様子
lot
を
of
見
different
て
things that have
聞こえないようでしたらまた
introduced in Covenant
対応
that
させていただ
wasn't
き
in
ま
the
す。
first one. And if you caught the 2017 from the New World run, this is where it all started. A lot of the options that carry to from the New World started with Covenant.
Yeah, so originally, I mean, we should probably talk about the basics of the battle system because it's the most unique thing about Shadow Hearts as a series.
始ま
Is you know it is a turn-based game. It's kind of like the Final Fantasy X turn order on the top of the screen. However, every single action you do, either using items
基
to
本
heal
的
or
には
spells to
最
heal,
初は
buffing,
放
attacking,
送
is
するんですか
all
ね。
judged by the Judgment Ring. When you do
そうですね、
execute,
戦
attack,
闘
everyone will appear, there'll be strike areas which you
何
have
でした
to
っけ、
press the X button to hit.
サークルが出るやつですよね。1は僕やったことあるんですけど、同じそれに近い戦闘システムですよね。タイミングよく埋める。
Basically, in the original game, you could just only have 3. Everyone had 3 hit areas, but there's more variation. You can increase, you can lower, and you can also add on things like certain status ailments and also increase the size of strike areas if need be.
So just to clarify, the strike area is the little red spot in the like in the ring. You see an orange and a red spot. Orange is the hit area. Red is the strike. For a lot of this run, you have to hit the strike areas a lot to go fast, just because it increases the effects of what you're doing by so much.
Yeah, and we're gonna. What's really interesting is this is the first bit. This is the ring soul. If you'll meet him loads of times if you play casually, and there's really funny engagements that you have. But he's gonna give us access to the ring custom menu, and this is where the first menu is gonna really happen.
Yeah. So just going back to earlier when I said that it made things more accessible, this is kind of where a lot of the options start coming in. So you can adjust the ring size. You can adjust the type of ring you want to use. There's like a practice ring. For the purposes of the run, you're going to be using the technical ring, which shrinks your hit and strike areas. But the big thing it does is when you hit the strike area, your damage multiplier increases by 44% versus the standard 20. So this ups the quickness on how fast you can kill certain things, for sure. And all of this is going to stack multiplicatively. So this is going to matter later on in the run, but just keep that in mind at the current moment.
会場は、ソルトレイクですかね。
But the actual output from buffs as well is kind of like added on using the technical ring. The difference is that if you're using normal ring and you hit 2 spaces, then you miss the last one, you'll still get 2 hits. But technical is if you miss anything, you're done.
Yeah, your action is considered forfeit. One of the other things you saw Garrett did very early on is he changed the hit areas on Karen's ring down to 1. So one of the important things to keep in mind is that when you hit a strike area, the damage multiplier is applied to the entire strength of the attack. If you have 2 hits, you have to hit 2 strike areas to get the full bonus, otherwise it's split between the first and second. So for the sake of ease, as well as for increasing your damage, it's oftentimes better to run with only 1 area versus 2. That's also why even though we ran into those extra attack areas, we don't want to run into them anymore. We don't need them.
シャドウハーツシリーズはかなり世界観が
attacks are perfect. You have a chance to defeat him in two turns. Unfortunately, we missed the perfect, but we managed to get it there. That should be the end of the fight and Gargoyle going down. So there is damage rolls as well that you do. So not only do you have the ability to increase your damage by using the Judgment Ring, but there are damage rolls. So with Blessed Light, Nikolai can hit for either 49 up to 51, and Karen can do 19 to 21. So you want to average 50, 20, 50, 20 to do him in 4 turns. It is possible it happens, but every now and then you get 49, 19, 49, 19.
武器は基本的にスキップですね。
You could keep Karen in 2 hit ring areas, and then if you hit the perfect on that, like it's a guarantee you don't have any damage rolls. But I mean, like at a certain point, you're going to change Karen to a 1 hit area anyway.
Yeah. Because obviously it's faster on the ring itself, but also there's less animations in the attack as well. So
yeah, so all that kind of matters.
Yeah, it ends up balancing out if you use 2 hit areas to about the same speed.
Yeah. And also, like the damage is obviously split a little bit more. If you have multiple hit areas, generally you will do more damage with more hit areas, but it's averaged out in a fairly clean way. This is not ideal.
These encounters here, like you're fighting against these wooden toys. If you get a good formation with the group together, it's possible for Nikolai to one-shot both of them, and then you don't have to have the turn. But if you get unlucky, then you have to take multiple turns, and it slows you down.
でもおもちゃみたいな見た目の
narratively, this is obviously a sequel to the first game.
ああ、なるほど。3箇所飛ばせないムービーがあるんですね。
The first game is canonically correct, so this follows on from the bad ending of the first game. At the beginning, we were climbing up a pointer tower, which at the top, Nikolai bringing Karen.
ああ、なるほど。
So Nikolai is kind of shown up as a cleric, and Karen is a member of the
基本的にあれですかね、遭遇する敵からは逃げるっていう形なんですかね。
We go up to the top to get the holy mistletoe to exorcise a demon from this village of Dom Remy, who seem to be like an evil demon.
More specifically, it's because the German army wants to take control of this area, but they can't because there seems to be a demon protecting it. So they called in a cardinal, who is Nikolai, and he goes and gets the mistletoe from the top of the tower.
Perfect coming out there to get those KOs there. So you can see it goes from like 16 on the last hit to 24 on that one. So getting those perfects is really important.
So it's important to hit the strike areas not just because you need to get the kills, but later on we have to pick up an item called the Extreme.
The Extreme!
And if you need like a 65% strike rate, which is really easy if you've been running this game, or if you play from the New World and like you get perfects in that, like it's really easy. But it's mandatory. The route requires it. So
we will get it. It won't
part of the thing in this game is just learning the rings, but like they're not hard in my opinion. But I'm crazy, so whatever.
There are some difficult rings in this game for sure, but it's like generally
the rings that you have to hit are not hard, but there are some hard rings. That's probably the best assessment.
They are generally accessible.
なんですかね、これは。
And I think the thing about it specifically is why it's accessible is that all tiers of magic, specifically from tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3, has the same hit area, regardless if it's a buff that's tier 2 or a buff that's tier 1. There are specific ones that are different, and we'll address those when we get those. But generally, they're in a very, very simple place. You can get used to just that general vibe.
So Garrick's about to get access to magic. So they work like materia. You can equip crests in this game, When you equip a crest, it gives you that magic. When you de-equip it, you lose the magic. You have a certain amount of capacity points called DCP, which basically gauges the amount of crests you can hold in kind of your character's spell slots, so to speak. Yuri is unique because he has fusions, so he can't use crests, but he basically has access to a much wider variety of skills through his fusions. Although, ironically enough, for the purposes of the route, you only need one.
Yeah, funnily enough, yeah. It should be noted as well that every character has unique skills as well. So everyone has their own personal set of skills that are increased by
1の主人公ですね。
specific side quests throughout the game. For example, Blanca, the white wolf that is with us, he will see a couple, but he'll do some things called wolf bouts where he'll fight one-on-one versus other wolves, and he'll get stamps for his victory, which increase his personal skill. For example, Geppetto has a system where we have dresses made for his doll, and that will unlock new elemental spells. So basically, every character has their unique skills and the crests as well. And we do utilize them all across the board, so it's nice. These guys luckily are weak enough that even if we miss the perfect, they still die. But you know, again, getting the perfect are nice for that percentage.
Let me know when we got time for a long donation because we got one from Renardine.
Okay.
Nice and early.
I think there's a cutscene that's coming up that will give you a chance, but hold on for that a little bit. Because I think there's a little bit more coming up in terms of the gameplay, because we should probably talk about fusions and the souls and how they work. Because that's going to be a pretty big part of the run as well.
One thing I wanted to talk about real quick is that another factor that plays a massive part of damage in this game is elemental affinity. Elemental affinity increases the damage you deal to something by 25% if you're the opposite elemental affinity, and vice versa. You deal 25% less if you're the same. So we try to utilize that to increase our damage. So you saw me put Gale Spin on Geppetto. That's for the upcoming boss. Then I put another spell called Hailbeak on Blanca. That's for his wolf bout coming up a little bit later.
Yeah, because the wolf that you're fighting is wind elemental, so if Blanca equips the wind crest, then his magic gets resisted.
Exactly.
So you want folklore. All the crests in this game, by the way, are named after like 72 demons in some sort of religion that I'm not familiar with. So they all have really weird names. So part of learning this game is learning the crests that you have to equip.
Which is the most complicated.
なるほど。
There's definitely a lot of menuing that happens with that, and you know, because we shift around crests all the time. We utilize, I think, majority of the characters, even if slightly and just for a moment. But every
これは
character
確かに
does
謎
get
解
used.
き
So
要
we've
素なんです
seen
けど、ここ
those
のだから選
spells
択
that
肢
just
が
jump around here and there, which is one of the
面
most
白いんですよ
tricky
ね
parts of it.
解きが。
Yeah, so let's just go over fusion very quickly. So every battle you finish, you get a certain amount of soul. You can invest the souls into different fusions that you can access from a graveyard when you hit the save point. And this is obviously unique to Yuri only, so you can invest in different element fusions. But as I mentioned earlier, there's only really one fusion that you need to beat the game, which is the fire fusion. So in the very early goings of the game, it won't seem that powerful. But once we get to Paris, which is pretty soon, you'll want to get Yuri up to a certain amount of soul so you can hit level 3 on the fire fusion, which will give him access to energy charge. So we'll cover that more when we get there. And I think now is a good time to read that donation because we have to watch this fusion
and
tutorial.
Real quick, I'm gonna fight a boss in just a moment. I'm just gonna beat him to death and cast magic. It's nothing super special.
Yeah, because you really don't have that many abilities on the table right now.
Anyway.
All right. We got a $125 donation. Punarm Dine here. You really think it would be a bad idea to donate during a midnight run of Shadow Hearts? I know the plot of every game is basically about a garland boy, but to not support this relay would be uncaring towards our 3 runners. They and others may yell at me for even more puns, but I'm not about to sell short of having so much fun writing these messages while telling our runners, you can do it. After all, it's only courtesy for an overnight run. Not to mention, if a friend brings you Inugami likes at some point, it's best to return the favor. If it's getting cold in the room, we can probably order some soup to warm you up.
絶妙なデザインですね。
At the restaurant, you send someone to Romanov to order food. Ask what's it for. Just tell them Iasant for it. Good luck, Garrick, Bowie, and Tider. Just remember, if you run into a member of the Valentine family whose name is Vincent, you're playing the wrong game.
あ、なるほど。今のところで
So this fight, as we
変
mentioned,
身
is
の
pretty basic. You just hit him
スキ
and
ル
he
を
dies.
解禁したんですね。
But there's a couple of things like
ほん
if
と
he
パーフェ
hits
クト
the
止め
wrong
ますね。
guy, if he hits
すごい
the
な。
same person twice, you should probably res them. And you have a very limited amount of resurrection items at this point.
I'm actually gonna safety heal here, which will prevent me from having to do what Tide was just talking about, just in case.
Yeah.
Normally I wouldn't do that, but in the marathon I want to be just as clean as possible. So.
Yeah, because experience in this game, like after a certain point, doesn't
なかなか
matter as much, but in the early
なかなかいい
going,
デザイン
it's
です
pretty
ね。
important. So you don't want people to die right now because it can screw some things up.
Yeah, you want to get these levels. Obviously, I mean, as you say, like if you notice, like spells cost 16 MP. Doesn't sound like a lot, but you know,
なる
when
ほ
you
ど。
have, like 50
風
or
魔
you
法
know, you're using like 2-3 spells and then you're done. Being able to have an extra one, like in a pinch, is very helpful. And also, you know, the HP goes up quite helpfully in the beginning as well, which is nice. We can, if we wanted to, use Rage with Carol here to increase the strength that comes out from Yuri, but we only do that if it's going to be in a position where he can get an early hit in,
Yeah.
or if it's not going to cost a turn.
We mentioned earlier speed in this game. It's like FF10, like it's CTB. And the speed curve between characters is
シャドウ
actually
ハーツ
really
は
tight.
火
Like, there's
と
only like a
水
1 or 2 point
風に
difference
地
between the two
光に
fastest
闇の反
characters.
対同士で
But
ダメー
the
ジが
big thing that affects
どう
speed
お
in
互
this
い
game and how quickly you get your turns
お
is
互い
recharge
を
rate.
弱点として
And
持っ
it
ている
turns
ってこ
out
とで
that
すね。
buffs have like a really fast recharge rate. It's like 125% of a standard turn.
Yeah.
So sometimes casting Rage will allow Yuri to double. So it's a situational spell in that case on whether or not you want to use it. Because if Yuri doesn't get the double on the boss, there's really no point. You might as well just hit him.
Yeah, because like the damage difference is still there.
Another strategy is to use Rage whenever the
な
boss
るほど
goes first.
倍率
Because it
1.25
clips
倍
a
なん
turn
ですね
off the boss, so it essentially balances back out to where the boss still only gets 4 turns.
Yeah. It's
Or 3 turns, excuse me.
基本
Essentially,
的
like Todd was
に
saying, in that
同
boss
属
fight,
性で
you want the
殴ら
boss
な
to
いよう
attack
に
all 3 characters
攻撃していくっていうのが
dies. But
そうですね。
sometimes it does kind of troll you, and sometimes you want to be safe. Like if it opens with Crag on Geppetto or Blanca, I like to just and I've got a favorable turn order, I'll use a heal because healing items also have a fast recharge rate, so you don't really lose a whole lot from doing it.
healing items, I think, recover 110% of a standard turn.
Yeah. And seals, which we'll be utilizing later, have like a 200%, I think.
No, it's 133 or 135, but it's really fast.
I don't believe it's that slow.
So no, it's around
Because you're
that
able to
rate.
you're able to get double turns with it. It's the same as defend.
But I'll just quickly note that this track is called Town of Twilight, which is perhaps one of my favorite village themes of pretty much all time in video games. It's absolutely amazing. Anyway, Karen has got a new outfit here, and she's a party now to actually participate in fights. She's a very good character, very low SP. The SP system is an interesting system to Shadow Hearts. They stand for sanity points. Whenever a turn is taken up, it costs 1 SP, and there's a change from the first game to this one, where SP when you transform into
いやパーフェクト細いな
a fusion monster, the actual SP gain or the SP depletion per turn is 2
解説助かります。ありがとうございます。
you cash in a large amount. The SP does restore at the end of battle. If you run out of SP, your character goes insane and they become uncontrollable until you use a specific leaf, a soul leaf, I think, to bring back their sanity. If you finish a fight when they're in insanity, they count as dead. They don't get any experience or anything. So you want to keep them up. Great music. This is such a good track. Anyway, yeah, we're in Paris. Essentially, what happened at the start was when Karen and Nikolai went into the church, Yuri got stabbed with the holy mistletoe, cursing him and his soul, because obviously he's a harmonic, so he can transform into demons. It's so basically just cursing his soul. At this point, Geppetto's like, we should go to my apartment in Paris and we can think about what we can do there to try and find a way to stop it, to learn more about the curse and see what we can do to try and fix it.
Yeah, and then a large part of this first chapter of the game, so to speak, the first act, is they find out, like, you saw Geppetto with the book, and they find out that it doesn't tell them much about the mistletoe. So then Yuri's like, I know this old wizard. He knows about everything, so he should be able to help us out. So they're like, oh, where's this wizard hiding? And it's like, oh, he's in Wales. So if you play the first game, you might be familiar with the name Roger Bacon, who is also like an actual real-life person. But yeah, so Yuri and Roger are closely acquainted So Yuri's thinking that if they go to Wales, they can find more information from Roger, because Roger knows everything.
Yeah. So this is Ernest. He's going to introduce us to wolf bouts, and our first fight here is against Tetsu.
これは
And Blanca's got an amazing voice for some reason. He's just like really cool. So this fight is very, very simple. One hail beak, 2 perfect strikes, or 2 perfect. Yeah, 2 perfect physical attacks.
1対1なんですね。ああ。
You're allowed to miss one.
シャワー
of the
中の
perfects
人
and
です
still
ね。
get the quick kill. But like
Only
if
if
you
you
miss more than one, like you're not gonna get it. You'll be
リン
short.
グとバーが消える代わりに
I think
So I think
通
you
常
can
攻
actually
撃の
lose
ダメー
this
ジが
fight
3
and
倍
the
にな
game
り
will
ま
still
す。
continue, but you really want to win because by winning,
え、
you get
めちゃ
an
くちゃ
item
難しいですね、そ
called
れ。
Coral Lariat, which slows down the ring speed when you equip it, so it's useless for us because it makes turns take longer. But what it does do is you can sell it for like $2,500 for some reason. Like the game values this as a super impressive item, so we're gonna sell it for funds because early money is really
勝
tight.
ちましたね。
Accessories in this game generally sell for more than anything else for some reason.
Yeah, I mean the game. There are multiple types of status elements. Obviously there are physical for your character, but also there are ring status.
肉球スタンプが。
Interesting. So status elements are quite strong in this game for the most part. I mean, D poison is disgusting. But so because of the strength that status elements do have against you,
頭いいですから
having
ね。
defense against that is quite an important like resource to have.
That will be more important later on when we actually buy status accessories. For now, though, like you're doing a bunch of plot-related stuff. You get introduced to shopkeepers. You get introduced to wolf bouts. But one of the other things that we need to do,
戦
other than
闘中
trigger
の
the
円
plot
が
stuff,
見え
is
ない。
we have to go to the inn, and there's a chest there that contains
すごいな。
a crest. And later on, when we go to the underground of the Paris tunnels, we have to pick up another crest. So there's an item later on we'll talk about called the Solomon's Key. So just keep that in mind because those 2 crests play a big part in that. So this is the introduction to Geppetto's skill. He gets to design his doll into different outfits.
The sassy sailor.
Exactly. So the interesting thing about Geppetto is that Geppetto is actually not the character. He doesn't do any of the fighting and combat. It's all the doll, including all of its magic attacks. It uses all of his items. It actually is the one that he uses to deal damage. So instead of thinking of him equipping the item, it's actually the doll.
Yeah, so we use Sassy Sailor because it gives Geppetto access to Aquacast, which is a kind of like tier 1.5 spell, which is a little bit stronger than like a regular Hail Beak. So we now have an ice spell or a water spell on Blanca, but we also have Aquacast on Geppetto. So we have access to 2 water element spells. And we're going to be, the next big boss is going to be 1 element of 1 fire element and 1 water element monster. So we have the ability to kind of like really knock down one fast, specifically because the fire element is more resistant to physical attacks. So magical attacks is going to be really good. So we grab Horus here, go straight into the menu, quick attempt to get everyone up, and then add the crests.
ちょっと解説の方まだちょっとマイクの設定中ですので少々お待ちください。
No, I don't think the crest on Geppetto or Blanca really matters because I think Garrick checked the intelligence difference is only like 1 point or something.
It's actually
really,
the same.
It's like
at
really
this level.
minimal. If like or like 0.
Yeah, they have the same. They have for some reason they have the same intelligence value, and I want to have an ice spell on Blanca so that way if I can blow out Caster on the first turn, I can use Aquacast with Geppetto and Hailbeak with.
そうですね。
Horus is on Blanca. So
Yeah.
I couldn't
さ
see
っ
from
き
this.
のオーディンスフィアでちょっ
Yeah, so
と
he just got the tier 2 fusion, which is Barbracia.
あ
So
っ
you're gonna
ち
be
ま
using
したけど
Barbie
基本
for
的に
pretty
今
much the
全体的に
entirety
巻
of the
き
run.
でスケジュール動いてますね。
Yep, that's the only fusion you really need. We'll explain more once we get around to it. But for now, he's just triggering some additional triggers here, so you need to figure out.
オーディンスフィア1個前の作品の時点でだいたい1時間ぐらい巻いてたので、まあどうなんでしょう。結構それでも巻いてると思います。
So Geppetto is like, I have some contacts, and they talked to this guy who was a tunnel designer or something, and he's like, you can escape through the tunnels in the Paris trains. So that's basically where we're going. And he just picked up an extra tent there. Tents are really nice. They don't cost a lot of money, but again, cash in the beginning is pretty tight. Like a single talisman costs you like 500 cash or something, and you only have like 5 grand to start. So dying early on is not very cool.
I just grabbed it for safety. In
Yeah.
a regular run,
In a real run, you won't grab it.
There's just no reason to grab it. You have enough tents to get through. But
Yep.
in case something terrible happens down here, which is possible due to the
これ
way
は
this dungeon is, there are only a couple of really dangerous spots in the run. This is
地下
one of
トン
the
ネル
first ones, and then
だ
the
ね。
Rhonda Mines, for some reason, became a real trouble spot in recent months. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through here as kind of cautiously as I can. If I get surrounded and beat up pretty bad, I'll use a tent down here. So I want to have that extra one just in case, because I have just enough to get me through the next section.
Part of the reason why this part's a little bit tougher is because you also don't have that many crests.
なかなか
So
い
I
か
think
つい
you're
のが来ました
limited
ね。
on healing down to just your healing items. So like if they all get spent, you have no more healing. So that becomes kind of tricky. While he's
I
down,
forgot to mention.
yeah, he's
That's
down in the tunnels.
Very quick.
He has to look for an encounter as well to bump him up to 67 soul exact. That will, along with the boss fight, allow him to
世紀
access
末を
the
感じ
level
ます
3
ね。
skill on Barbracia come time for the next box. So that's kind of one of the goals here. You have to fight an encounter.
Yeah, and you saw that I'm at 0 soul right now. I need to have 10.
ここは
You get 60 from Casper and Paul.
電車で先に進めないからこれを動かそうっていうところですかね。
Puts you to 60.
You need 16 total,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, I did have 10 total. And there's a mandatory encounter I'll get on the way back that I can't skip. So that'll give me 3 or 2. I can't remember. I think it's 2 or 3. And it's generally dictated by the number of enemies in combat.
Yeah, most enemies will drop at least one.
Yeah.
So here he's going to hug one of the corners later on. That's to avoid triggering a ring soul
あ、なるほど。
discussion where he gives
ここ
you
は
a
エン
piece
カウ
of
ン
ring.
トがあるんで
As
す
we
ね。
mentioned, we don't really need those.
I don't like this.
We tend to decide what fight we're going to take based on formation. If it's
Ah,
possible to kind of like get a
基本的に
really quick kill on the fight in
そうですね。
two turns maybe. But you know, again, it depends on turn order as well. If it's one of those ones where like the enemy's going to be able to kind of like get in and get a few clean hits, we don't want to have to deal with those, but we do want to try and get a good enough fight. Kimu are quite strong; they have a fair bit of HP, but a good like 5 enemies can drop 6-7 souls sometimes. Especially if
Ideally,
it's
you're
perfect.
looking for a fight that has 5 enemies because, as Garrick mentioned earlier, like every single enemy will drop at least 1 soul. So if you
Specifically, what you'd like, just to piggyback off what Tide's saying, is 1 rat, 1 Enkidu, which is the worm enemy, and then 3 other enemies.
yeah, and
Because they
then
give you a bonus soul for getting a perfect ring. So
ideally you get a
9.
preempt, so everybody gets to go first and they're all
確
surrounded.
かそうですね。
And that's the
作中
best
時代
scenario
的
that,
に
like,
は
you know, that's probably not gonna happen.
大正ですね。
You kinda
まだ
have to fish for
第
what you
一次
get.
世界大戦
But
の
this
前
stage
だっ
is, like,
たの
really
で
long, so you have a
大正
lot
時
of
代
time
です
to
ね。
look for it.
And you can be kind of picky because you have to kind of walk all the way through here twice. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garrick, remember to pick up the
That's a
extra strike expand on your way back.
I will. Thank you.
Not a bad setup there in the center. Should be able to get all 3 of them.
Yeah. It's only 4 enemies, but by finishing the fight quickly and with a full string of perfects, sometimes you get some bonus.
I should get a bonus.
1915
Yeah.
年
I won't get bonus soul from this,
Not
but
from
it
this
puts
one.
me to 4. I'll take a
大
second
正
fight,
4
which
年
is
ですね。
fine. It'll give me. I want to get. It'll give me an extra level, which is nice. On Yuri, it'll put him to level 6, which is not a big deal. You can do it at level 5 just as easily, but that fight was just kind of free, so I went ahead and took it. I could have skipped it, but sometimes you have to kind of make a judgment call down here where you could end up taking 2 fights, which is a time loss over taking 1, obviously. But I obviously have to take a second one, so I'm going to go ahead and grab
ああ、
this
なるほど。
strike extend.
1915年のヨーロッパ
We'll
各
use
州
6
大日本
total
帝
strike
国が舞
expands
台
on。Yuri.
Yeah, so traditionally the route doesn't grab any additional ones, but we're in a marathon. And later on,
Wow.
Bowie and I will be hitting rings where the strike areas are
ヨーロッ
completely
パ地域なん
gone,
ですかね、
so
今は。
having an extra frame or two is going to help us a little bit. So,
That's not, yeah, that's completely fine. The Ekimu are water elements, so actually they will go down to a red rave anyway.
服装だけ見
And
た
they're the
ら
ones that are quite dangerous because they have a lot of HP and they can hit pretty hard. But the rest of them should
か
go
なり
down
現
quite
代
nice
ですよ
and
ね
easily. Geppetto only needs to attack to finish that off, and you'll see Cornelia do all of the job. Creepily, Geppetto's doll Cornelia is like kind of like designed after his like dead daughter, and something about her soul residing within it. Bit weird. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, it's the
なるほ
side
ど。
quest explains how it all went down. So.
レベル上げ。
But
この辺は奏者さんによって違うんですか
I did
ね。
miss the ring, unfortunately, and it would have killed all but 1 enemy, which Yuri would have immediately finished. Now my enemy still got 0 turns, so I got an extra little bonus soul anyway, so it ended up being all right. I'm at 11 now,
See, it's
so
sorted.
we're good to go for that now.
Yeah.
And now we'll walk through the rest of this. We're going to get a fuse from an item shop in just a moment, take it back, turn on the minecart we found at the front, and then we'll fight probably the first roadblock, one of the largest roadblocks of the
この作品結
the
構
entire run.
キャラクターの名前とかもそうなんですけど、結構攻めてますね。
So crests, obviously,
Very important. This is a very important crest.
Yeah.
We'll go
It is-
over
it is
why
super
is
important.
later. The crest itself is incredibly important to the run. So it used to not be in the route. In our initial routing, we skipped it because we were not aware of exactly what it gave us. And LCC and Tide found ways to make the run faster, which we now have integrated into the run, obviously, which makes the run crazy fast.
This
So.
is primarily a
ああ、
discovery
なるほど。
that LCC
レベリ
found,
ン
but
グ
it
しなく
saves
ても
like
勝
12
てるゲームなん
minutes.
で
Yeah,
す
it's
ね。
crazy. how
It's
much time it
really
saves.
important.
It's
Like
really
if you don't have, like if you don't have it, your run's just gonna be that much slower. So you really want to
確かに一
keeping
戦
that in
一戦の
mind.
テンポは
That
そんな
aim
に
press is right there.
速くないですもんね。レベリングすると結構
So now
ロ
he's
ス
just going down
す
the
る
tunnel
よう
to
に
pick up
感
the
じます
battery.
ね。
And we're just going to be going through these tunnels for a little bit. So if you have an extra
Yeah.
donation on deck, now's a good time for it.
Yeah, you can go and read for a little bit.
反射神経
Alright,
が
we got
鍛えられる
let me see.
RPG っていうのも
$10 donation from
珍しいですね。
E.exe says, "You guys just had to pick my busiest week, didn't you? Well, it's okay. I'm able to watch tonight with my boyfriend as you play one of his favorite games. I also pray to RNGesus that we can win the game so we can complete our collection. Thanks for raising money for Nami every year. Mental
確かに
illness
まだ
plagues my life
15
every
年な
day,
の
but
か
it's things like RPG
もう
Leverage
15
that
年な
brighten
の
my
か
life. And a reminder that if you donate $10 during this run, you get entered into a drawing to win a copy of this game being run right now, Shadow Hearts Covenant."
I'm going to go ahead and safety save before Caster and Pollux. I'm going to kind of safety and save just before every boss. They are highly unlikely to kill me because of how forgiving this game is in regards to their boss
兵
fights.
隊に戦ったりするのはあれなんですかね。出現するモン
Just
スター
because we're
で
in a marathon setting, and I want to
決めてるんですかね。
something crazy happens, which it can. I can get unlucky, and I can mess some things up, which, pardon me.
You know, things
Knock
happen.
on wood.
Things happen, of
Knock
course,
on
yeah.
wood.
I'd like to kind of like just touch on the more kind of like unique aspects of Shadow Hearts as well, because it is, you know, if you think about RPGs and what we usually see, it's incredibly like gothic, dark, kind of like horror style RPG, specifically the first, which is really grisly at times. And this kind of like took a bit of an interesting turn, but it went and made it a little bit more light-hearted at times. It's got an interesting sense of humor. So if you remember from the New World as well, 2 years ago when Tide ran it, it's a very kooky, silly game.
15年
And this is kind of like that,
あっ
that
たんです
bridge
ね。
point between the really
あー
dark origins of the first
そ
game
の座布団
and,
どこ
and
で
obviously its predecessor Kudelka on the PS1, and then kind of how it became a little bit more silly as it
この
went
ゲーム
on.
の
This game still has that element of like, you
会
know,
話回しと
really,
か
really, like, horrific and
面白いですよね。
twisted designs. But no, it's just very
I like how you got the
interesting.
preemptive after you done finish your soul grinding.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It does happen.
Yeah.
because it is,
How
like Tide
shall
said,
I
this is kind of like there are a couple of kind of long walks in this game, like this, and that's just unfortunate that was where it was.
Yeah, like if you gotten that preempt early on, you would have taken it. Like that would
Yeah,
happen completely
that would've
free.
been- yeah, that would have been really nice. Because Blanca will go first almost every time. Sometimes Yuri will, but then you can just defend with him.
これは強制戦闘ですね。
The worst possible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is a bad formation, but
It's okay.
it's whatever.
Claw commanders will go down to like any big hit from Yuri, and I believe Karen can do so as well.
Karen can, yeah.
Yeah.
Because right now she's equipped with a sword that's one tier above what everybody else's weapon is. So traditionally she has more magic power than Blanca, but like worse physicals at equal levels. So
すごいな、止める
The
な
only。exception is starting out now.
yeah,
Blanca's intelligence is like the 4th highest in the game. He's probably the 2nd best character in the game overall, behind Yuri, who's just an absolute monster in every
お
way.
これ
And
で
it's
進
mostly
める
just
ように
because
な
of
っ
his
たって感
fusions.
じですね。
He already has incredibly good base stats. He has the highest SP in the game.
こうスルッと動くん
And
ですね、あれ。
just ultimately, with the way these fusions work, how they grant him additional stats when he fuses into them, it just becomes completely ridiculous.
Yuri's I think only weak stat is magic defense.
Yes,
Like
yeah.
every single other stat of his is like high to like above average. He has like no weaknesses otherwise.
Yeah, he has,
セーブするんですね。
below average int as well, which is his magic attack, but you can just solve that by fusing into a different thing.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't have to do any menuing there because
セ
I
ー
yeah,
ブポイントがあるんですかね、この先。
the Caster Pollux fight that's coming up, I think we already talked about a little bit.
で
It's
すかね、
probably
自己
the
対策なのか
single-handed
な。
fight that has the most required thinking in this run actually. Just because there's a couple of ways it can go. Ideally, what happens is
Oh.
he gets a opening turn with 3 characters.
トロッコ乗ってま
and
した
he's
ね。
able to group them together. So in this game, combos work differently than in from the new world. Like you'll notice there's no extra stock gauge or extra meter. Combos in this game can only be achieved when you're standing beside another character. And if you chain the turns together, you still get the damage bonus just like in from the new world. It's just harder to set up. But
What's really fascinating about this as well is that whenever you
また
start a fight, everyone's set into like a line, and then
僕も今
after that, you
点々点
can
ってなりました
get
ね
a bit haywire. You'll see Yuri's position switch from position 1 to position 2 when we can do that. But whenever Yuri transforms
あ
into
これボスなん
Barbaria,
だ
he actually connects to the people next to him in that
Yeah.
lineup. So
Yeah.
in
続けて露出高いキャ
Honestly,
ラ
has a big hitbox.
出てますね
So
ああなる
he
ほ
has
ど
a good turn order here, so
召
he's gonna
喚
set
した
up
のかな
a
これは
combo. And in
びっく
the
りした
ideal setting, that combo will kill the red guy. And that
the red guy.
yeah, I
so
forget which one is caster, which
I
one's
need to
Pollux.
focus for just a second. Sorry, guys.
Sorry?
So
So I'm actually going to open with Blaze. It seems incorrect.
これはあれ
but
ですか
I'm
ね
trying to
それ
build
ぞ
my
れ
combo,
属性が違
and
ってっ
I
てい
need to
う
do certain damages to him, so. And then we're gonna go Blanca.
あ強いんだ
He should be dead.
nice one.
Yeah. So you notice that it says combo plus 13. Whenever you are comboing moves together, you get bonus damage, and that plus 13 is the extra damage done by being in
こ
part
れがあれ
of
ですかね
the
さっき
combo.
セーブしたんですかね
Big stuff.
I don't know if this will hit him.
You
I
should
think
be
it
fine.
will.
Yeah, you should be fine. You'll fall down.
You can also go for
あすごっ
Very good job.
It should
今
kill
ガッツポー
him.
ズしまし
So
たね
when one of them is dead,
All right, sweet. The fight becomes trivial.
yeah, the fight is now really easy.
1回のダメージ重いですねこれ
Pollux here, who's weak against physical attack, or more
Oh,
weak
瀕死
against
ですね
physical attack, and also fire. But then you have Caster at the start, who's more weak to magic. So because we have strong magic attacks coming out from Blanca and Geppetto, who also have an elemental strength against him, Caster goes down like a sack of potatoes. It's crazy.
Yeah, now you just physical him. Just hit him until he
ちっちゃ
dies.
That's one of the reasons, by the way.
これは状態異
They're
常
used
ですか
to do
ね
things like changing the speed of the indicator, changing the direction of the indicator's rotation, all kinds of stuff.
And I get a good there. Oh well, it's okay. He should be dead. I'm gonna blaze him here, which should no, I won't kill him actually. This
Once they go down to a certain HP point, they'll also cast like the trigger spell. So I think Pollux casts Shield, which doesn't really help him if you're
Yeah.
casting spells. So he'll go down really fast.
that was a great fight.
Yeah, that was
That
really good.
was
おお
that
倒
was
し
as
ま
good
した
as you can
ね
get it, to be honest with you. He attacked 2 separate characters, so I didn't have to revive. I got the perfect turn order to start, which allowed me to kill Paul or Caster immediately. And that's why you put you leave Hailbeak on Blanca, so you can Hailbeak into Aquacast and then Horvelk, because Horvelk, like Tide said, I couldn't remember if it would hit him if he's in the air or not. It always hits because it has like a cone that goes straight up and down. So now I'm going to use the Amy. We just got a crest called Sea Tree, which has an ability called Rage on it, and now we're about to see the power
Yeah,
of Barbaria.
This is where the game is kind of unlocked into, why Yuri is so unbelievably busted.
Well, to be clear, this is step 1 of what is going to be a foundation of leading up to the parts that you and I are going to play, where we're just going to demolish the game.
Yeah, so energy
So-
charge here is a buff type move. So we have Rage on Citri on Karen, and we also have energy charge on Yuri. So what energy charge does is a
確かにリング
personal
ぬるぬる動きます
independent
ね
buff that on base increases your attack power by 125%. On a regular ring, if you strike that, it's going to be 150. But because we're on tech, it's going to go
yeah.
up to
マップの移動シーンとかより
180%,
も
almost tripling your
リ
attack
ング
power
だけ
itself. And this
すごい
stacks
ですよ
with
ねなんか
Rage, which is, I believe, 30% on a regular hit, 36 on strike regular, technical is 43%. So we're over tripling our attack power already, which is
So
silly.
you get introduced to the lottery. Lotteries like suck. At least I really suck at them. Specifically, he needs to get the Bathan crest here. It looks like he did. Yep, perfect. And then he has to do this again to pick up tissues afterwards. All the lotteries that we participate in, we have to do. It's part of the route. So he's just safety safe there, because if you miss the lottery, then it puts you back.
Yeah,
you have to do it again.
very similar to Amy, we require Bathan as a part of that puzzle that we're going to solve a little later, which increases our speed in the run overall, so I have to get that crest there. It's not a particularly hard ring, but again, marathon setting.
ああ、なるほど。福引きセーブか。
So he says it's not hard. I like had to safety save and reload on my PB like 3 times or something stupid.
It does happen. It's kind of a weird hit area. Interestingly enough, I think it's the exact same spot now that I look at it.
福引きも妙しですよ
I
ね。
think all of the lottery spots are very, very similar. In fact, it's kind of strange. Just to go back to the story momentarily, we've gone to Le Havre in France, where we're trying to make our way over to the UK.
ここは相当こだわりを感じますね。
Along the way, we do jump into Le Havre, and we find out that the mayor's saying that he's trying to get access to a house on the southern side, but he's being prevented by this evil dude or this vigilante that's stopping them from doing things. And he wants us to keep an eye on and see if we can notice him at night, because that's when he tends to operate, and see if we can stop him to allow the mayor to get a handle on what he needs to do to kind of keep himself going in this village.
Yeah, just to clarify, you're helping out the mayor because you need to go on the boat, and the boat is owned by the mayor.
Yeah.
So you strike a deal with him, and he says, "Hey, if you go investigate at night, when this troubledoer comes out, I'll give you access to my boat."
Yeah.
So that's kind of why you agree to it.
Yeah, and Le Havre is directly across the English Channel.
Aye. So this fight is pretty
的
simple
に
in
戦
concept,
闘
but
は
obviously execution's
避けれ
important.
るものは避けてるみたいですね、今のところ。
Blanca goes first. He will defend, I believe, at first. We're going to use Rage on Yuri to increase his attack by 43%.
これはイベントですね。
Yes. And then we'll transform, we'll fuse into Barbaria with Yuri, and then go straight for the energy charge, and that will set him up for his maximum damage. We're going to wait, basically we want
睡眠時間
the
RTA。
Grand Papillon, the enemy, will get 1 turn for sure. We want to make sure that we defeat him before his second, because if we do enough damage, he will then use a drain attack to get some HP back. So we'll attack once with Gale Spin, then we'll then have the Grand Papillon attack with a
先生
simple
今
freeze,
始
no
ま
one should
ってます
die.
ね。
And then if everything goes perfectly afterwards, we're going to use a
40
spell
分
called Soul
経過したとこ
Comet
ろですね。
from Blanca, which is going to be again the element that he's strong against the Grand Papillon. We're going to land this perfectly. Perfect.
相手の攻撃力、えげつないですね。
And then we're going to use Hoyerwelk again to get extra damage.
This is just for safety.
Yeah, of course.
I just want it because if I get a good on, I have a really bad habit of not hitting my soul comets. I don't know why.
It's a really, really weird.
Soul Comet has like a 2-frame window. That's kind of why.
Yeah, it's a very awkward thing, and as you level the ability up, it gets more awkward. It would have not come out, but
Really
it's
good
safe
fight.
there. Yeah.
That fight is pretty perfect there. Very, very well done.
So one of all the reasons why energy charge is so powerful is
ですね、
because
僕
it
も
also
初
has
代
a
は
fast
クリアしてるんですけど、
So
確
it's
かに
actually
記憶が
possible
僕もあんま残ってないで
to
すね
set。up like rage and energy charge before the enemy goes. Obviously, if you have other people cut in, that means you can energy
福引
charge
きの
and
イメージ
rage
が
you
すごい
before
残
the
って
enemy
る。
takes a turn once. So later on, that's gonna become relevant. Like you're gonna see 0 to 1 turns possibly, depending on what happens.
Yeah, and if you've played this game casually, you may have struggled with some bosses here and there. We will not.
Yeah. So we're going to purposefully fail this one again to get tissues. Now, tissues
Tissue.
are kind of like
It's a booby prize,
yeah,
is what it is.
it's kind of like a concession. Here you go, you tried. Now there is again we were talking about how every character has a side quest set to them. We're going to be using the tissues for one of those side quests because it's mandatory to kind of get through the side quest enough to get access to a very, very powerful item. Again, we'll come back to that when it becomes relevant. But yeah, after defeating the Grand Papillon, he transforms into a golden bat and sods off. The morning after, we go back down and we see that the gentleman who we fought last night is, looking after some kids, which is very confusing.
And Yuri recognizes him from the first game from Keith's side quest in which he met the golden bat to get the demon sword Typhering.
これかっこいいですね。
But yeah, so does recognize him, and so he's like, "All right, I'll just go say hi quickly."
まあ、
Other than that, we're starting to kind of
福引
realize
き
that
っ
the
ていう
mayor-
名前じゃな
Yeah,
く
we're
て、
like,
まあ
hey,、this mirror seems
あれ
a
じゃない
bit
ですかね。
First rule of RPGs: never trust anyone in a striped suit.
It's a very important
Ah.
rule.
They're always bad guys. Striped suit, eye patch.
また違う名前で
or
認知され
mustache.
てるんじゃないでしょうか。そうですね、くじ引き
If
と
they have an
か、
eye patch and mustache, it's debatable.
Aye, aye. So we're basically going to find out the real story behind all of this, and it is kind of, as I said, we have this character here, Granny Locke, comes in and explains the situation that the mayor is trying to kick her out of her house and take control of this particular house here, and she's being bullied by the mayor consistently. So we're like, you know what? Actually, that's not okay. So we're just going to go and beat the mayor up and his cronies.
Exactly.
So
The mayor specifically wants
これでも
control of
確か
her
に
property because there's supposedly buried treasure
目押しの要素
underneath
があ
there.
るから、
And he can't
3人で
he can't
リレー
get
した
access to
方
it, so
が
he's trying to find ways to
集
get
中
her
力
to
途切れずにやりやすい
move,
ですよ
which
ね。
includes terrorizing her, threatening her. So yeah, our band of
ギャンブ
heroes
ル
decides that
ギャンブルはどうなんだ
he's
ろ
like a pretty cool guy. So he's like, all right,
う。もうちょっと
I'm
マ
gonna
イル
teach
ド
them a
な
lesson. So you hand all the money back to them, and then you're like, okay.
マイルドな表現になってるんじゃないですかね。
Don't bother this woman again. Wow, that formation. I think you can kill all 5 of them at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
They-
That's amazing. Good stuff. Nice formation.
当たる。
That's nice. I like it a lot.
Ah.
Again, before we use
消滅した。
technical ring, I think the fat thugs they have less
そうですね。
HP,
この
funnily
この
enough.
作品結
So
構
they normally went
いろいろ
down,
と
but the thin thugs sometimes
攻めてるところもあ
survive,
るん
so the
で
technical ring actually confirms the KOs across all the board there, which is very nice.
That is correct. The
規制され
technical
ない
ring is really busted
ラインっていうのは
open.
ちゃ
When
ん
we
と
first started
把握して
routing
ると
the
思
game,
います
we
よ
joked that eventually somebody's going to come along and route in the technical ring, and we would never run it again because it seemed very difficult. It did seem very difficult, but with practice,
We were young once,
yeah,
Garrick.
we were young once. This route has gone through a ton of improvements. A few people have contributed, obviously. Bowie and I did the initial routing. SNES Warrior, who's here somewhere, no idea where he is. He was the first one to tell me to use energy charge because I'm dumb and didn't use it. And then we integrated that into the run, and then the run became a lot
パロディもそうですね。
faster. And then Technical Ring obviously came along later from suggestions from LCC. And then the route
面白いんですよね。
stabilized
界隈
for a little
一つ一つ
while,
が。
and then it got completely hammered again by LCC and with contributions from Tide as well, and some stuff from myself and Bowie as well. So we've got Joachim who's joined our party, and I'm going to do some menuing here that I'm going to try to remember all of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in
By
this
looking at my
menu.
notes.
So first you need to change the ring on Joachim. You have to set Joachim's crests up so that he has a certain amount of spells because he has a
Okay.
solo section at the very end.
Sorry, I got to read these. Go
Alright.
ahead. No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, no, I'm just describing the menu.
Yeah,
so-
you're fine. I'm just trying to go
Yeah,
through
so he has to, because Joachim has to do a duel at the very end of the dungeon. So you have to set up Joachim. You have to change his ring down to 1.
So
You have to
Shadow
set up
Hearts
the
はそうですね。
technical. You have to
Aruze
move
ですね。
some
Aruze。
accessories around because the boss after Joachim's duel has paralysis. So if you move the body bracelet to Yuri because he's the most important, that's going to help out a bunch.
Yep.
And you need to move Auguris, which I think is the crest that Joachim
rock.
starts with, onto Blanca because it has Rock Rod.
Yeah, and the boss coming up is Wind Element, so it's really,
Yeah,
really good
so,
for a
so
high
those are
intelligence
all
enemy.
going to help. In these fights, like the thugs can wind up in different positions, as you can see. And having Karen and Blanca with some crest spells allows them to one-shot the groups, and then Yuri and Joachim can use their physicals to take out the other ones.
Yeah, I don't actually give Karen a spell here because
確かにでもアルゼだからこういう目押しのシステムとかすごいこだわり入ってるのかもしれないで
But
す。
you absolutely can. You have access to an extra one, so you can give her that.
Yeah,
Gale Spin has a faster animation, but I just go ahead and use Horval.
I prefer the crest because I think Kurvelk has a really
Wow.
weird hit zone.
Yeah,
犬を棒で叩くという
yeah, it does. It has a
残虐非道な行為ですね。
It's also because Tier 1.
You're also probably wondering why the man with a giant piece of wood doesn't
こ
use
れ
it
は
to attack enemies. It's because we take him down to 1 attack animation. So the second and third he does like
保
throw
護団
around
体が待っ
wood
てない
and
ですね。
his weapon, but the first attack animation is just a boot to the face. So yeah, and Joachim has a great running animation.
He does.
Everyone brings it up every time.
Yeah, it looks like he pooped his pants.
Yeah.
He struggles.
Teacher, I'm
He
finding my
is-
way to the loo.
He is far too swole to run like a normal human being. So I gave Yuri the all but one strike expand, which I'll pick up in a little while, and I'll just do a quick menu to give it to him when I save before I go into Ronda Mine. I gave him the poison attack. Poison.
開発は
ring
そうです
effect,
ね。
which
今
gives you have a
確認
percentage
し
chance
た
to
ら
inflict poison on an enemy when Yuri does a physical attack. It's
そうですね。
very,
ノーチ
very,
ラ
very
ス
helpful
株
enough
式
to
会社で
if
す
I get
ね。
that proc. It doesn't.
シ
doesn't do
ャ
anything
ドウ
but
ハ
save
ー
time. There's no negative to it.
ツ
You can
そう
leave
です
on
ね
for the rest of the run. Almost every other boss in the game is immune to poison, so it
Yep.
doesn't really matter. But this one boss is not, and it just saves time. And it's not like a huge. It saves way more time if you get it than you lose if you don't. If you
Yeah.
just skip equipping it. So and we're gonna do a little puzzle here. The puzzles in this game are pretty simple. They're just generally just basic logic puzzles, so there's nothing like crazy about them.
Yeah, but the duel coming up is actually a little tricky. So Joachim, if you missed a single strike, I think in any of the boss fights, he won't get the bonus experience to put him up to 7, which means that he will move slower and not have as much HP, which I think it means that Veronica can.
ああ、なるほど。ジャッジメントリングに何らかの異常を与えられる。さっきなんか、ジャッジメントリングが小さくなるみたいな状態異常みたいなのもありましたね。
Like Joachim can miss on the killing blow and then you get owned. So, yeah, that's the thing.
歩き方めっちゃガニ股ですね。確かに。
You just accept that. Like that's just part of the
なるほど。さっきのエリアが狭くなる。
It does happen. Unfortunately,
CV シャー。
Like you don't always hit. There's still like a 1 or there's like between a 1 and a 5% chance you'll still miss.
Yeah, the judgment ring only.
確かこの犬もあのセリフ言うんですよね。
What happens if it's successful? Specifically, the enemy still has evasion, as noted. So you can do everything right and still fail, which is great. But that's just part of the.
プレイヤーのデバフ。
Everyone's had a time or two where that happens.
いやらしいですね。
Yeah, the amount of times that you kind of like on really good pace here, and you get 2 hits, you get the final strike, and it's all perfect, and then she just dodges and you die. There is one scenario that I like that because obviously like the first hits are usually very powerful. If you evade the first hit, you're kind of fine. I think you need.
ああ、また出ましたね。この
HP to survive a hit. You're going to use Hail Beak and
1対1。
I think you're going to be okay.
あ、そうなんだ。起用理由がそこなんですね。
Okay.
I the studded belt on
so you have a choice to put the studded belt, which is an item that
すごいな。
increases attack power on either Yuri or Joachim. So putting on Joachim here just makes the duel a little more consistent.
犬に
Because if you don't have
あのセリフを言わせたかったっていう
damage
の
goes
も
between, I think,
すごいな。
71 to 73. Whereas with the belt, he goes to 75 and 77, and you need 3 hits of 75 to kill him.
しましたね。
Kill her, sorry.
Yeah.
So this will slow you down a little bit in the fight with the giant frog, but it makes the duel a little bit safer.
That's great. I sacrificed the time save against the frog for the more consistent fight.
Yeah, that's fair.
You'll notice when we talk about strategies in this game, there are the fastest possible strats, and then there are strats that everybody's more comfortable with. And we've all kind of agreed as a group to kind of
断らなくてよかったですね。
because it's a long run and there's a lot of execution in it, and it can become kind of stressful trying to be as fast as possible. So we've kind of all
牙まで殴る時もありますよね、でもね。なんか嫌だなあのモンスター。
Unlike, like, say, from the New World, where like you have just enough damage or just enough resources to kind of push every fight, in this run, the trick is actually to figure out how much exact damage you need and avoid overkilling by too much. Like, you can set up all the buffs you want, but if you only need 200 damage to kill the boss, there's no point in doing like 500 damage because the result is the same.
乗り切ったん
Right there,
だ。
I used the combo to deal a little bit of damage to the boss and then go ahead and raid Yuri. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Joachim as well. Normally I wouldn't do this, but you can attack with Karen and the damage ends up being kind of the same, but
今いましたね、G がね。ああ、なるほど。攻撃回数が1回だと蹴りで終わっちゃうんだ。
His magic damage output, because again, Rock Rot is Earth. So Earth Edge as well going over to Yuri just to make sure that he has elemental properties to his attack as well.
I would have not done that, but I missed my perfect on my enrage. He cannot paralyze Yuri. So.
Yeah, because you have the body bracelet on. That's one of the things you do in the menu. So you also notice that the very first thing we did was we took out the support. That's because one of them can cast Rage on this boss, and it turns the physical to 1-hit KO level, and that's really bad. Like, because you have now rebuff.
パーフェクトで止めても回避とかされるんですね、普通にね。
You have to add more buffs and then you miss, you have to do all of that, and that's like a 2-minute loss.
Yeah, so you can see if you look at the turn order as well.
嫌だなーとこう。ああ、やられましたね。
Her next turn and she's going to be, you know.
Yeah, so you don't really have a choice. You kind of have to heal the SP there.
I'm gonna play this super safe. That was just really unfortunate. I actually have to do this like super safe. Because this boss does hit like a truck for where we're at, so I'm gonna play this just really cautiously. It's just unfortunate. The miss, if I didn't have the miss, I wouldn't be too worried about it, but I did. I'll have to buy some extra Thera leaves when I shop here in a little while, but it's ultimately not a huge loss. I need him to stop being mean to me though.
Yeah, if if he got the rage, those physicals will one-shot everybody. So it's really important to take out the support as soon as you can.
Yeah.
And then just missing that physical just puts you back behind. So now he has the rebuff. His SP is already lowered. So it's just not very pleasant when you miss in this game. Like, that's one of the things that I noted on my bucket list of things that are going to happen. And it does.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does. It's just a chance. It's just a risk we take. When we initially went down to one hit area, when we determined that it ended up being about the same amount of damage, it's just a risk we have to live with. So. But here, there's going to be a lot of damage. Karen can stay dead here. It's not a huge deal. She will catch up on experience. So I could have revived her there with Blanca because this won't kill him, which I should have recognized, but that's okay. This will kill him, though, as long as we hit. So that miss, he would have died on the Blanca. He would have died on the
Oh,
kill
倒しましたね。
if I hadn't missed.
Yeah.
So it was just unfortunate.
このカエルも
Earth element, so he actually does more damage to that boss.
手足6本あるん
Vice
ですね。
versa is also the case. And so that wasn't the best Marisol, but I had a good caster in Pollux, and I don't care about Marisol.
Yeah.
That boss has 666 HP because devil numbers.
Yeah.
And now they've learned the lesson of not messing with us. Boom. So we're done with them.
At this point, we can go back to Grand Granny Lot and say, well, we've sorted it, and you should be fine for now. And at this point, Joaquin said, well, if everything's safe and you guys are okay, I'm gonna continue adventuring with this crazy party and just see how it all goes. So we do gain access to our brand new party member, but this is where we get access to. Really funny enough, there's all these tutorials for everything in this game.
確かにあのゲームもやたらツヤツヤな出てきますね。
Party switching, and then they don't explain this.
Yeah,
so
very basic things in this game
Wappy
that are just
jump
obvious
もする
from other RPGs are explained in these in-depth
確かに。
scenarios that are like 2 or 3 minutes long. But the two most complicated portions of the game, the crest menu and the Solomon's Key, are just like, here's a basic description of what this is. Have a good day.
Yeah.
So the Solomon's Key.
Do you want to describe it, or should I describe it?
Yeah, I'll go for it. The Solomon's Key is basically like a map, but then there are like empty spaces on the map where you input the crests. And if you fill up a specific area, there is like broken up into like a variety of different areas, like the Forests of Passion or the Flame Desert, all these kind of things. There are crests that are part of those particular areas and elements. If you complete a map's area by putting all of the crests into the correct location, there's like slight descriptions about who should go there. Then you put them in the right area. If they're all in the right place, every single crest within that area gets a bonus spell added to it. So the Amy crest specifically, when we power it up,
絶対やばいやつですね。このおすすめしてるやつ。
it correct spot with all of the others in there.
タイトルが全てを語ってそうな。
And Entrance is the magic energy charge, which again almost triples magic damage. So that's why the Amy spell's so good, and that's the true strength of Solomon's Key.
There is a difference between energy charge and Entrance. Entrance can only affect other party members, whereas energy charge is self-target. So Entrance has a lot more applications, technically speaking, but you get a lot more physical boosting accessories, so energy charge is still better.
I do find as well, I'm not sure if this is just me finding this, but it feels like Entrance's cooldown or refresh rate is much faster than energy charge as well, because you can just like get like 3 or 4.
Entrance has a really fast recharge rate, it does. So you can actually like duel an Entrance in this game a lot easier than you can in From the New World. It's just that magic is just not as powerful, which is kind of a shame. Because as you can see, one of the problems with using physicals is that you have that random chance of just missing. Spells don't have this problem. So if magic was a lot more dominant, you'd be using spells instead. Because then you won't be dealing with random rolls where you just miss and lose like 2 minutes.
Yeah, if the Magic Mind's Eye was in this game and it was accessible at roughly the same time, we wouldn't get the
めっ
regular.
ちゃ酒入ってますね。
We'd probably skip it and just get the Magic Mind's Eye.
Yep.
Just because you can do more with magic in this game than you can with, well, to an extent. There's an
Kato
the
san
extreme in
deshitakke?
this game just completely breaks the second half of the game.
You mean, not even necessarily the extreme. The Mind's Eye also.
あ、そうだ、
breaks
加
it,
藤さんだ。
So this is actually a really important plot point. So Yuri meets up with his old friend, Kato, who you might kind of remember as like a side character in the first game. But here, like, they're meeting up after like a while because like Yuri went AWOL. So Kato's like, hey, how have you been? Because like we haven't seen each other for a while. And they ask about each other's like lovers because
Well,
like,
Kato's crush.
yeah, Kato's crush is dead. Alice is dead, so like they're both just kind of like reminiscing on like, hey, you know.
Yo, bro, how about our dead girlfriends? Well, your girlfriend and my girlfriend. That's a joke because they were never together. It was really weird. He was going to tell her in the first game. Kato was going to tell Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima that he was in love with her, and she was murdered right before that.
Yeah,
literally murdered. Like not like somebody what was the term? The figurative murder. They actually like assassinated her.
Yeah.
But it is important because as you notice, Kato and Yuri are really
こんな
foils
ゲー
to
ム
each
にいる
other.
な。
You see this a little more as the game goes down. But for now, what you really need to know is that Kato's kind of in a position of power. He's been promoted to like a special agent.
And an extra foot higher as well.
Yeah,
Big
that
chin.
too, and a huge chin.
He worked out.
So he's really in like a position where he has all the status, and obviously Yuri doesn't. He's a fugitive. He's being hunted by assassins. He's cursed. He's losing his abilities. So they're kind of really on the opposite ends of the spectrum at the moment. But you know, they're still able to kind of communicate with each other and you know, kind of just talk to each other as friends. And then now we get introduction to Joachim's special skill sets.
Something about this. If Grand Slam works, I will donate $50.
Okay.
If it does not work, I will donate $25.
Okay.
Who else is doing that?
師匠でしたっけ
Chat?
これ。
I need to know in chat who else is doing that right now. Let's go. Who is willing to take on this challenge with me? Because it's not going to work. It's only going to be $25. It's not that much. It never works for me.
50% chance of him knocking you out of the ring and ending the fight in the
Yeah.
first turn.
最初戦闘始まる瞬間結構決めポーズ取ってたんですね。
Between Shadow Hearts players that like Covenant
師
is
匠
the
も
game where you lose
師
time
匠も
to
こういう
acquire
戦闘スタイルなんですね。
This is one of them. If you get instant killed immediately,
Oh,
$25.
if you get instant killed immediately, you save like 40 seconds on this part alone.
Yeah.
Because, like, trying to
かっ
kill
こいい
Great
な。
Rama is just a waste of time. So you really want him to kill you. But the fastest way for that is for the instant death to kick in. So, like, if that doesn't happen and you have to watch 3 extra turns, then you just lose way too much
頑
time.
丈
I
で
was
すね、あれ。
already dead, and he failed anyway.
He sucks, dude.
画面が。
He's terrible.
The
That,
great- the
あ、
great
これ負けイベン
I've
トなんで
lost
すね。
so many sub 1 Southamptons to that guy. It's so...
Yeah, it's
So
completely
sad.
random. Again, Covenant's the game where you just lose time to really stupid stuff.
いや、濃いな。
Again, you have no control over this. Like you can have
あ、たまに
everything,
そうですよね。
and
飛んで
then
くんですよ
at
ね、
this
確
point
か
you
ね
just lose 40 seconds.
画面の
There's nothing
彼
you
方
can
まで。
do.
That's all good though. It's fine. We're going to prep for our next area. We're going to jump into this
そう
shop
だ
here.
そう
We're
だ
going to。pick
それなんか
up a
見
new
たことある
weapon
な。
for Yuri and a new weapon for Blanca. And not only do weapons increase physical attack, they also increase magical attack as well. So
Yeah,
they're very, very
that's really important. Like magic in this game gets improved by weapons.
それ
not
は
just pure
あれですね。
stats. So if you're coming from games that don't do that, where weapons just increase
ヨガです
physical
かね。
power, that'll probably throw you off for a little bit.
Yeah, so we're also going to go over to this wall on the right-hand side, grab ourselves an extra lottery ticket, which is going to be used for the lottery later on, and up the stairs
お
to
化け
grab
ダ
out
ンジョンと
Leonardo's
かもあるん
bear.
ですね。
Leonardo's bears are very expensive accessories that block instant death attacks. So status elements are really annoying in this game because, well, not annoying, but it's kind of frustrating at times. The only attack which lands the status
そういう
element
デ
is
ザ
the
インですね。
final one in the chain. So if an enemy hits you 5 times, and you can go dodge, 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 and get hit by the last one and get instant death. So that's the thing that exists.
Remember to
which is
safety
quite annoying.
save before going
まあイギリス
into,
だったんですね。
Lava Mine.
Thank you.
Also, you should probably heal Joachim. He has 1 HP.
Yeah, normally I leave him at 1, just because you don't menu for a little while. But I'll go ahead and heal him up just for safety.
Yeah. Oh, you can use crest
あ
magic to do it.
そうなんだ。
But oh
Well,
well.
I have
alright,
a
alright,
roadieですね。
alright. You use your
Goodbye.
consumables.
Goodbye, Thera
Hi.
leaves.
Goodbye, $100.
Theoretically.
こんにちは。聞こえますか？
あ、聞こえます聞こえます。
大丈夫ですか？
Doesn't matter.
That's right. It's leaves you
僕
throw
は
off.
大丈夫ですが、どうでしょう。
This area is really easy to
ちょっ
navigate.
と
You just have to
僕の
travel
声が
left,
入ってくるか
except
な。
for this one area that you go right, but you just go left.
あー、
Yeah, pretty
You go
much.
left, and unless it's
まあ
the
でも
time you
基
go
本
right,
的
then
に
you
は
just go
大
left.
丈夫だ
It's
と
the
思いま
only
す。
time, yeah.
It's the only time. It's really easy to remember because there's like a visual thing on the map that you're like, this is where I turn right. So.
あ
Unfortunately, Gary, I think you're the only one donating $25 for that.
本業は大丈夫だ
They
と思い
knew.
ますね。は
They
い。
knew there was a
Hi.
lose-lose.
Yeah.
They knew there was nothing they could do.
では
You can
改め
only
ま
give
して
charity.
はい
解説のミッドさんです。
Speaking
よろしくお願いし
we'll
ます。
make our way through the
お願いしま
lines.
す。
If you have time for a quick donation.
え 長かった。
Yeah, that'd be
ここは、
$25 donation from Nick Fridge.
行動だから、
No, no, no.
ロンダの廃校ですね。今、エレベーター降りて、
There's a
地下
ring
1
saw
階
around
に
this
降り
corner,
たの
so
で
you want to hug the left-hand
あ、
side
ここ
to
で
him.
So the movement there looks a little weird. But
Yep.
地下1階なのに暗くなって先に進めないので、さらに下に行ってカンテラを取りに行きます。
なるほど。
まあ、
Why not? Do it now.
道中、こっから多分
Optimize the menus that way. You
敵
can open the menu like every
を
second
強制セット以外で
Fun.
倒すことはないと思います。
Well, I think it's too late for that now after that
Yeah,
Merciful fight.
that
So
Marisol
I mean,
fight was really bad.
I mean, there's only so much you can do at this point.
Exactly. There's no more. You know, stop trying to French it up, dirt. All right.
That's obviously how we
You
how we
need
pick
to
まあ
things
カ
up
ンテラを
as
取
well.
ったん
You
で
need
す
to
かね。
pick up.
あ、今、取りま
You
し
need to
た
pick
ね
up。that lantern
で
because there
戻
are
って
areas in this mine that's too dark.
まあ左から
Characters are
進んで
wimps, so they're like, it's too dark. I'm not going in
結
there.
I
構
think it's the same lantern.
道
you use
中
in
は
the
武
gallery,
器
but
武器
I
も
can't remember if Yusupov gives you.
宝箱に入ってること
No,
多
I
いん
think
で
it's
す
the
け
exact same
ど
one because Yuri's
Hi.
like, here you
う
go.
He's like, we brought
ーん
our own. We were prepared.
Yeah, so we're gonna
From
make
the
our way
New
up
World
here.
なら
Grab a
結
seal of
構
speed.
お金は
So it's
結
very,
構カ
very
ツカ
briefly
ツに
go
なるん
into
で
it. Seals increase
取りに行くかもしれないです
stats.
け
Usually
ど
in the menu it's only
2
one,
は
and if you
結
use it in
構
battle it's two for a
余りや
regular
すい
hit
という
and
か
then three
ま
for
あ
the strike. Stats
せ
in this game are actually really,
フロ
really
ムザ
poor.
ニュー
You
ワールド
usually
に比
get
べ
like
て戦闘
one,
数が
maybe sometimes
絶
two
対
on
的
one
に
level up.
多く
So
なるんで
getting
結構
plus
余りがちに
3
なるん
on
ですよ
like
ね。
speed
だから
なるほど。
specifically strength as well.
序盤
Is
は
like a
とも
good
か
level up
く
or two of like extra
ま
stuff.
あ
Very, very good.
こ
And
こ
the difference
で
between like, you know, 2 and 3
近場でも
wisdom
ない限り
for
は
specific parts of
取り
the
には
of
行
the
か
run
ない
is
と思い
actually
ま
quite
す
a big
ね。
deal. We're gonna be there's one point where we're gonna be looking for plus 3 wisdom with a seal
な
of
るほど。
wisdom, which actually allows a fight to become a 3-turn fight rather than a 5-turn. Because you get like 2 hits, and you have to heal and then finish it off. But you can't do it in 3 because you haven't got enough damage, and it becomes a whole rigmarole. So.
Seal of strengths too. Like,
自
you
分の
get
チャー
two
ト
of
だ
them if you
と
roll like a +6.
こ
It's
こ
a
で
big
福引
deal
き回
with
福
how
引
the
き多分
run is
説明し
structured.
ない
If
と
you
思う
get
んです
only
け
a
ど、
+4, like you would
はい。
まあ
publish short
シャドウ
the
ハーツ
damage
シリー
that
ズは
you normally would.
まあ福引き
So
っていうのがあっ
yeah,
て、
seals are really important. And they're
で
important
こ
in
こで
other
もジャ
ways
ッ
too.
ジ
Like we
ジャ
talked
ッジ
about
メント
recharge
リングを
times.
使うんですけど、
Seals have like an extremely fast recharge
止め
rate, like
た
the fastest in the game.
ところ
Like
に、
I think
に
the
よっ
recharge rate is like
て、もらえる
133%.
景品が変わるんです
It's
け
probably
ど、
closer to like 200.
It's,
It's just really
it's
fast.
あ
ridiculous.
赤いエリアに止
There
め
were
る
several
と、
times
1
during
回
the
だ
run,
け
especially
貴重な、
during my
まあ、
portions
景
of
品を
maybe
もらえるん
during
ですよ。
Bowie's portions, I don't know how comfortable he is with it, but
確
you
か
use
ロンダ
seals
の
to
廃
be able
校
to
な
hide
ら、
turn
ここな
order.
ら第3
Um,
の鍵
and
っ
by
ていう
using the steel but
1
failing
ターン
the
で
action on
通
purpose,
常
it
攻
kind of
撃を
serves
3
as
回
because the action's not executed, but you get
行
the
えるって
benefits
い
of
う
the recharge
強力
anyway.
なアイテ
So
ムなん
it
ですけ
allows
ど、
you to have like a really fast
まあ、
every turn if like
うん
the
で
turn
も
order
こ
doesn't line up the way you want
ちょ
it
っ
to.
と 行
It's
くの
less
にちょっ
important
と1
during the initial stages
分
where your
弱かかる
character's
という
running,
か、ま
but
あ、
it will
取り
definitely
に行く
come
の
up
は
later
自
on
分
when
だ
you're
けか
just
な
trying to
と
stack all the
思う
buffs
ん
in the right
で、取り
order.
に行かないと思うんですけど、多
あ
分、
あ、はい。
That is great.
福引き自体は、
So we're gonna go ahead and grab a second study
多分
now.
ディスク2に入って、多分1
make him a little bit
回
stronger. I think it's plus
や
2 now
ると
and
思い
further
ます。
plus
多
2
分、
from his
一
level
つ
that he starts with in the
結
game.
構重要
The
な
menu here
アクセサ
obviously
リ
is
ーといいます
to
か、
re-equip some
はい。
crests
それが
and
手に
make
入
sure
るの
around
で、
and make sure we have the right setup for this next boss
ああ、
fight.
もうすぐ
Any
ボス戦です
fans
ね。
of Transformers will enjoy this next fight
で、
because we've got time for me Grimlock.
モンション魔法は、英語が読めないのにわからないんですが、
He's also going to
多
be
分、
setting up actually for the
こ
fight
の後
after
の
this
ボ
one
ス
as well,
戦
just so
が、
that you're going to have to do like an extra menu afterwards.
属性が闇なので、
Yeah.
反対属性の光
Yeah. So the strategy for this fight is pretty
の
basic. You've picked up Salos, which
光
has a
属性
Gale on
を
it.
通常攻撃に
Gale
付与
in
で
theory
きる
makes him
っていう、
faster. Energy Charge
まあ、
already has a faster recharge rate, so if you
フ
combine
ィ
the two
ル
together,
ホワイ
you're
ト
able
じゃな
to
かっ
push
た。
your
それは
returns
クロノクロス
faster.
だ。
And since Yuri is basically all your damage,
忘れちゃった。
yeah, so you
そう
just
だ。
try to make sure
ホーリ
Yuri
ーエ
goes
ッ
as
ジっ
fast
ていう
as possible.
魔法
So
を多分
Grimlock
入
is
れ
also
てる
dark。element, so I believe we are going to have
その
Holy Edge.
こ このボス、グリムロックっていうんですけど、まあ、1ターン目はとても素早くて、ギールを自分に使ってきて、攻撃でもスローを、味方一体にしていくんですよ。まあ、 言うなれば行動順を遅らせてくるっていうタイプですね。で、多分、レイジ、物理攻撃力アップな魔法と、ホーリーエッジを今、ウルが、フュージョンして、ファイスしてなかった、だから、バルバリアですね。バルバリアにかけて、物理で押していくっていうのが、シャドウハーツ 2RTA の、基本的な戦術ですね。エナジーチャージも一応説明しておくと、次のターンに、1回だけ物理攻撃力が 2.25 倍から、リングの製品によっては、2.75 倍まで行くんですよ。それが非常に強力で、もう、一部のボス以外は、もうエナジーチャージして、物理に殴るっていうのが基本ですね。
なるほど。攻撃力がものを言うんですね。
そうですね。シャドウハーツで重要なのは攻撃力の素早さなんで、もうそれが低いキャラは結構不遇ですね。
なるほど。
なので、ゼペット、その緑色のおじさんなんですけど、それが、仲間としては最弱って評価になりま
したね。もう移動速度の問題ですか？
いや、攻撃力、
なるほど。
魔法型なんですけど、
はい、
素早さが一番低い上に、今作、魔法がちょっと不遇気味なんですよね。
なるほど。
フロム・ザ・ニューワールドでは、マシンガンっていう、魔法攻撃力2倍にするアクセサリーがあるんですけど、それが、それがないんで、今作はちょっと、物理攻撃力に比べて、魔法のダメージが低くなってしまう。そうですね。実際、絶対に使わないっていうことはないんで、一応この後もちょくちょくゼペットは使わざるを得ないっていうか、そんな感じですね。で、ここで、ストーリー的には、ロジャー・ベンコンっていう、通称変な生き物の家に立ち寄ったんですけど、いないってことで、外に出たら、秘密組織、サピエンテス・グラディオの、幹部である、レニー、ハゲですね。で、レニーが襲いかかってくるので、倒します。レニーは、属性が地属性で、初め、1ターン目は、高確率で、麻痺を使ってくるので、ちょっと、ヨアヒムとかならまだいいんですけど、補助役と、一番最悪なのは、ウルが麻痺っちゃうことですね。
なるほど。
ウル、エナジーチャージできないと、それはそれで支援になっちゃうんで、事前に、麻痺とか状態異常を回避できるアクセサリーは買えるんですけど、この時点だと高い上にちょっと、買い物自体、長くても1分弱なんですけど、
遅延になっちゃうんですか？
そうですね。なんていうか、運次第で、それより早くなってしまうっていうのが、なんとも悩ましいところで、
なるほど。
結局、運次第で短縮できるとなっちゃうと、そこまでかける必要がないっていうか、 結局、対策しなくても、まあ、アイテムで、まあ、直せば、その後は、速攻で倒せちゃうんで、結局、買う必要性が薄いっていうのが、実情ですね。レニー自体は属性が地属性なんで、まあ、ここで、バー、エアエッジを、つけて、なさそうですね。まあいいか。まあ、レニー自体、そこまで HP が低いっていうか、さっきのグリムロックっていうボスより HP が低いんで、まあ多分エナジーチャージとレイジで多分済まないと思う。まあそこまで影響はしないと思います。倒しました。
倒しましたね。
まあちょっとここは結構ちょっとグダったみたいですけど、まあ普通に倒しましたね。シャドウハーツ2は結構プレイヤーからはまあぬるいっていうか難易度が低いって言われるぐらいにはまあ全滅しないゲームなんで、このゲームの強敵はまあ時間がかかるっていう意味の方が強いですね。で、この後、フィレンツェに行って、まあ、さっきのさらわれたっていうロジャー・ベーコンを探す手がかりを、まあ、見つけるために、まあ、トーマスっていう、まあ、なんていうか、エージェント言いますか、秘密工作員が、まあ、フィレンツェに有名な占い師がいるから訪ねてみろって言われて、ことでフィレンツェに向かいます。
Supposedly to meet with a member. I believe they said that Carla was a member of Sapiens Gladio previously, and she left the group, so we're trying to get more information from her.
ここで、フィレンツェで、まあ、いわゆる、まあ、情報を教えるための試練って言いますか。そのために、バンマリアラ島へ、まあ、花を摘みに行ってほしいということで、バンマリアラ島へ向かいます。まあ、ここで、ショップに、確か、武器と防具が更新されてると思うので、まあ、ここで買い物すると思います。ここでバッドゴールドを読みましたね。なんで、シャドウハーツは、まあ、大きいのが多いですね。どことか言えませんけど。まあ、ロシアに向かったら小さい方も出てくるので、そこら辺はまあ、塩梅は取れてるかな。
So if you run into a lot, you can get a form that you don't want at a time when you need him to do something specific. That's kind of a little annoying. The route is kind of structured to assume a quote-unquote average number of encounters.
ここで歩数もらいますが、いらないです。使わないです。まあ、一応何なのかは説明しておくと、まあ、歩数計を、まあ、アクセサリーとして装備して、まあ、敵が出るダンジョンで歩いていると、まあ、歩数が加算されて、規定された歩数を超えた状態で、まあ、会員に話しかけると、まあ、歩数と引き換えに、 まあアクセサリーやらアイテムがもらえたりします。使わないですけど。
A third of his HP. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, he does just become glass cannon as Golden Bat, which is nice.
で、
If he doesn't get targeted.
入ると強制戦闘ですね。まあ、
So we're going to be going
ここ
into the
で
island,
まあ
they're going to have an accidental button
ウ
press, so it's
ル
going
という
to
か
cause enemies
バルバリア
This is
が
one of those
多分
scenarios where Tech Ring
マグ
actually
ナノっていう
transform these
ファイ
fights
魔
into
法
just not killing these enemies
を
into killing
覚
these
え
enemies
てい
on
ると
purpose,
思うの
right?
で、
So
まあ、
it's nice
それ
that
もあ
these
れ
kind
ば
of things
多分
happen,
瞬
less
殺
the Tech
です
Ring.
ね。
Yeah, it's quite a simple fight. There's going to be like a little boy doll and then these two kind of like creepy
そうですね、なんか落ちてきました。
girl dolls. Bit weird, and they like throw butterflies at you. It's weird.
このでかい褐色の人が、まあ後で仲間になるルチャーですね。ルチャーの性格が、まあなんていうか、おっちょこちょいというか、まあおっとりしているので、まあ実は、まあこれは、ウルたちが、まあ、サピエテス・グラディオの手先なんじゃないかって疑われてて、本当は罠をかけようとしてるんですけど、ルチアが罠にかかっているっていう。
ああ、なるほど。
その、高名な占い師っていうのが、まあ、サピエンテス・グラディオに追われてたっていう占い師だったんで、結構そこら辺も疑われてた理由ですね。で、この後の扉の仕掛けがあるんですけど、そのために、まあ、2階に登って、石板を入手したりして、先へ進みます。
So this is a very this dungeon's got loads of stuff going on, and it's all kind of like based on the zodiacs. But we're only going to grab 2 chests because we only need to go through the right hand door. There's some stuff that's nice elsewhere, but the first chest we got Aries, Libra, and Capricorn, and we're going to get Taurus, some Virgo, and something else. But only the door on the right. It's going to be Virgo at the top, Libra on the bottom, and then they believe it's I want to say is it Capricorn on the right? There's like a woman with like a big
Aquarius.
Aquarius, yeah, a bit of water. Yeah, so it's going to be top, bottom,
ああ、
middle.
やっぱり右行きましたね。左には、まあ、第5の鍵とかあるんですけど、まあ、そこまで、なんていうか、タイムに影響しないというか、
第5の鍵っていうのもアクセサリーなんですかね。
アイテムですね。
ああ、なるほど。
まあ、第3の鍵の、まあ、5回攻撃
版ですか。
そうですね。もちろん第5の鍵にも、エナジーチャージとかの補助が、まあ、乗るんで、終盤になると、まあ、数万単位では行くことはありますね。
強いですね。
ラスボスが1番なんですけど。
ラスボスが1番ですか。
そうですね。まあ、実際、救済要素みたいなものですから、まあ、その分、強力な代わりに行動中がかなり遅くなるんですよね、次のターンの。
ああ、なるほど。
第5の鍵となると、まあ、画面左上の行動順から消えたりとか、それぐらい遅くなるんで、 本当に失敗すると、ただ遅くなることになりかねないですから、結構注意が必要ですね。で、今、ボスでアンドレですね。非属性なので、アクアエッジしてないな。足りないぞ、それは。まあ、キャスティールとか、まあ、お金を盗んだり、フェイクリング、ジャッジメントリングに、まあ、偽物のエリアが入ってきてしまうリング以上をしてくるんですよ。もともとの攻撃が緩いので、まあ、そこまで苦戦することはないですね。これ絶対アクアエッジ入れた方が手間かかってないと思うんだよな。アクアエッジ入ってるなら、まあミスしない限り2回で倒せるんで、
はい。
いや、絶対アクアエッジの方が早いと思うんですけどね。なんで知ってないんでしょうね。うん。で、アンドレを倒したことで、まあ誤解が解けて、で、まあ手がかりの一つとして、まあロジャーが捕らえられているという、サピエンテスグラディオ団イタリア支部へ向かうことになります。それで、ここでルチアが仲間になります。ルチアは、まあ、ちょっと特殊で、ステータス自体は、MP 以外は結構低めなんですけど、その特殊技のアロマセラピーが結構強力で、ディスク1終盤になると、いわゆる、一旦の間、クリティカル発生率が 100% とか、ストライク効果が 1.5 倍になるっていう、本当にチートって呼べるほどの補助効果を持てるので、まあ最終メンバー行きですね。
基本的にやっぱりそういう優秀なバフ持ちがこのゲームは強いんですね。
そうですね。多分最終メンバーが、ウルとルチアと、あと他にカレンとブランカになると思うんですけど、まあカレンとブランカ自体は、まあ特殊技でバフを持ってるわけじゃないんですけど、その素早さが高いんですね。高いので、そのレイジとか、後々出てくるエントランスとかの魔法を早く打てるっていうメリットがあるので、
それをウルにかける仕事ですね。
そうですね。まあ、攻撃が、まあ、ボスの場合、ウルで足りるっていうのが、もう後半からそうなっていくので、もう他の3人はバフで十分なんですよ。で、イタリア支部に入って、まあ、パスワードといったり、1回でウバルの紋章っていうのを拾って、ウバルの紋章が、紋章の魔法ではアークキュアですね。まあ全体に 全体回復で、まあ、ドラクエでいうベホマラーみたいな魔法で、
はいはい。
まあ結構これ、汎用にたけるっていうか、まあ、ルチャーのそのアロマセラピーのストライク効果 1.5 倍があるんですけど、それも攻撃だけじゃなくて、補助や回復、アイテムにも加算されるんで、アークケアで全回復できるんですよ。
ああ、ベホマラがベホマズになるんですね。
そうです、実質そんな感じですね。
It's also why like I don't heal and I noticed that Garrick doesn't heal in this area either.
I tent before I fight the boss.
Yep.
もう
Save, I guess, just for the safety sake.
Just safety save.
I'm a big fan of the door
はい。
opening noises in this game for some reason. I just every time I always mention it, but just when we get upstairs, because we're gonna be putting in the toggle switch.
今、隠し部屋の、
floor up, but then like the first door you go through is just the most unnecessarily pleasing door sound. I don't
ト
know,
グル
it's
スイッチを入れ
just,
て、
amazing.
まあ、上に向かうところですね。
With the sound mixing in this
Yeah,
game.
yeah, it's really good.
And there's some great music, but a lot of it's on disc 2.
You have to be careful here because you have the option to go back to the first
Yeah.
floor of the elevator, and if
And
you do that, that's like a 15-second
Yeah.
loss. Because for some reason, the elevator cannot go from the first floor to the third floor. You have to go from the first floor to second, and then second to third.
This is the
There
big
you go,
menu.
Bowie.
Thank you. This is the big menu, so I'll let him focus on
I'm
this
gonna
one
say
quickly.
it. Actually, I'll save it after I do it.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's do this on this key first. Normally I do it last, but.
I usually do it last because you can quick escape through the
quick
menu.
escape.
あー、
afterwards.
ここで、なんていうか、
You can actually just
なんだっ
read the
け。
descriptions as well.
Yeah,
Cool.
Like,
I have it mapped out.
like it looks like he's moving really slow, but like you really can't move this faster.
Yeah, it literally just moves
ソロ
this.
モン王の
That's why, like,
鍵
even if
で
you、don't know the positions memorized, like,
っていうのがあって、
pretty fast anyway,
と、
because it's just the speed you can go.
ある一定の配置を揃えると、紋章魔法に
This is actually
魔法が
probably,
追
as
加
we're
され
saying,
るん
like,
で
the
す
most
ね。
complicated menu in the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Because there's
just
so much
there's
stuff
今
you
回
have
の
to
場合
do.
はエントランス砂漠
Before,
が
because they would
揃っ
take
た
care
の
of
で、
that much, and then-
Aim goes
エン
on
トランス
Blanca,
や
and then I think,
まあ、
Amy
レッドブ
goes
レイ
on
ズ
to
といった、
Yoki.
まあ、目的はエントランスなんですけど、
It sounds like it's not a lot, but it's
それ
like a
が
lot
今
of
日
moving
追加
pieces.
された形ですね。
So we now have access to entrance on Joachim, who's going to be entrancing Blanca, who now has access to
で
Evil
こ
Ray,
こでバルバリ
which
ア
we、just learnt by using the Solomon's Key.
レベル3だったん
Janus,
だ。フュージョンモン
I have
ス
a
ター
nickname for it,
は
I'm、not going to say it.
まあ、
He is light element,
まあ、
so
戦
he
闘
always
で
needs a lot of
敵を
damage.
倒すと手に入れる、まあ、ソウルエナジーっていうのを消費して、レベルアップすることができるんですね。
You don't get any
で、
additional skills, but you get additional stats.
今、レベル5になっ
I actually don't know
た
how
ので、
relevant those additional stats are.
マ
So
グナー
when
ド
I get
を習得
when
で
I
きま
start
した。
controlling Yuri, I'll probably just bump it up to level 9 because
Yeah,
that's the way it's
that's totally-
routed in my notes.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I played around with route just buffing her to like 10.
レベルを上げると基本的にスキルを追加で覚えるっていう
It ends up being like I think it's like
そうですね。
which is of course could be
ステータスとかも上がったりするんですか？
あ、そうです
The
ね。
strength is
今、
what
レ
worries
ベ
me,
ル5なので、
because like the kill margins that I have in my notes are
素
really
の
exact. So if I'm off
ウル
by
から、
might have to do a little more damage.
こう、
That menu
物
is just
理
really
攻
sloppy.
撃
I've always been
力が
like, I'm not
10
poor at it, but it's
だっ
just
た
it's a
り、
lot of moving pieces because you're taking like
まあ、
crests
結
off
構
of people and
強力です
you need
ね。
to have certain
なるほど。
ones and certain ones. So, it gives,
一番強い、
gives
まあ
Joachim,
天外王っていう
Amy, which has
フュージョン
entrance
モン
on
スター
it,
がある
she
んで
has
すけ
to
ど、
entrance
はい。
Blanca.
それとなると、全ステータが25アップっていう非常に強力な、
ああ、今で
Yeah,
10と
one
か
energy
ですもん
charge
ね。
physical plus
そう
one
です
trace
ね。
evil ray plus anything else usually kills.
Except I didn't get a perfect on the energy chart.
Yeah.
But that's okay. I'll just rage him up here.
Yeah, so as
で
you can see,
今ボス
you
戦
can
の
rage
アジット
Yuri
ポ
or
スで
someone
すね。
else, and then he can AC himself,
属
so
性
now he has a
が
really fast
光
turn
なの
moving up,
で
but he's already super buffed.
And then I'm gonna go and just entrance Blanca.
まあ、ウルは まあ物理で攻めて、で、他の3人は、演歌の砂漠を揃えたことによって、使えるようになったビールデーを、アジトボスに攻撃します。
Evil Ray and does like 380 damage. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage because this boss is it's a lot of damage. It's he's light element, so surged in.
ちょっとお邪魔します。
はい。
開発時間が、結構長い開発していただいているので、ところどころで気がいいところで休憩とかしていただいても全然大丈夫ですので、
はい。
まあ、画面見すぎて疲れたとかそういうのありましたら、気軽に言っていただければ大丈夫ですので。
多分、途中で飯に呼ばれるので、多分それでいいと思います。実家なので。
なるほど。時は一回言っていただければ。
はい。ありがとうございます。で、まあすんなりここも倒しましてね。
That was I modified. I kind of played that by ear because I messed up the first energy charge, but
it all went down fine, so it's all good.
Yeah, you can. There's a little bit of freelancing you can do once you get access to entrance. Yep. Because magma does a ton of damage. It's like a high.
で、ロジャー・ベーコンがいないの
So it does a lot of damage. So you can entrance Yuri and get just about as much damage out.
最初に出てきたニコルが実は、サピエンテス・グラディオンの幹部で、
ひらがなで書いてありましたね。
あれ、主人公のウルの絵なんですよ。
ああ、そうなんだ。
25歳でなんです。
いやー、まあ、得意がありますからね。
Which has had a massive overhaul if you've played the first game. It used to be nice, like brown, like cavern walls. We're gonna have it's a whole bit of interior decoration going on.
That's what Roger does in his spare time.
で、ニコルと取引をするために、まあ、エミグレ文書を、まあ、取りに行く必要になったので、
So you see this item right here, this is a red mailbox. Joachim's weapons can all be found just a little bit earlier than they're available for purchase.
まあ、ロジャーの家の近くにあるネアム地下遺跡に潜ることになります。
I think like the first one, which is when we fought Great Gamma in Southampton, there's like to the left, there's like a locker, and Joachim just picks it up, and Yuri's like, "What are you doing, man?" And he's like, "Well, this looks like a perfect weapon." And Yuri says, "Oh, don't we just get weapons from shops or after really important?"
ブランカ
知力マックスなんでしたっけ？
そうですね、一番高いんですね。
一番頭いいんですね。
そうです。
Yeah, Frank does the same thing from the New World, and they just up the silliness factor. Like, we didn't get to showcase it off, but one of Frank's weapons is the Excalibur sword, except he attaches the hilt to like the stone that's holding the Excalibur sword.
実際ウルも、まあ、賢さは、なんか、最低だったかな。まあ、フュージョンでインテリジェンスも補正が効くので、あんま気にしないんですけど。
This dungeon is long and boring, so read as many donations as you would like. Okay. Because I'm literally just gonna walk through here. Nothing happens until I get to the boss.
I like it though. It's a nice one.
We got a $10 donation from some Diener. Says, "Sweet Shadow Hearts Covenant run here. I'll stay up as long as I can. Best of luck, friends."
He's still there.
ここのダンジョン、BGM 好きなんですよね。もうなんていうか、神秘っていうか、なんていうか。いやー、まあ、シャドウハーツ、本当 BGM がすごく高評価で。
そうなんですよね。シャドウハーツシリーズって通して曲の評価すごく高いですよね。
そうですね。曲が
Feel free to go a little slower just so he can watch it at work.
I'll do my best, Zach. Thank you so much.
There's a talisman in that chest that I think yeah, a lot of
Hiroto
people just
さん
pick
で
it
す
up
ね。
because again, it's like an extra $500 that
確か、
you can spare. And it doesn't take you that long to grab it.
Yeah, it's not really far.
うん、まあ大体 SN じゃなかった、スクエア系の、まあ FF6 とか8とか、こう、サウンドデザイナーに関わったりとか、あと、最近で言えば、サガスカーレット・グレイとか、それも担当してますね。今作は、まあ今作もなんですけど、ミスターさんが結構作曲した曲もあって、そのうちの一つ、まあディスク1の最後で聴けるんですけど、これもかなり高評価ですね。ぜひ、まあ、まあ動画でも、まあ、BGM 聴けるとこはいっぱいあるんで、ぜひ聴いてほしいと思いますね。あ、そうだ。ラストボス、ヒロトさん、ミスターさん、まあ、糸犬が、まあ、合同で、まあ、3人で一緒に作った曲なんですよ。それがかなり盛り上がるというか、
すごい香りですね。
そうですよね。まあ実際本当に曲の出来がいいからすごいんですけど。
There's also like multiple characters who are weak to their element as well, so it's quite risky if things don't go pretty much to plan.
シャドウハーツは戦闘システムがまあ改善されて、まあストーリーも1の続きっていう前提があるのは結構痛いですけど、まあそれでもかなり泣けるというか、かなりストーリーが結構いいのは、もう本当に自分も思いますね。進めるとしたら本当に一からやってほしいっていうのはありますけど、まあ、その分後悔しないゲームだと思ってます。
try entrancing and it actually ends up slower for some reason. It's really weird. Bat actually speeds up this fight.
作曲のために現地に行って雰囲気を確かめた。すごい。
Normally with Yuri, he gets a go every 2 turns, but because of Entrance being able to kind of like be used so much, you can have the Entrance like kind of going Bosh, there's Karen, Bosh, there's Yuri, back from forward very, very quickly. So they never actually have to sacrifice a turn to deal good damage, which is definitely why Magma's quite nice in this fight as well.
Yeah, and again, that's the strange part. Like you would think that like, just passing Entrancers that way is faster, but for some reason it's not. I think it's because it's the animation time on Entrance that ends up costing you.
途中でオレンジ色のパネルを調べていって、その色に合わせたまあ石柱を下ろしたりして進むんです。さっき拾ったのはレオナルド・ベアですね。このアクセサリーは、まあ、即死攻撃を防ぐっていうアイテムですね。アクセサリーですね。
特殊攻撃をしてくるような敵やボスが出てくる。
そうですね。だいたいこういう時は出てくるってことですね。
あ、こういう時置いてある時ですか。
ね。
Like your entrance usually will lap everybody else, and then you run out of targets to entrance.
Yeah, it gets crazy.
But again, for some reason, it's not as fast as just going bat. Again, I think it's
即死攻撃は本当に即死なんで、
don't need to have that many entrance turns. As
ま
strange as it sounds.
あ、
The only fight you want multiple entrancers is against Mecha Lord.
Mecha Lord.
Yeah. Yeah.
この後のボスはまだマシなんですけど、
Blue, green, blue.
I never can
その
remember
後に
this.
も
I'm such a meme in
まあ
And
即
then,
死攻
yellow,
撃
green, green.
してくるボスはあるんで、
I
そっちの
the
方が連
simplest
発
things
し
I
て
can
くるんです
remember
よね。
like damage values for a boss halfway through the game, but I can't
こ
remember.
のボスが
blue,
RTA
green,
だと結
blue.
構難関だったり
If
す
it
るんで
makes
す
you
か？
feel better, I know how to do damage off my part, but I will forget to do things in very
難
simple
関
menus.
Yellow, green,
Yeah,
green.
yellow,
Yellow,
green,
green.
green. Yeah.
See, see.
いや、
I can't remember. It
ア
doesn't
クセ
matter.
サリー
You
自
just
体
said
は
it.
ま
It's
あ
just gone.
普通に
I've
買える
messed these
程
up
度の
royally
お金はある
before
ん
in a
で、
run and had to
対
like
策
scramble to
す
fix
る
it. These puzzles are lame.
な
I would
ら
just exit the screen and just reset the
Yeah,
puzzle.
普通に
it's
対
almost
策
It's
で
just
きるん
easier to
で、
do it that
でき
way.
るような。
は
We're
い。
gonna jump in and see our good friends, the shopkeepers, Gerard and Pierre.
対策した上でなら、こっちの、ここのボスの方が、まあ、驚異的というか、時間がかかるって意味では、強敵ですね。
ああ、なるほど。
Hot damage, specifically because we are going to be using fire. Karen has Red Blaze, which is the tier 2 fire spell, and obviously we were talking about Magma for Barbaria, so their upgrades specifically are very, very helpful. But again, Golden Bat.
今でも謎なのが、このショップ
The next part of
が
this dungeon
車
is
なんですけ
interesting
ど、
because you can actually fall off. And if
入
you
る
fall off
ところがないんですよね。
the area, you'll come back
ここに。
I must have hit it twice. That's
そもそ
unfortunate.
も
but
ど
it's
うやって来たんですかね？
And if you fall down
はい
here, you have to backtrack
異
all
世
the
界
way
にも
back
来
up.
ますからね、
So it's just not
置
very
いてある
good.
ときは。
Yeah, it's not great. I have plenty of talismans. I don't need more talismans. I'm gonna buy a couple Thera leaves. Actually, I'm gonna buy a couple seeds just for safety.
I'll
ディ
be
スク
back.
2には車ごと日本に来ますし、
I should have bought everything. for free, sure.
The menu for that will happen when we get to. I tend to do
同
it
じ
when we get
人
to
っ
the
て
next
わけ
stage
じゃ
once
ない
we've
んですか
passed
ね？
this.
どうなんだろう
So。you can actually preempt
あ、
this
同
if
一
you know
人
the
物。
exact route. You can actually run
同一人物なんですか？
what happens if you run onto the gold block, then it'll go.
ああ、すげえ。
So you can like follow this
なんか
around.
はるば
On this
る
first one,
シルクロード
you
こ
see
こへ
this
て
like
きたっ
big
て言ってますし、
physical block in the middle which you're allowed to skip all the way around. You don't have that luxury in the other ones, but again, you need to make sure that you're moving accurately.
で、
So,
こ
yeah, down to the south
I'm
and then
a
up to the
little
光
tentative on
って
these
る
guys.
道を
Yeah, I always
通る
wait
ん
a
です
little
け
second
ど、
as well, just to make sure that I
光
know
ってる
the
途
route
中
you just
で
don't like
まあ
cock
踏み
it
外
out
す
easily.
と
No, you really don't.
落ちちゃうので結構ロスになっちゃいますね。
落ちちゃうとどうなるんですか？
あー、単純に下のその
下のエリアに戻っちゃうとですか？
そうですね、戻るのに結構時間がかかるっていうか、塩化も含めると割と大きなロスではありますね。
RTA で見てもかなりの遅延ですもんね。
そうですよね。
I always find that my Beleth just isn't there because Beleth is Evil Ray, right? I always find out that at some point I take Beleth off and I don't have Evil Ray.
シャドウハーツのエンカウントだと、その囲まれたり囲んだりする時があるんですけど、まあこれだったら、ね、こちらに気づいてないとか、センス大そんな感じの。この時点だと、その囲まれたっていうのを対策ができないんで、囲まれてしまうと、その全員に行動されちゃうんで、本当大きな遅延になっちゃうんですね。そう考えると、そればっかりは運でしかないんですけど、まあ、それを考えたら、歩く、まあ、歩数は抑えたいっていうのが実情ですね。で、ここのボス、まあ、グレールゲーザと、ゲーザビットが来るんですけど、その小さい方がゲーザビットで即死攻撃してくるんですけど、
この人手が。
そうですね。まあ、厄介にも 初手で、まあ、コンボを仕掛けようとして、まあ、コンボ待ちの時に耐える防御をするんですね。耐える防御だと、ダメージが半分になっちゃうんで、倒しにくいというか、ちょっと集中攻撃されちゃいましたね。
ブルやられちゃいましたね。
そうですね。ゲーザビットを倒せば、グレールゲーザ自体はそこまで強くないので、あとは楽勝なんですけど、ここら辺本当結構運も絡んでくるというか、割と初手の行動順が味方の配置とか、まあ味方が敵よりどれだけ早く動ける状態かでだいぶ行動も変わってくるんで、そこら辺結構練習量と戦略の有無がこう問われちゃいますね。
It's not the end of the world if you miss it. There's like a backup for it. But fortunately for Garrick, he doesn't have to worry about that because that's the part I
こ
play.
れはバフなしで、あるか。押し切ろうとしてます。体力ももう少ないんで、倒せます。
ああ、倒しましたね。
まあ本当、ここはいやらしいボスなんで、まあ、嬉しいですね。
So that fight was not the best executed. I had some good luck at the start, and then I kind of messed up my rings a little bit. But that's the reason we want the bat in that fight. The bat Joachim would do like 70 damage, maybe 65 damage is regular Joachim. And as the bat, he does like 100.
で、エミグレ文章を入手して、
So it's really nice to have that extra damage.
まあ取引場所の、サントマルグリッド島を目指します。ちなみにここのなんていうか、まあ変な空間がある、ちょくちょく出てくるんですけど、これは、まあ、主人公のウルの心の中って言いますか、グレイブヤードっていうんですけど、まあここの、まあ、ウルの心の中に、最初に出てきたドンレミ村っていうところで、まあ、死んでしまった、ジャンヌって子が、まあ、住み着いてる。
あのちっちゃい女の子ですかね。
そうですね。多分元ネタがジャンヌ・ダルクだと思うんですけど。
When we fight some stuff. So.
Yeah, it's a bigger deal if you don't have the seal. But again, even then, it's not end of the world. Like that's a nice thing about Covenant. Like there are backups. Like the backups don't lock you out. They're just a little slower. Whereas in some cases where if you like miss it, like you're just completely screwed.
Yeah, so we made our way to Cannes. There's going to be a way to make our way over to St. Marguerite Island, which is a prison where we found out that that's where Sappi and Enters Gladio are holding
our good friend
ここで、酒場にいる運び役のネルソンから船を借りてサントマルグリッド島へ来ます。国内のディレクターズカット版だとこの後、まあニコルとかレンニーとかでっかいベロニカを操作できるパートが入るんですけど、海外だとディレクターズカット版自体がなくて、それが入ってこないんで、
can do one.
By the way,
割
Garrick, may I suggest when you do the menu to use the seal of
ストーリーの
vitality
描写がちょっ
it's
と
not a big deal,
足りてない
but
部
it
分
gives you some extra
部分はあ
benefits.
りますね。
Fair.
海外だ
Like
け
you
だ
didn't
と。
have to use it in battle, it's just menu to focus on.
This is the almighty boat, by the way. Look at that glorious steed.
Yeah, it just the entire party fits in that boat. Just so everybody knows. I'm just gonna go ahead and menu right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never really thought to use that actually there. So.
It's not
で、こ
super
の後、
important,
ブラン
again,
カ
it's
ー
like
一人
just a
で
little extra safety.
まあ
Basically,
行動することに
this
なるので、
prison has like two stages.
先
The
に
first stage,
装備を
Blanca has
整え
no
てます。
solo. So having him be a little bit sturdier helps because you don't have to heal him as much. You can take a little more damage. And then the second stage, the entire party will regroup together.
I'm not sure we have Blanca Z available here, do we?
Do not think so.
Blanca Z, dude. Yeah, so the key to get into Saint Marguerite gets stolen by a dog, and they're like, "Hey, Blanca, you're a dog. You can follow that dog."
You can dog things up.
Yeah. So what's really annoying about controlling Blanca is his movement speed is like 1 billion times faster than everyone else. And if we could just control him, here's Cameo, which we're going to equip because it gives us the second level Earth move, which is going to be very important for dealing with a bunch of enemies, which is Rock
ちょっと
Storm.
仮に
It's got a refresh rate of
で、鍵を取り戻すために、
Yeah, it's really
フ
slow,
ィリ
unfortunately, but it is
と
important
戦
for
闘します。
fights. Oscar, a fight we're gonna fight in
ま
a little while is wind elements.
モデルが、
Oh,
ま
wow, you're going straight for the attack. I
あ、
usually
フィリ
use
し
the
なく
seal here.
Yeah, I was going to and I forgot.
yeah, so because you can defeat that dog in one hit,
まあ、こ
you
こは雑魚
would
なんでいいん
prefer
ですけど、
to, don't need to,
I'll just use
prefer
it
to.
against Philippe. It's
Yeah.
no big deal.
Use the Seal of Wisdom there because that dog is very, very weak, so it can't really hurt you. And then you want to get the +3, and again, as we were saying, the difference between +2 and +3 is about, I want to say, like 17 damage, which is enough to force it into a 3-turn fight if you get the perfects on Rockstorm. So that's nice.
Knowing my luck with this place, I will get a battle on my way to this section.
Of course.
I'm
I mean,
betting
it
on
means
the
you can
way
use a set of
by
Seal of Wisdom.
key on Prison Guard.
Oh yeah.
Key on Prison Guard.
Bonus lottery ticket there.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. That one will actually be really useful.
Yeah, I grab that
で
one.
こ
the
こ
one
で、
in-
ダイヤル城の暗号を解いてますね。
6,
本当は
Talk to people to figure out what this passcode is, but it's always
エ
the
リア
same,
にい
so you
る
just
囚人からヒントを得
0864
て
and you're done.
解くん
So
で
we're
すけ
coming
ど
with the torture scene
ま
as well, but we'll talk
あ知っ
about that
て
in
た
a
ので
固定なのが悪いってやつですね。
yeah, it's
そうですね。
magical.
Yeah, so our entire party gets hit by sleeping gas, except Blanca, because
でここでイベントが発
so
生
he
し
smelled
て
something's fishy and ran away.
まあ
And now
罠にかかっ
Blanca's
て捕まっちゃうわけです
Yeah,
ね。
so this is a torture
Blanca
series
以外。
that, yeah, that Veronica's basically going to do torture things. We're gonna,
で
we
ここで
just do it quickest. We need to
まあ
have
シャドウ
any
ハーツ
combination
シリー
of
ズ
1, 2, and
名
3
物の
options. So
拷
if
問
you
イベン
just
ト
do
です。
111, you get the next, you get like an upgrade for Yuri's weapon. But if you do any combination of 1, 2, 3, I think the
あ、も
fastest
う
is
コメントでも
2, 2, 1 or 3, 2,
お
1,
なじみの
1, 2.
113
そう
is
ですね。
what I do.
113, okay.
Yeah, you just have to select the third option once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
お
it
す
doesn't-
すめはルチアです。
But yeah, so if you do that, we
フル
get
ボ
access
ス
to
付
an
き。
early third key. It does mean we have we don't have as strong a weapon, but we do have a third key. What we haven't really talked about keys, but I'll describe it now.
あちなみにここの選択肢も結構重要で、すべて上だと次の、まあ、武器が手に入るんですけど、それ以外だと、まあ、第3の鍵が手に入るので、まあ、わざとそれ以外、一番上以外を選んで、第3の鍵を手に入れます。よく見ると拷問装置のプレセスコントローラーが
I usually do 131 just so I don't mess it up.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I do 113. I think it's a little faster.
十字キーとかついて
The
ますもん
third
ね。
key is one of the
そうです
recent
ね。
additions
あ、
that
ジョイパッドみたいなのもあります
because originally LCC actually had the new weapon scaled in, but the problem I
そう
personally
なん
found
で
was
すよ
that
ね。
you only use the
1の
weapon
選択肢
in one
と
fight,
ほとん
so
ど
that's
一緒
really
一
short
緒なんです。
benefit, and if you're going for a short-term
多分
benefit,
知
you
ってる
might as
人
well
に
get
し
the
かわからな
key
い
because the
や
key
つで
lets
す。
you burst damage out much faster. So the key thing to know is that having the not having the next tier weapon drops your damage by about 50 points, but it just so turns out that Soul Comet makes up the extra 50 points versus using Gale Spin.
で、こ
So
の
in the
後、
ideal world, what
ブ
you
ラン
do
カ
is
が、
use the third key after all your buffs, and then do a super buffed
まあ
Gale,
短期
soul
で、
comment, and then that
ウ
will
ルたちを
two-shot him.
また助け
And
に
in
行
the
くってい
ideal
う。
world, that gives you like a one-turn boss fight, and it saves like a minute and a half.
Yeah,
It's
it's a lot
insane.
of time save. It's crazy good. Crazy good.
It's also possible to get crits on the key, and then you just don't even have to do the
It's
soul
supposed to be
comment.
in here because he's supposed to have rage later.
I would always make Felipe save just in case because he's pretty strong. He has that.
I mean, I'll save for it. We might as well.
He has access to a move called
Evilborn.
Evilborn, that's the one, yeah. And he also attacks you as well. And he has the ability to do what's called Mental Break, which is basically MP poison. It just drains your MP, so...
You actually want him to use Evilborn because Blanca has a little bit higher magic defense, and it does about like
フィリ
34,
ップと戦
38.
闘します。
And the big thing is it can't crit. If you get
ここも
crit,
ちゃん
like,
と
it takes somewhere between like 42 to 48. So again, having the putting
戦闘する直前だとフルボイスなんです。
uses that damage a little bit.
Yeah, I've never thought to use it.
もちろ
Yeah, see,
ん、池田さんの声も。
47.
So we use this Seal of Wisdom nice and early. Ooh,
Plus two.
Missed it by that much.
it's okay though. So now we're
フ
going
ィ
to
リ
be
ップは、
using
まあ
Storm.
属性が闇なんで、
So tier 2 spells I think have like an 82%
といっても
recharge
あん
rate.
ま
So sometimes Philippe will be able to
騒
double
ぎ
turn
か
you, so you just
け
have to be
てら
aware
ん
of that.
ないの
Yeah,
で、
I'll have to heal because he went first.
Yep.
まあ、ロックストー
So
ム
he's
で
gonna go again. I'll heal myself.
いっ
Yeah,
ていう
if you
感
get
じ
the
ですね。
perfect, you deal like 123, I think, and
Yeah,
that lets you
something like that.
lets you 3 round. So yeah, just a little bit lower damage.
ああ、そうだ。ここ黒い3年生のパロディなんでしたっけな。
Okay.
ああ、なるほど。
Are you sure you equipped the face guard, by the way? That
I
damage
did.
is a little high.
No, I didn't. I don't keep the face guard.
We sell it.
Oh,
yeah.
you sell it? Alright, I keep it for the duel.
I can see the merit in it for sure. So that's 3. He would normally be down. So I think you can just finish it off with a physical.
ああ、
attack
でも
with
こ
it.
こじゃなかったな。
But in case you miss, yeah.
You can
I mean, I
technically
could.
physical,
ああ、そうだ。
but spell safer. Yeah, and you're gonna heal MP anyway, so whatever.
So our good friend Philippe drops a very important item, the shell bracelet, for winning this one as well. The shell bracelet, defends against poison, which is very, very helpful because the next boss, Oscar, also has the
実
ability
際
to poison
に
as well. So
まあ、ここじゃないで
we
す
have
けど、
Rockstorm to deal damage and shell bracelet to defend against him, which is
マイヤー、マッ
simple,
シュ、
just
アルテガっ
thank you very
てい
much,
う
Philippe.
Yeah, poison in this game is actually a little scary.
狼が
because
出て
other
くるん
than
です。
wasting time,
かなりギリギリですね。
poison tick. If you get hit by it twice, you get hit with deadly poison, and deadly poison drains 33% of your health.
これに限らず結構2はパロディが強い。
So yeah, we'll just use items just to
だいぶそれが極まってるのが
You really
男
need to
祭りです
actually
か
heal
ね。
Blanca because if you run into an encounter,
Yeah, I should just equip the shell bracelet right there. I always wait to do it later.
I do it later.
Yeah,
You're
because
not
I have
男祭りの、
to,
ま
probably anyway. I'm gonna get an encounter.
あ、まあ、なんていうか、敵が、なんていうか、全部パロディまみれ
This
ってい
is
うか、
probably my it's my second least favorite part of the game. I have a least favorite
There
part of
is,
this
I
game.
think everyone has
There
a
is
least
a
favorite
worse
part of
part
this
of the
game.
game
There
than
is
this.
a legitimately
I'll leave it for the surprise.
で、
oh, of course.
This part's not too bad. It's just this one
ここで、
room right here. I'm gonna try.
まあ、
to
ス
do
ニ
this
ーキン
correctly.
グ
This is the
です
timing
ね。
on this is really tight, and I can
見つかってしまうと
The、nice thing about this is if you miss
あ、
the timing, you can
この
just
ように、まあ、
every time.
はい。
に
just run and
強
pick
制
up
戦
the
闘に。
Bifront's crest, which you need
Yeah.
later anyway. So it's almost always worth risking.
And of course, they're jerk faces. So Gale spin's enough to kill these guys. It just has to be a perfect. And the recharge time is slightly faster than Rockstorm. It doesn't matter. The one guy's gonna hit you, and then you're gonna hit him with Gale spin.
Yeah. I think technically physical is faster, but
Yeah.
Blanca's ring is weird.
Yeah, and I have a better success rate with Gale spin. So
Yeah.
if they're clustered together, use Rockstorm, and it'll kill them both.
う
or
ん
Gale spin
男
and
祭り
it'll
も
kill them both. But
Well, it goes back to my earlier point.
後
like,
半
you
か
steal
ら、
magic
ま
so
あ、
much, like, you just get
怠
very
慢
difficult
になるん
with
で
the
すけ
ring.
ど、
yeah,
So like
it
it,
ends up being like really
yeah,
comfortable.
it's like your safe option, even if
そのう
physical's faster.
ち、ま
Yeah, so we're now
あ、いきなり即死かも来るとかあるんで、
so yeah, you're gonna wait
だいぶ
for
1
this
ボタン
chap
以
to
上
walk around. He'll then
対
turn
策
around
は
and walk down like an extra
初見
two
殺しです
of
ね。
these pillars. Then we're gonna hide behind like
今
this.
度ビ
He's
ッ
gonna
グ
walk
も
straight
面白い。
past us. We can then drop and run past. And this is where we're gonna have a little bit of RNG.
隠れ
So
方いいですね。
yeah, just sort of pop behind here. There, we're gonna run
尻
forward.
尾が
And
なん
then
か
we're
若
gonna
干
jump into a
出てる
room,
よ
a
うな
side
気もし
room,
なくは
and
ない
we're
です
gonna
け
look
ど。
for a ring of keys.
横に向いて
Maybe.
も気づかないですか
Feel
ら
it、in my bone.
ああいうの。
Here we go. You get
で、ここは完全に運ゲーです。見つけた、最初は絶対見つからなくて、2回目に、1回目に調べたところ以外に、鍵があるんですけど、5回以内じゃないと強制戦闘が挟まっちゃうんで、祈るしかないですね。
見つかりませんでしたね。
ほんとこれ、クソなんですよね。本当に。ガチで運ゲーなんで。
探索する箇所は何箇所あるんですか、これは。
7箇所ですね。
じゃあ結構、運が悪いんですね。5回やらないと。
そうですね。
Important question: Can you pet the dog in this game?
You cannot pet the dog. I do not think.
Dang.
However, if the dog goes insane, he can pee on you.
That is a true statement.
監修に見つかった回数で、実は、後で宝箱の中身が変わったりするんですけど、0回だと12星座の出羽っていう、複数の状態異常を含む結構高価なアクセサリーを手に入れられるんです。金はあるんで、手に入れたら、ラッキー程度ですではあるんですけどね。
でも、運の要素が絡んでくると、ちょっときついですね。
そうですね。
did like this really stupid method, and then I watched one of these guys do it, and I'm like, oh, that is infinitely superior to what I do.
So this one's doable, and I figured this one out. I'm not sure if you've.
I cannot do this one. So
just run straight in and then run round to the right and hide in behind
all
the way to the right, and then or there. That'll do.
Nope.
No, it won't. No.
No, it won't.
It's fine. Yeah, to round to the right hand side, but it's done now, so it's whatever.
一度見つからせての、おびき寄せて。
No, I'm skipping it. We're committed. No, we're gonna fight him.
これわかんないですね、画面外で。
左上でレーダーで、多分今のは引っかかっただけだと思うんですけど。ブランカがちょっとウリに比べて当たり判定がでかいですから引っかかるんですよ。
I can't do the Bifrons one. That's such a silly skip.
Yeah,
I can't do that one. I just wait.
I can't get it. Man. I try every time, and it's like I've done it before in the past. But
で、この後すぐボス戦ですね。で、次のボス戦が毒を使ってくるんで。カイカルの腕輪で防いでいきます。属性も風なんで、地属性のロックストーンを使ってダメージを稼いでいきます。ブランカが風属性なんで、スラッシュが同属性のスラッシュ来ると回復の手間が1回ぐらい減るんですけど、いいですね。これはラッキー。
I honestly prefer slash because the can't crit, so I know exactly how much damage he's doing.
Gosh.
Whereas the physical does anywhere between like 38 to like 50 if he crits.
いいですね。スラッシュ。
Yeah. It's like Ty just said, it's like super safe. It's always like 31 damage, so we know that he's probably not going to kill me next round, so he should be dead.
ちなみにシャドウハーツは魔法攻撃に関しては必中なんで、リングに失敗さえしなければ外すっていう概念はないんで。
The chainmail belt, by the way, is super important because you do not get it until very, very late in the
game.
So if you miss it now, you're basically not going to get it. It's this too.
Yeah. Is it on this too? I thought it was like
right at the first shop, yeah.
No, is it the loin? I thought it was loin guard.
知能一番高いですからね。
Loin Guard is on
確かに。
Chrono, which you
Yeah.
can de-equip and give to someone, but the chain mail bow becomes available this too.
Yeah.
But you basically don't have it for the rest of this one. So if you don't get it now, it puts you behind on your attack power by a lot.
Yeah. So we're going to do a little bit of a...
I'm actually just going to menu here real quick. And
Sure.
just put on the mirror bracelet.
Just make sure
and
it's
the
there.
chainmail belt.
Yeah, so we have that increased in stuff now, so we can use a quick 10 just to bring everyone up to scratch. We need to get into the deeper recesses of St. Marguerite Island, which is where Roger is, in order to get to his place. So we're going to make our way through. There is a ring soul in here, like not in this one, but in the next screen to the right. We're not going to get it, obviously, but
Yeah.
if you are looking for all the ring souls, there's one to the right from straight here into the corner.
Yeah, we're gonna run past this guy called Dexterous Lock.
Because all thieves are called Lock.
And he gives you, he tells you he will make a skeleton key for you, which you just so happen to need to get to the place where Roger's locked up.
So we're going to be grabbing 3 items, a fountain pen, adhesive, and a bent wire. We're also going to be grabbing on the way through to do this another seal of strength, which again will be very nice.
We can get a 30 on it. I haven't been too good at my seals tonight. It's weird.
They are kind of like they are literally hit or miss.
Yeah.
I find.
ここで
Just nail all of them.
まあ囚人に話しかけられて、まあ次へ行くための鍵を作る代わりに、まあアイテムを入手してこいってことで、万人必須、接着剤、曲がった針金を手に行きます。
But if you get caught even once, it downgrades to some really crappy item.
I think it's that one right there.
It is,
It's like a Theraseed or something.
It gets downgraded to something that's like totally inconsequential. So
you want to get an encounter. Not that.
ここからは普通にランダム映画。
囲まれましたね。
これは時間かかりますね。地味に囲まれた時のきついところは、逃げが確定しないところなんですよね。囲んだ時には、逃げは確定になるんですけど、囲まれた時は確定にならなくて、実際フロム・ザ・ニューワールドで投資してた時に囲まれてから逃げに失敗して全滅したことあったんで。
ちなみに通常のエンカウントだとどれぐらいの確率で逃げれるんですか？
素早さによって変わるので、だいたい初回70%が妥当ですかね。言うほど低くはないけど、割と逃げられないこともあるって感じです。
なるほど。
レベリングしないんで、多分。
ああ、そうか。低レベルですもんね、確かに。
そうですね。
Because it's possible to like the reason why I think the seal strength.
シャドウハーツ2の RT は基本的にやっぱ低レベル進歩になるんですかね。
そうですね。まあ、レベリングが必要ないですし、レベル上げが長いんで、あと、アクセサリーが強すぎて、レベリングするより、具だった時にレベリングをして、スムーズにいけた時と、レベリングしないで具だった時と、同じじゃ意味がないですから。結局、レベリングしなくても進んで、早くこなした方が得なんですよ。
低レベルでも進んで、より良いアクセサリーなどを拾った方が結果的に早いと。
そうですね。
Hoyervelk is generally the faster move, and they're about as strong as each other, so whatever. We'll probably stick to Hoyervelk, to be honest.
Yeah, if it even gets used again. At this point,
don't we use it on Armand just in case?
Yeah, use it on Armand.
シャドウハーツ2は、なんていうか、 フロムザニューワールドと違って特殊システムでダコとエンカウントする必要が本当にないんで、まず逃げることが前提ですね。フロムザニューワールドだと、まあ、その作品のシステム上、できればゲージを満タンにさせたいとか、そういう時があるんで、まあ仕方なくやってる時はあるんですけど、基本的に逃げることが前提ですね。
Okay, so yeah, first of all we have this is Roger Bacon. Unfortunately he's kind of like
で、ここでザコ連戦と、ボス一体、これはひどい。
この人数に囲まれるのは、もう、プレイヤーさんがなんかもう、
シャドウハーツ2だけ、なんていうか、その強制セットのザコでも囲まれることがあるんですよ。フロムザニュー。
結構ひどいですね。
本当ですよ。
強制戦闘で囲まれるって。
長い上に、その、囲まれた後は、その、敵が散らばっちゃうんで、
範囲攻撃ですね。
範囲攻撃が入んないんですよ。
入んないんだ。
だから本当に最悪なんです。フロムザニューワールドだと強制セットでも囲んだり囲まれたりすることはなくなったんですけど、2はこれは本当に闇ですね。あとここザコが、3連戦な上に回復なしでボスに直行するんで、
戦闘中に回復しないとダメなんですね。
そうですね。ザコ自体はワンパンで倒せるぐらいには弱いんでいいんですけど、
yeah, if there's like 3 and 3, that's perhaps the best. Yuri goes into magma, and then either Karen or whatever. I think Karen really will throw out red blades.
The best is if they're in 3 and 3 or preempt, and then you just make Yuri defend and cast 2 spells. That's the fastest way. Because fusing still takes time, but like sometimes you just don't get the turn order.
大丈夫ですね。
大丈夫ですね。
ウルの後に敵が行動順に続いてるんで、バルバリアン行って、マグナードで一斉に倒しますね。これが本当に強い。マグナードはこの時点だと範囲中で結構一番広いですから、かなりザコを散らすには優秀ですね。
Check out this back attack, bro.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, and
This one's okay.
さすがに2回も囲まれたら、自分だったらコントローラー投げてますね。
No, you can't.
Yeah, it's just 3.
これはもうやり直しですか。
いやー、まあ一発通しなら、ないわーと思いながら続きますけど、まあ普通に記録狙いなら、そっとリセットボタン押しますね。
ですよね。
I don't know if that's going to be enough, actually.
That should kill the one you already damaged.
Oh, just enough. Yeah, they have 80 HP.
The combo was what did it.
Oh, right. You use tier 2s in this fight because if you miss the strike on the tier 2, it still kills them.
Yeah.
Versus where the tier 1 requires a strike.
I was a little sloppy there at the end, but it's okay. I got a bad formation and I had 2 good formations, so.
Okay, this is looks like I'm the last of the field walls.
世紀末来ましたね。
Time for
そうですね。あんな格好ですけど、結構優しいんですよ。ウルンの1個年上で、割と民間人には被害を与えなかったり、
意外とデジタル危険なんですね。
そうですね。犯罪組織ですけど。フロムザニューワールドだと、その作品の主人公の血筋やってますからね。普通に回避して。で、このボスは、まあ、ゴッドハンド、リニが変身した姿ですね。で、ゴッドハンドは、セッカーとかなり攻撃力の高いフリースルーを使ってくるんで、対策しないとかなり強いですね。
We have big spells here, and as long as he doesn't like finish off someone, it's all good.
Yeah, he can't kill anybody. He can't do enough damage. So that was unfortunate. I forgot to. I knew there was something I was supposed to do with Karen, and I just totally forgot.
The third key is really interesting as well because it does.
I'm still getting used to this strat. I've only done it like 3 times.
Yeah, that's not good. I personally would.
やっぱ
Yeah, no,
全
I'm
員
gonna.
にはやってなかっ
I
た。
want her to have the experience.
When you're doing third keys as well, the speed. I don't think the speed actually speeds up, but because we're so used to just it starts in a way.
石化になると、水上攻撃が来た時に即死しちゃうんです。もちろん、全員が石化したら全滅扱いなので、
Oh, it's not dead yet.
そこら辺は怖いです。
Two spells
Yeah, I'm
kill
just
him.
gonna finish
Future kills him.
Alright, so not perfect. I'm still learning that strat. I tied.
もちろん
just told, like, we
その
just
ま
did
ま
it,
戦
like,
闘終了させちゃう
we
と、
just changed it like a week ago.
経験値
so-
ももらえないん
And
で、
that is,
ああ、もう
off
戦
to
闘
that.
不能扱いなん
So
です
I'll be
ね。
switching off
そうですね。
Tide now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna save before I do it in case something happens when
Yep,
we change controllers.
yep.
So,
Yeah, we're changing controllers because they all feel different for us, and it's just
Yeah,
kind of like
it
when
is
it comes to a game like this, where like it really matters when you're like inputting.
It's the
Yeah.
button sensitivity in case you're wondering what's going on.
a 218 is actually like really good for how like the saves and all the safety that I've been doing. And then my rings weren't perfect, but they were good enough, I think, for now.
勝
So,
者交代ですか
you
ね。
guys,
Alright,
ああ、そうですね。
here I go.
で、次はタイ
Do you want me to scoot
ダイドルギア
this, anyway?、
まあ、シャドウハーツIiですね。
that was pretty good.
一番
I'm pretty happy with that. 219 isn't
世
bad
界
at all,
一位に近い男で、
considering God Hand didn't go as well as
そう
I
です
liked,
ね。
but overall.
もう自己ベストが
Alright.
At this point, we
1位
now
と
have saved
16秒しか
Roger
差がないんです。
and we're going to head back to his, I believe.
お
Oh no! First, we're going to go to Cannes quickly, and then we're going to head back to his afterwards.
本当に
And we're going to
フロ
make
ム
our
も
way
結構早いで
across
す
the
し、
other side of Europe for a little bit of change of pace right now.
Yeah, so, and this is another thing, like earlier in the game,
こ
I
れ
was
か
sorting
ね
my crest menu by level.
まあみんな早いんですけ
And
ど
he、sorts his by, alphabet.
まあ、
So,
ルギア
that-
も
like I said, for the three of us, we
か
all
な
do
り期待
things
していい
just
と思います。
slightly differently on a lot of things, and we have slightly different boss strats in places that are all very, very,
次
very
は
close in time.
まあ、ロジャーを助けたの
With
で、
that being the case, this is kind of an awkward relay, but
まあ、
overall,
カンヌに戻っ
it's going
て、
pretty well. I'm pretty happy
I
with
don't
it.
even change.
まあ、サピエンテス
You
グ
know
ラ
what
ディオ
changes
を追
it?
うことに
See,
な
I,
っ
I,
て、
yeah, I have to
Yeah.
change the crest level because I got so used
そ
to
れ
what
で
level everything was instead of the names, which was probably
ロ
why
ジャー
my
の
game
家に
was
向か
so
っ
slow
て
tonight.
まあ、
But
サピ
normally
エ
I
ンテ
have
ス
my,
グラ
I
ディオ
was,
の
I'm really bad. I guess I say really bad, but I have
ま
fairly
あ、
meticulous
総
notes
帥
that
が
tell
い
me when
る
I do stuff,
ロシア
so
に向
I
かう
use
ことになり、
those.
I definitely remember it by name. So,
Yeah.
like, all the crest looks all over the place for me, so I'm like, what the heck is going
Yeah,
on?
so again, it's just something that people do differently. And this game, more than a lot of other speedruns, I would say, maybe even a lot of the runs you'll see in the marathon, it's all about comfort. You need to be comfortable because you're doing 6.5 hours of a timing minigame, and if you're not comfortable, you start pressing, and when you start pressing, you'll start pulling your hits.
Yeah.
And as soon as you start pulling your hits, you're going to lose massive amounts of time. So, I lost a little bit of time there because of the surround, but ultimately I was able to execute from there to get through the rest of the fights pretty well. And right now we're going to go to Russia because we found out that
確かこの飛行機がバケツいっぱいで、
however you want to say his name. I don't judge
Rasputin.
people.
数百メートル
You can,
じゃなくて数百キロ飛べるかどう
is the leader of the
だったとか
Soviet sect,
だったと
and we're
か、
gonna take them out.
すごいですね、そ
Quick
れ
get。that, but Bowie's PS2 cannot, apparently.
大正時代
Yeah,
の
the buttons just don't
技
work.
術とは。
I don't know why.
シャドウハーツ自体、
So,
魔法もあれば、日本軍が浮いた、なんか、やたら浮いた機械動かしてたりするんで、あとついでに携帯もあるんで、だいぶ、そこら辺は真面目に考えちゃいけない世界観なんです。
違う世界線と思った方がいいですかね。
そうです。
Somebody told me that's not a barbarian hat. It's a barbarian hat, right? Yeah. See, there you go. Thank you. What does chat say? Does chat say it's a barbarian hat?
Anyone else?
My phone's dead, so I can't look at chat. Some barbarian hat? Anybody?
この子がアナスタシアですね。
What if I was to tell you, now hold on to your seats here. What if I was to tell you that Anastasia
後で仲間に見ます。
No, she's a blue mage, guys. This is a bit. We've been working on this all day. It's great.
Given her blue cloak, she's the blue mage. She takes pictures of enemies and gains skills by
and they're worthless. And here's why. And I'll explain.
まあ、サピエンテスグラディオの、まあ、総帥であるラスプーチンが、まあ、王様を、なんていうか、直し、ナビを直しただとか、なんとかで、まあ、権力を手に入れて、まあ、政治を取り仕切っている状態になっているのを、いぶかしんだ、まあ、アナスタシアが、単独で調査に回ってるっていう。
Oh, Anastasia's gonna be able to instant death some stuff. Nope, her instant death ability does 1 damage to every boss in the game, no matter how many times you use it. And it's a crappy ring, and it never works. It's just terrible. And you have to like photograph some cockroaches. It's miserable. But ultimately, right now, she does have some very good use. Again, her magic stat is very good. And in the upcoming boss fight, she's very, very strong. So it's really nice.
I'm going to apologize in advance because TV input delays change up how the ring is going to play up.
I set them up for you. They don't have any expectations.
We're all going to be a little bit sloppy because we're not playing with the TVs that we're used to. There was a really big TV in the practice room that
here we go. I knew he was going to bring this up.
We felt pretty comfortable with, but we're not using that TV right now. So you're going to have to bear with us for being sloppy.
Negative Nancy over here.
I'm fine.
I'm good. I was fine. I didn't play well.
ここで、まあ、
I played like crap.
取引をして、まあ、本当は王様を暗殺しようとしてるんですよ。その取引を発見されて、追いかけられてるシーンです。こんな珍しい意味ないけど。で、ここでウルがたまたま合流して助けてるってシーンですね。
half a second delay, half a second delay, half a second delay.
So he has 300 HP, so he's just like right on the outside of what you can really just theoretically one shot. So, and he's water element, so he'll take a little bit of additional damage. So there we go. And it does take a little bit of warm up. Easy, no problem. Normally you would combo, Yuri would combo. He'd bash it, you'd red blaze it, attack it once, and be dead. Yeah. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, I didn't have to fuse. Yeah, I think I'm a little on the edge at the moment because I know my rings are gonna be super sloppy. So this is gonna, even if it doesn't hurt anybody else, this is gonna hurt me internally. I am just going to cry tears because as a from the new world player going to Covenant and then missing rings, it's gonna make you feel like, wow.
Just to know,
what's the proper term? Being an Asian, shameful display.
Fair enough. The old man next to Anastasia who makes the clocks is terrifying, by the way. If anyone, like, he's got like the sunken eye. He's like Penguin from Batman.
Yeah, he has like a monocle on.
Yeah, he just looks terrifying.
Yeah, and this character. So interestingly enough, we talked earlier about Jean, who's the character inside Yuri's heart.
Did we talk about her?
Oh, we didn't, but I'm going to do it now.
We kind of talked about it very briefly.
We said her, we said her name. She literally is not in this game, except in that portion. She, don't forget to get that seal of wisdom.
I'm smart.
Do we really need to
今日
talk
は
about
組
that?
券
No, so
I'm very
Yeah.
smart.
the German soldiers come into town and they kill everybody,
で、
and then repopulate it with random NPCs.
エルミタージュ宮殿に戻る
gets killed, and so she was really close with
ついでに
Yuri, and Yuri blames himself, and it
死の
goes
刻印
away halfway through the game. So
はあ
that guy
刻印
literally
ってのは
irrelevant.
ま
I
あ
don't know who he
ドラクエ
is.
で
I don't
い
know
う
why they
木の
made
実
him.
みたい
They
な
were
もん
like, we're
で
gonna make this really
ステータス
creepy.
を
Focus in the corner as
底
well.
上げする効果があります
Adam, grab it. Do I actually need to grab focus? What does it have?
It has red.
メニューだと1しか上がらないんですけど
Oh.
I mean, if you're not
戦闘
gonna
中
use
だ
it-
と
Bowie, do we need it?
I'm trying to think if I use it in.
If you
in
don't need it, I'm
2から
I don't think I
まあ
use it in
Because
next
I
room.
do not need a second red blaze.
ストライクだったら
Yeah,
ラ
I
ス
don't
プラス
move
3ぐらいに
for the entire
上がっ
rest of
てい
the
く
game
んで
because I use it on
I think
Mechaloid.
I go Ose and Furcus to
どちらで使っても永続効果なんですか？
I don't move
そうですね
Horus off
あ、
of
底
her.
上げするん
Yeah,
で
Yeah, I
for the
thought
rest
you
of
said
the game.
Furcus off.
戦闘中の方が増えるんですね。
So we're gonna go run
So
and
it's
have a little
near.
chat with
Dear old
the
dad.
the Tsar, the current Tsar, which obviously Rasputin wants to become the new Tsar. So we should
特
note,
に
we should note,
アジリティ
if you haven't already
と
been
か
obvious, that this is kind of set in like
そうい
an
った
alternate timeline. It's basically
重要なステータスは
that this didn't happen.
ルチャー
It's not
は
real. It has a disclaimer on the front of the game.
最終メンバーだ
And
と
any
素早さが
kind
ちょ
of
っと
like
低い
likeness
ん
to
で
people's living or dead is just a
こ
coincidence.
こら辺で
I
も
like
Except
believe
they
this
are
actually did
底
literally-
上げしていきたいっていうのはありますね
Anastasia herself was a blue mage. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
crazy. She took pictures of stuff, threw pictures at people. That's what she does. She takes her picture out and throws it like it's a ninja star.
Yeah.
And it stabs the
越
enemy.
見が終わって
And that's
So-
where the one damage comes from.
Exactly. It's terrible. So, Rasputin wants to become the new Tsar
で
like Zoe.
アナスタシアの
Like
家
Zoe.
に戻って
Hi, I'm Zoe.
Look, I've been up for a long time. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day for everybody
Yeah,
that is
so-
currently on this couch.
Yeah. So, he wants to become the new Tsar, and he's been manipulating things so
で
that way.
宮殿に異変が起きて
Setting some plans in motion at this point.
So yeah, we're gonna be pushing. We've now pushed Joachim out of the party.
ここ
I'm
で
pretty sure
アナ
he's
スタ
out
シア
now.
が
Yeah,
So
he
whenever
強
we,
制加
whenever
入
we
って
push someone out, they're gone for good. So there's that.
cast them aside as though they're not
Oh,
necessary.
that's why the okay, yeah.
Yeah, you
This,
just buy a
this is
Phantom
where
Fire.
my formation is very very different from everyone else's. Because I push everyone up, so it's Anastasia, Yuri, Karen, Blanca.
No, I do the same thing. You do.
Yeah, difference, isn't it? So we're going to grab it again. More revival items, and then the Phantom Claw, the Espada, and the Adamantine Rasp, I think it is right now, which is the next upgrade for all of our attacks. We don't need to go grab one
ちゃん
for
と武器
Anastasia,
も
she's currently set.
更新して
So
ます
this is the
ね
big menu. Grab the band earrings to increase
この
our
後の
cash
ボス
flow,
は
money, and things get expensive at the end of this
う
one.
封印
As
が
well as taking off all of the
まあ
basic ones on
特殊技を
well,
使えなく
Ose
する封
I would
印
have
があ
done
るんです
Fergus,
け
but
ど
I'm not sure how it's going to go
それをたまに使ってくるぐらいですかね
Yeah, he's gonna move Horus over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I leave Horus on
Karen.
Karen for the
Do
rest
you
of
have?
the
Did we grab Bifrost?
run.
Yes, we
Bifrost,
did.
yeah? Of course we did. Of course we did.
That goes on to Lucia there, right? And then you take off her neutrals as well, like her Gunty and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah,
I
it's
think Garrick already stripped her of all.
yeah, I
of
stripped
okay.
Revolver Crest earlier in the run, so that way
really
it's easier to move. It's easier to manipulate her stuff.
I'm dumb.
Because she has like 4 crests on her that all have like buff magic. That's not particularly good. Oh, you changed your technical. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You probably want to do that.
Yeah, there's a so there's a lottery ticket as well
Anastasia
here
を
on the
テクニカル
second
リング
part.
にし
Yeah, I
て
grabbed this one here instead of the one behind the
table.
table.
リングは、
Yeah, I mean,
4
those are
種
like
類
the
あるん
only
で
two I
すかね。
grabbed. Yeah, it's nice
そう
to
です
have
ね
the extra ones.
ノーマル
You
と
it gives you an- it
テ
gives
ク
you
ニ
3 attempts
カ
at
ル
the,
ギ
if
ャン
you
ブ
get the
ル
ones on the first try, second try,
プラクティ
they give you
ス
2 or 3 attempts of the warning device. So it's
の4つですね
Wow.
You
ま
can
あ
get through without
RTA
getting
だと
really
常にほぼほとんどの場面でテクニカルですけどテクニカルだとエリアが
Ice
短
Climber. The Ice
くなる
Climber's
代わり
solid,
に
solid.
Yeah. Good character. The handoffs are sweet.
ストライクエリアの
Actually answers it, guys.
Ma.
Smash Bro.
補正倍率が 1.2 倍から 1.44 倍に
I think
増え
while
ま
whilst
す
we run up to victory, we have like time for one very quick donation before we get to this next boss fight. Actually,
Alright, we have a $25 donation from Nick Fridge. Says he took Garrick's bangs. Tama feels he's been tricked. At least it's for a good cause.
There you go.
そうですね
そうですね
So this
これ
is gonna be
6時
this
間
is the fight
30
we were talking
分
about earlier that you can be
予
surprised
定
in
時間
or
としてはある
surprising
ので
in. It's Victor and one of those pendulum enemies.
中の
The
長丁
pendulum
場になり
enemy
ま
again
す
exactly the same as
そう
what
で
we
す
fought
ね
earlier, and Victor is
ま
a character we will never see again
あ、早
after
く
this,
て
though
も
he
6時
teleports
間ちょ
away.
いぐらいだと思うんですけど、まあ、
Yeah, very NPC smoke.
予定時間は多分この3人なら超えないと思い
It's
ます。
it's not really a boss fight. Victor is fire element, the other enemy is water element. So we're just gonna use opposite elemental affinities with energy charge,
で、
rage, and
このボスのビク
entrance
トル
surge on
と、
Anastasia. Because Anastasia is naturally water element.
ペンデュ
and
ラ
it's
で
something we didn't really talk
ペン
about
デュラ
earlier.
ムですね。
I talked about how characters have natural elemental affinities, so their physical attacks take on those elemental affinities.
ペンデュ
If you
ラ
have a
ムが
character who has a
あ
magical, like for example, Anastasia's water. If she uses a
一
water
応
spell,
何
it
と
will
も雑魚なん
recharge
で、
faster than if
先に
someone
倒して
uses
から、
additionally, when you use magic on an enemy, it takes on the elemental affinity of the magic you use.
Oh,
Oh,
interesting.
that's good. I mean, it's extra damage on Victor. It'll kill the pendulum. Yeah, it turns into face. It's a free 200 damage. When he uses Hail Breeze here in a second, when she's fully buffed, it'll do like 600 damage, 450, 600 damage, something like that.
So Victor has a very annoying property where every now and then he'll throw out Seal, which obviously stops you from using magic. You don't want that to happen to Anastasia or Blanca pre-buff. So you want to make sure you have the ability to do that. If anyone's going to get it, it's probably going to be Karen. It's like the best shot, really.
で、FF10 は
I should have surged.
Good news is,
日
good
本
news
期
is
限とはいえ、
Anastasia
ま
has a
あ、
bell bracelet equipped when she comes, so she can't.
割と10時間超えは
I used to take it off and sell it. but I
RT に
don't
とっては
anymore.
普通だと思う。
Oh, that's a hot mag.
飛ばせないムービーが F10 に関しては多いので、そこで伸びてる
Which
ってい
has
う
a
とこ
fast
ろはあります
animation
ね。
and it's going to do good damage.
そうですね。イベントが本当に長いんで、
Could be
なので
better.
奏者さんも FF10 に関しては、9名ですね。いらっしゃいますね。
ああ、
There you go.
これも交代式ですかね。
交代式だと思いますね。
はい。
And you can see like he doesn't have like every other boss in the game has had like an image in their character where they're at in the turn order. His is just B because again he's just a normal. This is a normal encounter. This isn't supposed to be Victor.
Nice and easy. Yeah, you can see Cure's just nuts. So good. Here comes Seal. Oh, baby. I think we've already used energy charge, so actually with that in mind, we are probably going to finish the fight before we actually need to do anything else.
Oh my
So,
god, I suck at this game, dude.
It's okay.
難しいところの方がなんか成功してますね。
Take a minute.
そうですね。
Well, just play the TV.
It'll be fine. It'll be
シ
fine.
ャドウハーツ2のストライクは、
Somehow I still make par.
Yeah,
That's,
that's
ま
that's
あ
just the way this fight
えー
goes.
だいたい猶予
4
が
turns is average.
4フレームぐらいあるん
You know
で、
why?
多
It's
分
because I
結
got
構
the I got
そ
the
の
splash
難しくはないと思うんですけど
damage
ね
on for like an extra
4
250.
フレームは難しくないんですね。なるほど。
So that worked out well.
yeah, so we
さすがにアクションの1フレームと比べて見えますからね。
Obviously, Rasputin has like
あれより
Because you can't get
フロ
into
ム
the
ザニュー
counter.
ワール
You
ド
can't
の
get an encounter in the hall.
1フレームの方
So
が
Rasputin lets out all this purple
はるか
gas
に
to
簡
kind
単
of
ですよ。
sweep all of the soldiers to take control of the castle. So we go into this deepest area, and he's just like, "Hey, bro, yeah, this is my place now." And Yuri gets a little bit angry, and he wants to make
マウスさんも
like,
今コメント欄でおっしゃっておりますが、FF10 の解説なんですが、11時間予定なんですが、解説の方がなんと現在まだ1名ですので、よろしければ都合の合う方がいれば、解説入っていただけると助かります。
まあさすがに
At the beginning of the game, the demon of Dom Remy is
リ
actually
コマナの FF 駅伝みたいにぶっ続けってのも酷ですからね。
奏者が9名いるのに解説が1人っていうのがなかなか
Yeah, actually, we know that one of the reasons that Yuri gets completely blown back is because the mistletoe holds him back from using his strongest powers, and it just so happens
知識ある人はいるんですけどね。予定がつくとは限らないですからね。
そうですね。
Hey, I know this guy who lives in this valley, and he may be able to help, which is why you're here now.
We're over near Persia now at this point, so yeah, we're gonna go speak to and it is revealed now that Thomas earlier is as I mentioned T.E. Lawrence or Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah, and Rasputin in particular is being affected by a demon named Astaroth, who's trying to influence him to do his bidding on the side. This game, these main villains. Astaroth and Asmodeus, who are where we're gonna fight. I'm sorry, it's Asmodeus, not Astaroth. There's they go into this kind of thing where there's like a demon trinity that fight amongst themselves, and it's Amon.
はい、急にお邪魔します。ちょっと解説がなかったので、解説者をしてくれる方を、ジャパニーズリストリームは、いつでも募集しております。非常にFF10 もそうなんですが、その他のゲームもですね、まだ半分くらいいないので、できる方いらっしゃったら、よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
After he joined Sepiontis Gladio, which was founded by this guy Bishop Jovis, who we're going to go meet, who can help us with.
この後で言えば、ドットハックも FF2 もないですね。だいぶ、
そうですね。
明日の夕方あたりから結構、いない人が多いんでね。
FF2 からですかね。
そうですね。
もちろんマイクがなくてもチャット解説とかなどでも大変助かりますので、予定が都合が合いそうな方がいらっしゃれば、その都度対応いたします。
まあ数結構いてくれると非常に私が助かるんですよね。私結構担当時間長くてゲームほとんど知らないものばっかりなので、ちょっと雑談枠にしかまたならなくなっちゃうので。いつもなんですが、よろしくお願いします。本当にお願いします。
And you find out that it's actually not supposed to be an evil cult.
Yeah, it wasn't meant to be nice, but then they kind of like.
But then it became an evil cult.
Yeah, exactly. And then it became.
今シャドウハーツ2の方ですね。
はい。4例目の谷ですね。ちょっとラスプーチンに、まあ最初の物語の最初に受けたその宿り木のまあ呪いがあって、まあラスプーチンに負けてしまうんですけど、でまあその秘密をまあラスプーチンの力の秘密を解き明かすために本来のまあサピエンテス・グラディオのまあ総帥でまあ創設者がいる谷へ向かっているということで。で、そこで、
あれですね、の最初の方であった呪いを解く方法を探すと。
そうですね、それが、まあ、シャドウハーツ2の、まあ、全体的な目的でもありますね。それで、まあ、創設者であるヨイス司教が、まあ、ラスプーチンはアスモデウスのと、まあ、魂の契約をしているから、それに対抗して、まあ、ウルルの心の中にある、まあ、前作で、終盤で手に入れることができた、アモンの魂を呼び起こすということで、まあ、心の中に、まあ、ウルとカレンが、まあ、精神的に行くということで。ここら辺も、まあ、ウルの心の中っていうことで、グレーブヤードから。ここは逃げられない強制戦闘なんで。
I really shouldn't use a physical because I'm so not used to the timing. I should just use the tier 2.
They use Bright Crime and so on and so forth. They're not particularly strong.
It's true. They're not.
These guys aren't the problem. The problem are the invisible thugs.
Those guys can combo and do a lot of damage. So, to travel through the Mirror Palace, there are gateways shaped like mirrors, which basically allows you to clear Yuri's
カレンの2人パーティーなんですね。
そうですね。いけるのが、ウル自体と、親しい人だったかな。愛してる人まではいかないと。
はい。
一人しか行けないっていうことで、まあ、カレンに決まって。まあ、ウルとカレンの2人なんで、まあ、敵もその分調節されてるんですけど、ちゃんとカレン用にアークケアとかレイジとかつけさせていかないとお荷物になっちゃうので、そこら辺はチャートを作る上では注意したいところではあります。で、一部の鏡を調べると偽物が、まあ、現れるんで倒していきます。
すごいポーズで止まってますね。
一応止まってはいるからね。
飛んでいってる途中で止まってたんですね。
そうですね、コンボを言うと、モーション中は止まってるんで。
Literally zero. The game's not like, oh, you don't get anything because they're not real. It's like, no, you get nothing. Have a good day. But you fight two. We're gonna fight two sets of that set and another set when we come back across.
That was a very, very loud noise. Suddenly, I just didn't even know where that came from.
Oh, it's coming from the game.
Yeah, no, but that was like so like
the weird
just in the left. I was like, Christ, what was your? I thought it was Riz's phone.
The mirrors are kind of annoying. This is like an oddly this dungeon has like oddly long hallways, and you'll see one in just a second what I'm talking about. He's gonna go down this hallway to get a third key, and it's just like a really it feels really long because of the way the camera angle is, and it takes forever to walk down.
You can do this without getting a fight, but
yeah, you can.
You can also completely skip this third key.
これ第3の回で手に入れましたね。
Yeah, you can skip.
このダンジョン一度きりなんで、割との後々めんどくさくなっちゃうんです。
Like if you get into an encounter, it basically loses up any time save you could have gained. Because the fastest place to use this one is on Night Queen, because that's like right before the point where you get a huge power spike.
すみません、今のうちにですね、シャドウハーツ2のドネートの説明をさせていただきたいと思います。ちょっと遅くなりましたが、この作品にもドネートが設定されておりまして、それが達成されたみたいですね。$500のドネートで達成だったんですが、それが達成されたみたいで、内容がですね、Use Tides on the final boss 最後のボスでタイデスを使うという内容になっています。
はい。ああ、それは、フュージョンモンスターで、ファイデスが非属性のレベル3のフュージョンモンスターで、
はい。
ファイデスにレベル3にするには、ソウルドロップっていう特殊なアイテムが必要で、バルバリアのエナジーチャージで足りちゃうんで、ファイデスにすることはまずないんですけど、レベル3にするって、なおかつ、ラストボスを倒すことですね。
通常の RPA のルートだと、あまり使わない。
そうですね。まず、RTA で使うことはまずありえない。
まずない。なるほど。
It looks like they do, but it doesn't affect them the same way. They're pretty weak. And the Yuri clone is easier to kill than the Karen clone.
Mainly because he has low magic defense.
Yeah.
So it's one.
でも、パイデスの、その、インフェルノっていう特殊技が、
はい。
それまたかっこよくて、それは、見てみたくあるんですけどね。
使ってくれるんじゃないですかね。どうなんでしょう。
You would think that it doesn't
予防
sound
があっ
like
た
a
ら
lot because like you have games like
あり
Modern
そう
Story
であ
where
るんですけ
elemental
ど。
weakness is like 3 times damage, and like Final Fantasy games there's typically 2 times damage, but in this game 25 is basically
もう
just
す
enough
ぐ
to get over that
ア
hump
モン戦で
that
す
allows
ね。
you to one shot.
Yeah, exactly. Like Tide said earlier, he brought up that we were trying to find just to do enough damage to get the kill, not overkilling stuff. So there's a lot of times you'll have like right there he just went ahead and used that ability to finish him off. And now we're gonna walk down another really long hallway.
And there are little frame savers too because like you don't need to strike on that, so optimally you hit it as soon as you can to save time instead of waiting for the strike.
And now we're gonna go into a boss fight with Amon, who, if you played the first game, is an optional fusion.
結
But
構
apparently,
セーブ
according to the
大
canon,
変
it
し
was
ま
a
す
fusion
ね。
when he defeated Albert's
言うほど
I
アモ
normally
ン
also don't
が
save there, but you can actually die
難
to
所
this
ってわ
boss.
けでもないん
I
ですけど、
died to
ま
it before.
あ、一発通しです
Again,
からね。
shameful, but you can die, so we're just gonna save.
安全を重視してるってことですよね。
It's a
そうです
not
ね。
particularly difficult fight.
まあ、
It's at 740
No,
HP.
it's
予定
really
時間的
fast,
にも
but
セー
you're
ブ
not really doing anything
が
defensive. So
多めに
if
とっても
you
だい
get
余
hit
裕
by
あ
a
り
whole
ます
bunch
か
of
ら、
crits, like you're gonna die.
大丈夫だと思います。
Oh, it's gotta be
This song's called Ladder to Heaven, and it's just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and you'll hear more of it throughout the run
ね
because
ここで
they
アモン
changed the
戦で
boss
す
fight
ね。
music to this boss fight music later. There are a couple bosses that have this music.
Wow.
Did he crit? He crit.
属性が無で、
Yeah, this Quinky
な
has
んてい
this
うか、
boss fight music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
反対属性もないんですよ
So
ね。
does the Raijins.
ああ、弱点みたいなのがないそうですね、属性で。
They take the gloves off when it comes
ダ
to
メー
music.
ジの
Yeah,
増
like
減も
right
ない
now.
んで、
Like the
タイトどうしたラグあるのかな。逆に、
I suck at this game.
so he's gonna heal himself here. It's
あそ
okay.
こま
He's
で
gonna
グ
hit
ッと
probably
に
Demon
の
Rays at the end.
I continually
それは
just
それ
suck
で
at
す
this
ごいと
game.
思うんですけど、
Alright, that's fine. You really want to see
かっこいいですね、この技。
技名が暗い悪魔光線。
それが正式名称なんですね。
そうですね。なんというか、名付けたのがウルンなんですよ。
あー、なるほどね。
そういうセンス、
half second delay.
フルの中では多分
half second delay.
相当生きてる名前なんでしょうね。
そうですね。で、この技も名前も、ジエンドが、これで終わりだ。
It's not the end. It doesn't do that much damage.
セリ
はい。
フがあるんです
技名なんですかね。
技名にしてるんじゃないですかね。
And that'll do it.
I don't think so.
そのくせ、そう、
Just off,
He's
yeah.
got like 1 HP left.
まあ、
Probably
フュージョンできるようになると、もう一つ使えるんですけど、
はい。
そのくせ、
Wow, really?
蘇生させる技が
Should've gotten the perfect. It would've
魂
missed.
絶対の再生
It still would have missed.
で、普通の技名になってるんですよね。これだけ。
Go on, Karen, you got this.
Yeah, get him.
これだけ。
Bosh.
Got him.
Yeah.
And down he goes.
あ、
So this gives you
残念
access
です
to
ね。
Mon Fusion, which is quite good. It has a lot of good stats. But beyond that, it doesn't have energy charge, so it's irrelevant.
あの子のためには天外王ですね。
It's too good a skill for the purpose of speed.
Yeah, it's an insanely
みんな
powerful
のため
use.
にが、
You can do
ステ
some
ータ
like
スア
really
ッ
cool stuff
プ
with like, you know,
で、
certain
明日のためにが、
fusions like that when you know, wanting to
HP
throw
吸
out
収
like
で、
great and complex combos
あの
and
子の
stuff,
ため
like
にが、
combo damage that way.
敵全体
That
無
was a
属
lovely
性
scene where fragments of
ヒット数
Albert Simon's
30
like
で、
memory and soul are within Yuri's soul as well.
そう
Obviously, just that's kind of what he does.
技ですね。そうだ。コンボ数について解説すると、そのシャドウハーツ2からコンボの概念が生まれて、ヒット数が多くなるほど、まあ、次の攻撃のダメージが上がっていくんですね。1ヒットごとに 0.2%。要するに、まあ、50ヒットで2倍ですね。なんで、基本的にヒット数が多い技ほど、まあ、コンボでのダメージ補正が上がっていくんで、通常プレイなら、そうですね。通常プレイなら、まあ、戦闘終了時のボーナスも稼げるんですけど、まあ通常、まあ、RTA だと結局エナジーチャージして殴るってことに収まるんであまり意味はないですけど。で、ここでちょっと道からそれて、これ心眼取りに行ってるみたいな。
The idea that Karen has to do that in the bottom of St. Marguerite Island, there's loads of ghosts, souls that were unfulfilled or like were compromised.
枕場の古城。この時点で行けるところでは、一つだけ、福引き会員がいて、まあ幽霊なんですけど、福引きを3回すると消えちゃうんで、その3回までの間に、一番の景品である、心眼を取りに行きます。
もう3回失敗しちゃうともう入手不可能。
そうですね。一応この時点だともう一つあるんですけど、そこまでミスってそこまでやる必要もないというか、一応個人的に理論上は早い。心眼取った方が早いんですけど、取るのになんていうか、だいたい4分ぐらいかかるんで、ものすごいメリットがあるかというと、微妙なところで、まあ、心眼取っても取らなくてもいいかなっていう感じではありますね。
なるほど。ここまでタイム上で見ると。
そうですね。
タイム的に攻めようとすると取った方がいいみたいな考えでいいですか？
そうですね。基本的に火力が上がった方が手数が減るんで、まあ極端な話、心眼で、攻撃回数3回で、全部パーフェクトなら、極みを取るまでのボスが全部一撃で倒せるんで、だいたい2分ぐらいかかってたのが1分弱になったりとか、ちゃんと取れるなら、まあ、狙ってはいないところですね。
今一発で取れましたね。
さすがですね。 さすが世界2位ですね。さすが。
いやー、決めるところで決めてきますね。
Nope, it's over. It's done. It doesn't even matter anymore. You did it.
This is why I stopped running this game.
Nobody cares anymore, Ty. You got the first eye, mind's eye. We're done.
That is 3 frames. There are only 3 places the indicator can land. The pixel on the very beginning of the strike area, the middle of it, and the very last pixel on the strike area. And at that speed, that's why it's just so tricky.
It's insane. In the first game, you can trick the game by using a pocket watch, which removes... You can actually do it in this game, too, where it removes the different status effects that affect the lottery members.
Where's the thing I need
to
pick up?
Petrograd and just go like you're going...
Just continue as you go on.
アモンを、まあ、解放したんで、まあ、なんとか、ラスプーチンに対抗できる力を得たということで、で、今度は、正面突破ではなく、まあ、秘密の入り口から、まあ、宮殿に侵入して、
And if you collect those, you go into the graveyard, and then when it's level 2, you can use a soul drop to fight.
まあ、王様の暗殺を止めるって。
And Barbaria is pretty beefy, but Fides is sweet.
Yeah, he's great. It's a great character model. Most of his fusions look really good in this game, but they look even better in the. The level 3s look much better.
By the way, we got a $20 donation by Professor Palmer that says first try, Pog
There it
champ.
is. All right,
First try.
there you go. That's all that
Absolutely.
matters. The rest of the run's irrelevant now. I don't even care.
Yeah.
We did it.
We can go over estimate, it's completely
Yeah,
fine.
we're done. We can just go. You guys need next game. Let's get the next game.
Well, let's just wrap up Limit Break.
Yeah,
You can't get better than that.
You can't.
Yeah.
No.
This is the closer. Thanks for coming, guys.
That's I know it sounds like we're kidding. That ring is very hard, and it is unfortunate that so much of the run relies on getting it. But the ring is important both to your ability to continue the run and to effectively kill bosses.
There is a route that I made that doesn't use the mind's eye, but like you have to do a whole bunch of turn manipulation. And with the way that I am right now, hitting strikes, I really don't want to do that.
Also, I have, depending on how my rings are feeling, when I get into...
I saved right after I got the mind's eye, so it's fine.
When I get into my section as well, if I'm feeling a little bit off with particular rings, I do have a safety strat to go back to Mind's Eye just for like an easier fight on certain bosses, which kind of require me to be at the top of my rings. So we'll see how I feel, and I'll use the Mind's Eye as like a backup.
So unfortunately, there are a couple of places in this game that are essentially a waste of time. This is one of them.
Yeah. Even this is kind of funny
は
because、
先に進むための鉄格子を開けるために、まあそれに対応したレバーを下ろしています。
He has no idea. And he gets frustrated halfway through this. And he's like, "Can we just leave?" And of course, I felt the same way. So it was great. It was good to see the frustration that the players feeling as they walked through this dungeon.
Okay. And it's really funny because like, Anastasia's like, "It's not okay, you nincompoop. It's a I'm not gonna bother. I don't know Russian."
It's K.
Yeah, she's trying to explain it, and he's just lost.
Yeah,
he's just lost.
One other thing about that lottery ring for the mind's eye, you only get 3 shots at it.
Oh yeah.
Only 3 shots. Doesn't matter how many tickets you have, because the guy's purpose is to play lottery.
I didn't know that was there either.
The guy's purpose is to play lottery. So if he plays 3 times, he's like, all right, I'm done.
How
and he
did
leaves.
I not know that was there? Yeah, his fulfillment is that you play his lottery 3 times.
It's really funny as well because if you lose and win tissues, he's like yeah, loser, to see your despair and give you a tissue. That is why we live as lottery members, which is really twisted. I think.
Yeah, it's messed up. It's not the nicest profession. So it was yeah, it's really good.
You have any seals now? Couldn't run away.
These fights are silly, to say the least.
Yeah, if you don't see from these guys, they can pretty much just take anyone out at any point if they want. If they want to gang up, they are very powerful.
I didn't mess up my audio, did I?
Couldn't run away.
I feel like my left has just kind of had a moment as well, but that's okay. Yeah. I can still hear the right, which is just as good.
I mean, okay.
Wow, Yuri, please.
Also, the navigation in here is awful.
Yeah,
Well, there's
the
one- there's
camera
one-
sometimes turns into really weird positions.
There's
So
invisible walls that I hate. Well, the big one I really hate is like the two pillars at the top of the Petrograd Castle. They're just like an extra half of a pillar out of unable to walk past. It's silly.
今ゲームのプレイ時間的に3時間が過ぎたあたりですけど、大体どうでしょう、ゲームの進行的には中盤あたりなんですかね、今。
そうですね、もう、だいたい1時間もしないうちにディスク1終わって、時間的にはまあ、ちょっと遅れてる程度ですね。
But like, you don't really care about that because everything you need, you can pretty much just pick up. So
ちょうど
it's
また
like
ディ
whatever,
ス
it's
ク
good
2
trade.
に変わるところで、交代っていう形なんですかね、タイム的に。
あー、もしかしたら多分、そうかもしれないですね。
Okay, so we're almost there. We've got
2時間2時間と考えたら、
just
確か
for
に。
this one, that'll give us access to the pendant. Pop
そ
the
れぐらい
pendant
なの
into
か
one of the graves to let the
はい。
spirits free, and then make our way back to Petrograd Castle, where we're going to be fighting we're having one of the more interesting areas, and I know Tide is going to have to change up a little bit of the approach here because Yuri.
一応先ほど入手した心眼の説明ももう一度していただいてよろしいでしょうか。
あー、はい。まあ、心眼は、まあ、貴重なアクセサリーで、まあ、ジャッジメントリング、まあ、行動の際によく回ってる円形のやつで、まあ、黄色いところとか赤いエリアとかあったと思うんですけど、それが全く見えなくなって、バーが回ってるところしか見えなくなるんですね。その、まあ、エリア自体は全く判定が変わってないので、まあ、覚えてさえいれば、まあ、楽なんですけど、逆にプレイヤーに、まあ、制限を加えるタイプのアクセサリーで、このアクセサリーの強いところは、ダメージの最終計算に単純に2倍が加算されるんで、本当に、単純に強いんですよね。
使えると単純に強いんですね。
そうですね。リングさえ覚えていれば、火力が、ダメージが2倍なんで、もちろん、テクニカルリングで、ストライク決めれば 1.44 倍の2倍ですから、さらにダメージは跳ね上がりますけど。
最後に2倍がかかるっていうのが大きいですね。
そうですね。なので、まあ、シャドウハーツシリーズはまず必須なアクセサリーですね。2だったらもっと上の極みっていうアクセサリーもあるんですけど、
はい。
そこの極みは、エリアに加えてバーが消えるんですね。まあ、決める、止めるタイミングがもう本当にタイミングでしかないんで、
はどうやって判断するんですか、タイミングって。
リズムと感、
音ですか。
音で。音と、本当に練習して、どういうタイミングで止めたら、このタイミングになるっていうのを覚えて、やるしかないですね。
なるほど。
なので、まあ、極みを取ったら多分、通常攻撃回数を1にしてやると思います。テクニカルリングなので、 リーグ失敗したら、もう、行動一切しなくなるんで。
And sometimes you have to, as Ty did, and I did it earlier in the run where I was trying to find the best combination of hits. Because you're trying to see, because you're not really.
極みはどの RTA のルートでも通るんですか？
あー、まあ、2なら、まず、取りますね。はい。
ああ、取るんですね。
多分必ず取ります。昔は、まあ、難易度的に難しいから取ってなかったこともありますけど、まあ現在は、まあ、取らない選択肢はないってことで。
プレイヤーの
はい。
反射神経や動体視力の開発が進んできた結果ですかね。
そうですね。創始者が少ない分、なんていうか、洗練されてるっていうか。
なかなか RPG でここまでなんか体をなんだろう酷使するっていうのもおかしいですけど、なかなか珍しいですよね。
そうですね。
戦略以外のところでこんなに差が出るっていうのはちょっと面白いですね。
そうですね。だいぶ疲れるんですよね。走って。
奏者さんの方も毎回リング止めるときにめちゃくちゃ集中してますもんね。
そうですね。通常プレイでも寝っ転びながらするなんてできませんからね。
できないですよね、これ。極みは最終的に3倍の倍率がかかる。
はい。もうそこまでいったら、終盤のモスでも、もう一撃は確定したようなもんなんで。で、今は、王様の暗殺に失敗したラスプーチンが、逃げて、それを追いかけてるんですが、で、この後のボスが、まあ、ベロニカが変身したナイトクイーンっていうモンスターになります。
はい。
このナイトクイーンが、即死攻撃を、まあ、よくしてくるんで、レオナルド・ベアは、
So you don't learn any abilities, but each level increases Yuri's stats on fusing. So you get like several extra points of strength, mainly. You get 2 main reasons.
2 from 5 to 9. You get an extra
あ
point.
れは、あげるか。
Like you can technically soul charge up to 10, but you don't get anything at level 10, so you just go up to 9. Did I already heal my mana? No.
Yeah, you want to have full-ish mana going into this fight.
Can be tricky at times. But yeah, Veronica is our Night Queen. She's going to transform into a demon.
確かに久しぶりに遊ぶとなかなか
そうですね。だいぶ、勘っていうのは鈍るとまずいですからね。精神的にも、精神的にビビると、結局テクニカルに止めれなくなるんで。ああ、これ痛い。
あ、ブランカが。
ナイトクイーンは結構素早さが高いんで、割と、なるべく早く周りの雑魚を仕留めていきたいところであるんだ。いいですね。
Art Cure, which is going to put him back on the track to winning the fight fairly easily. And now he should stabilize, and now it's just a matter of time until she dies.
ナイトケインは属性が火なので、ヒート1を入れて、さらに底上げします。
見た目でも無知で攻撃するんですね。
そうですね。元が、なんていうか、女王様騎士というか、ヨアヒムとの対マンでも結構無知使ってましたから、
はいはいはい。
影響かな。ナイトクイーンの地味に強いのは HP が無駄に高いんですよね。2380と。
あ、これ。始まりましたね。見えないやつ。
やりますね、これは。見事にオーバーキルです。
体力が高いっていうところも、
はい。
物理が高ければ関係なかったですね。
そうですね。だから、第3の鍵の強いところは、途中で補助が切れないところです。そのままのダメージで3回攻撃ですから、鍵もの効果も総合ダメージで強くなるっていう。ナイトクイーンを倒したんで、ムーンウォーリーを手に入れました。そのムーンウォーリーが、ルチアにとってかなり強力で、そのストライク効果 1.5 倍とか、クリティカル発揮率が100倍、100% が、ムーンウォーリーとの掛け合わせによるものなんで、本当に補助で言えば、ルチア一強になりましたね。
Well, while you guys are here, we're not only rotating runner, we're also rotating hosts. I'm out of here, and you guys get wonderful Ghost Kumo for the rest of this run.
Thank you so much, PX. Cheers, dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the last time we're going to have a party member change. Lucia is going to be coming in for Anastasia because, as Tide mentioned, we just got the moon oil. Now, this can be combined in, we prefer two separate ways, moon and night oil or moon and ocean oil. Moon and night gives you a guaranteed crit.
ルチア全然戦闘に入れてなかったからレベル低いんですよね。素早さが微妙に低くなって。
確かに今まで参加してないですね。
そうですね。自分だったら入れてたんですけど、余計に素早さ低くなるんじゃないかなと思ってるんですけどね。
なんで今まで外してたんですかね。
ヨアヒムの方が物理に関しては強いし、バッドゴールドでコウモリ状態だと魔法が使えない代わりに攻撃力が 1.5 倍になるんで、そこではとどめ役だとか、補助役だとして、体力の壁役使ってたのかなと思いますけど、でもそれじゃあそれなら魔法で攻めれるし、両方の体力に差をつけれるようなゲームでもないから微妙な感じはしてますけどね。
なるほど、なるほど。
リモートのルチア、ヒルダですね。ヒルダは、マスク状態になると、こちらも 1.5 倍なので、
because Blanca's like faster than Karen, so he's much more likely to get a turn and
そうですね、
kill them
本
before they
当
can do anything.
強かったですね。
That is partially true, yes.
で、ここで、ラスプーチンの、まあ、アジトっていうか、ネチロというか、イーダルフランって、まあ、難所につきました。ここで、道中でギーガフィラリアっていう、雑魚敵との強制戦闘が、何回か挟まります。
Yeah, so left, straight, right, straight is the way I remember this.
このギガフィラリアは、非常に物理攻撃力が高くて、割と集中攻撃されると一体死にかねないので、
ターゲッティングの運もあるんですかね。
そうですね。よほど運が悪くない限りは3体以上やられることっていうのはないんですけど、回復は怠らないようにはしていきたいですね。
Unfortunately, they are fire elements, so they'll take a little bit less damage from this and without the perfect. They'll die to this rock storm for sure, though. Now, when you kill an enemy, normally when you combo, you have to attack the same enemy, but when you kill one, you can target something else. So there is the one left that has like almost no HP, but they'll clearly see it here. Easy peasy.
I want Lucia alive for that fight because, as Garrick mentioned, she starts, or Bowie mentioned, she starts at a lower level because we haven't been using her. So if her level's too low, there's a chance she gets one-shotted by some of the magic later on. So you really want her to have the initial levels to keep her a little bit beefier.
Yeah, Lucia's Dark Element, and one of the bosses will be coming up. We'll be fighting soon.
ルート上は、マザーフィじゃなかった、ギーガフィラリアの出てくる場所が複数箇所あるんですけど、どうしても最低でも2箇所は抜けなきゃいけないんで、ルート的には、時計回り、左から時計回りで行ってますね、これ。多分に。やっぱり、戦闘が長くなりがちなんで、2回で済ませたい感じですね。
$10 from Snowfire. It says, "Hey Tide, how come Leonardo's bears protect characters from death effects anyway? What even are these accessories? A picture of a bear on a chain? An actual portable miniature bear on that just repels death curses?" That's an interesting question.
There's actually an in-game description of the item, so I'm pretty sure he's making that in jest. And it talks about how like the Leonardo's bears are like blessed by Saint Leonardo or something like that, so they protect you against death when you hold them to you.
At $5 from Larry, it says, "Good morning. I just wanted to say this is one of my favorite all-time games, and I wish all the runners good luck and many perfect rings."
We're getting there. We're starting to get there. We just got to get that percentage right. That's all that matters.
65.
Yeah, we got to have it. I hope that's what I'm sure we're well over that still.
Well, if we're not, it'll be an interesting run for sure.
To be honest, every strat we can do with Mind's Eye anyway, so
yeah,
it's fine.
You do the same stuff.
Up to the last boss anyway.
Still kill him with the 5th key.
Yeah.
I mean, I do it all the time.
Yeah, my final boss fight is, I think in my PB is that.
Yeah, you just use the crit oil instead to get the extra 1.5 times damage.
ここにもショップある。
ここにもいますね、ショップ。
Yeah, we made it through to Ida Flame. This is actually a new routing through this because it used to be like 3 extra strings.
Oh, it was terrible.
こ
こまで来たのに使ってもらえないっていうのもまた
That one less fight is
悲しいですね。
It's not so much the one less fight. So the biggest
通
thing is
常
that
プレイ
it's
な
just
ら
faster to get through that
まあ
random encounters.
うん
These random encounters are kind of
車で
nasty.
外に出してもらえるんですけ
Slow,
ど
and they all have stuff like press.
Oh.
which is terrible, does nothing. It's demi for those of you who've played Final Fantasy.
そういうサービスもしてるんです
It's
ね。
just not really a particular
そうですね。
You can learn it with Anastasia, and it
使わないで
doesn't
すけ
work
ど
on bosses.
使わ
So
ないです
we
ね。
don't use it.
This is the second part of the Ida Flame as well, so we're going to be running
こ
through
こ
these
も仕掛け
sections
が
and
変わ
we're
っ
going to
て
do a whole kind of like
各所の対応したスイッチで
開けていって
particular
yellow ones which will open up a yellow door towards the back of the Ida Flame.
なん
On
と
the
いう
east
か
side, we're just going to go straight up. We're going to go to the right. You can go to the left to open up another one. but
血流みたいな
the green
流れ
one
を
is like a
止めて
shortcut of sorts, but you don't need it.
ドアを開けるって感じですね。
So we're going to go to the left side, go to the right, and activate the yellow switch to do the one half of the door. Then go to the eastern side, grab the third key, and unlock the yellow door and the shortcut as well. Great. Okay.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
that does happen sometimes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Still nothing. I remember my casual play in this section. The worm enemies were just the worst. Like just constantly stacking them, the speed buffs. Like I would just set my controller down for a minute and I'd come back and they're still taking their turns.
What's funny is it doesn't do anything past the first application, so...
That happens here too. That's also why I safety saved just beforehand, because I haven't had it happen, but theoretically it's possible for the worms to kill you.
こんにちは
Yeah, it would take a lot of work for them to get you. They don't hit particularly hard. They do hit Lucia pretty hard, but that's because she's pretty soft.
Yeah, and she's
ここ
also
ら辺の宝箱はもう基本的には取らないんです
defense
ね
is。not very good.
そうですね。
うんうんうん。
おるとしたら右端にある第3の鍵ぐらいですかね。
ああ、第3の鍵ですね。
そうですね。
Well, some of the cutscenes in this game are actually pretty hilarious, and it's kind of a shame that we skipped them, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen
あ
some silly stuff.
と
Like,
は
I think a lot of the side
その
quest stuff is a
こ
bit
の
nuts.
次にある
One of Joaquin's
刻印
specials
と
is
か
what was
身代わり
called
く
the Man
んを
Contest. The Man Festival, you have to go up like
取るなら
floors of just like
結構取ってもいい
different
ぐらい
like
の
wrestling rings, and it's just
うんうんうん。
ものではありますね。
bizarre.
Yeah,
なるほど。
it ends kind of weird.
I mean, just
weird.
Joaquin's weapons. Like
Yeah.
you're in Petrograd and you just pick up a massive tuner and go for it.
This game's a lot more serious than from the New World. It has a more serious overtone with the impending doom that Yuri's facing throughout the game.
だいぶドアの開き方が生物的というか生々しいというか。
床もなんか定期的に動いてますよね。
そうですね。
Yeah, he has like a really large.
初見だとここかなり迷いそうですよね。同じような景色ですし。
そうですね。フロムサニューワールドと違って全体マップができないんで、割と迷いやすいところありますね。
It's mostly because it's not convenient to seal cancel him to death, but because he comes with some ads that you have to blow up, so it messes with your turn order, and it's easier to just kill him with the third key. Ultimately, you're not able to one-shot him, is what we're trying to say.
まだましい。
So we're going to be activating this last switch before we get to the Mother of Hilarious. We've got time for like another quick donation if there is one, good sir. And if not, if there's anything you'd like to plug.
All right, we got quite a few still. So we had an anonymous $275 donation with no comment. Thank you so much for your donation. It's very generous. I have $10 from Geister Carl. It says, "Holy, because I was away for the weekend, I totally forgot the limit break is starting. So tuning in, donating, profit." $10 from ATK that says, "Thank you for your charitable efforts, guys. Keep it up. We all appreciate it."
Thank you. very much. So we've opened up the golden door at the back, and we're going to make our way through this. And we're going to fight two fights back with the other Falaris. Is that like the Giga Falaris?
そうですね。中ボス2連戦
They're
が
pretty,
あっ
they're
て、
pretty hefty. They will probably, if they double turn,
マザーヒュラリア、
this is one of those ones where
これもなかなか攻撃力が高くて、しかも1回の戦闘に対で2連戦があるんですよね。
はい。
だいぶ1回の攻撃でも割と必死になるぐらいなので、一度目の戦闘でちゃんと回復しておかないと次の戦闘でやられるってこともあるんで。
ああ、本当結構痛いですね。
あと微妙にでかいんで、灰魔法が入らない時があるんですよ。
そろそろリスク1が終わる頃なんですかね。
そうですね。あと、これ含めて2つダンジョン終わったら、リスク1は終わりますね。
なるほど。
You don't require rage to kill these guys, I don't believe. I believe you can kill them with just an energy charge and a perfect hit. And Lucio will defend so she doesn't, if they try to beat on her, they won't deal any damage to her. They can use paralysis, which I forgot about until just now. I didn't really forget about it.
強い。
Goodbye. Oh, man. There's that 2 damage, 2 strength. Or 1 strength.
It's okay, don't beat yourself up, man. I'm not about it.
Ah, of course, Blanca. You couldn't be in a good position for me to hit both of them at the same time. Why would you?
So just gonna finish that.
ああ、
ここで。
Wow.
出ましたね。
And they cure for 200.
I hate my life, dude.
Pretty big cure.
It's pretty typical.
They have thrown a few offensive magics over to.
これはめんどくさい。
Yeah, I do give her a few when I come in here as well, just so they can deal with the.
倒しましたね。
Because I.
そうですね。
結構体力高いんですかね、相手。
そうですね。HP が700あるんで、
あ
移動で進めようとすると、だいぶ手間がかかるっていうか、芯があるなら、ワンチャン止めるのもハードルが低いんですけど。
さっき外れたのが結構でかいんですね。
そうですね。
It is not bad. It is a 558. It is sub 6. It is not a bad run. Stop saying it's a bad run. Thank you.
It's bad because there's so many mistakes in there that are very obvious. But Yuri does not miss.
大変だな、この連戦。
How much time you lose when you miss? Because Covenant's great.
生地強いだけに、ボスより長くなっちゃうんですよ。
マップの表示上1体だったのに戦闘に入ると2体に増えてるっていうのがまた嫌ですね。
ね本当に。
最初の1回目の戦闘で2体同時に戦ってるのかと思ったらまだ残ってたっていう。
ありますね。その表示は何だったんだ。
何だったんだ。
そのコンボは死ぬか。死なない。
死なでも大な。相手にもコンボの概念っていうのはあるんですか？
そうですね。フロムザニューワールドだとそれが顕著になって、
はい。
ダブルアタックで実質2倍のダメージだったりとか、コンボで、
すごいな。
See, the Mother of Valeria light, so if we were in a position to use something like Evil Ray, then nice. But...
Yeah, unfortunately, it's hard to get them to line up how you'd want them to, since you have unfortunately you have no control over it, so they kind of just do whatever.
Alright, whatever.
Yeah, it's largely irrelevant. She gets paralyzed here. She doesn't really do anything in these fights.
You can use oil for this, but I found over time that it doesn't really help you out that much.
Yeah, it's just overkill.
The animation's really long
it's
as
too much
well,
overkill.
so it's like you have to watch so much to make
yes,
it happen.
that's the main reason. Like each time you oil, it's like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's a.
And
It
if
is
you get like a
very long
good turn
animation.
order, like it just doesn't matter. Wow, dude. Why do I even bother?
止めるの失敗したんですかね。
Seriously.
そうですね。
The cure will come out, but,
おまけに体力回復して遅延行為をしてきますね。ああ、でも倒せましたね。
Just wait for half a second. Just wait half a second, and everything will solve itself. Just half a second.
And oddly enough, those enemies have a boss death animation.
Yeah. Defeating both of them, somehow that makes the entirety of Ida Flame just die.
Yeah, kills the entire building. The entire building just dies.
Yeah. We're going to pick up another Seal of Speed here on the left-hand side, which is our second one. The first one went over to Yuri, so the second one will be going over to Blanca. Amazing.
You want me to use it on Blanca?
I-
Because I was
I
just going
must-
to pop everything onto Yuri.
銅の課金ですね。
It's up to you, honestly.
スパイスを上げる。
It makes a huge difference.
Well, you're gonna get the third one, so you
Yeah.
can decide where the third one goes.
もう
I'm just gonna
こ
dump
う、これ
everything.
もすぐ
It's gotta be 2 in
ボ
1.
スですね。
See, yeah. I mean,
I mean, you always
I
do.
remember doing the run once,
Hi,
having
hi.
just used one on both of them and left it. I forgot I had the third seal and it worked.
ラスプンチンがアスモデウスと魂の契約をして、
Just run
You can't
into
skip
the.
it. I mean,
De-
it doesn't. Yeah, I just do it.
契約をして、
Okay, so here we're going to be doing the seal
まあ、
capture.
イーダルフラムを
We were talking about moon and ocean oil being
呼び起こして
buff teams. Literally buff teams. So we're going to use moon and strike.
で、その果てに、
So what's gonna happen is we're gonna have,
まあ、
the
ラスプーチ
dog
の
and
精
the
神
man
が
with
ア
the
スモデウ
buff
スに
are both going to
侵食され
seal
る
capture. Use the seal and just purposefully cancel and miss it so that you keep the seal, but then
お
also
お、また個性的なデザインですね。
quick refresh.
そうですね。
We're going to use the moon and strike oil, the moon and ocean oil to get strike 50% bonus, and then we're going to use energy charge, rage, and then perfect hit in order to one shot Asmodeus.
ああ、なるほど。これで赤で止めれると差が上がるんですね。
そうですね。刻印は、なんていうか、アイテムのなかった、コードの中では、
I believe the second
かなりコード中の、なんか、遅延というか、
He can't attack, but if he's in the critical HP, he'll
なん
buff himself.
コードの消費が少ないんで、
はいはいはい。
次に移るまでのコードが
Starts getting better and better as the game progresses.
早いんです。
早いんで、微調整にも使えるんですよ。
Nice, good start. So you'll see
このキャラの後に
270.
やりたいとか。特に、ルチアだったら、ルチアの
Yeah, it's something like that. 17.
アロマセラピーの後
It's an
に、
odd number,
eh,
but
エナジーチャージをしておきたいとか。
はいはいはいはい。
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, just gonna heal up.
だいぶそういった意味でも刻印は使われますね。わざと失敗して。
あ
Better to
あ。
be
So
safe than
this
sorry.
isn't going to kill.
だと失敗した場合は消費されないんですね。
そうですね。どのアイテムも失敗したら、
ミス扱いなんですね。
はい。
Does Karen get a go
I
before
think I
the
pick up the
CA?
spare on this. Because that's a 270 entrance. Yeah.
yeah, sir.
So he'll surge and then.
Die.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then die.
Because you tier 2 him and then. Because you got a 270 entrance, this is gonna do like 1,000 damage.
Yeah, it's gonna do a lot.
倒しま
727.
したね。
He's still defeated.
あーなんか
It's enough.
Yeah, there you go.
He has like
さっきの中ボスが強かっただけに、なんか、
20, yeah, 20.
あれですね。
なんていうか、複数ボス
Yeah,
っていう
so all the bosses from
と
this point on are gonna look exactly the same.
ってのが
It's
強
gonna
いですから
be
ね。
basically wait for Lucia, super buff up, and then either one shot or two shot with magic as the backup. And earlier I talked about how there's like a route that doesn't
だい
use
ぶこっ
Bronze
ち
Eye.
は
It's the
最大
exact same
限
idea.
バ
You
フを
get
か
two
け
shot
る
by
っていうのが
super buffing Yuri and then super
多分
buffing
大
your
きいんじゃないですか
spellcaster,
ね。
which is usually gonna be
ああ、なる
Blanca,
ほ
but
ど。
there's some cases where it's gonna be Karen.
So yeah, we're coming up towards the end of the first disc of the game now. After fighting and defeating Rasputin after he was corrupted by Asmodeus, as you saw, we're going to return to Apoina Tower. We saw in that cutscene briefly that Nikolai was back at the top and he was going to use, he was going to open Pandora's box basically and yeah,
倒されたアスモデウスが、
Yeah, so in the plot, like
ニコルが
Nikolai's
アスタロ
goals
ト
are
の
more
力
of
を手に入れ
Rasputin's.
た
So
と
when
言っ
he senses
てい
that
て、
like now's a good time to leave, he makes
で、
his
ニ
way
コル
off
が
to
いる
carry on his own agenda because that's
ア
what
ポイナ
Nikolai
の
does.
塔、
But in the story, Nikolai
最
is
初の
kind
最
of
初
a bit of
に
a tool. Like he
ニコルたちが、
pretends to be this super
宿り
important
木を
dude,
手に
but
入れ
really
た
he's
時
not. In the
ダン
course
ジョン
of
で
the
すね。
story, like the
あ
main
あ、はいはい
people
はい。
that the
最
story
初の
really
ところですね。
focuses on are
はい。
actually Yuri and Kato.
で、そこ
Like
で
even Rasputin is not
ニ
really
コルが
important.
待
Like
ち
in this second arc
受
of
け
the
てる
game, it's really more about Yuri dealing with these guys and then going to Japan. So
So-
we're back at the dungeon that we first started off the game in.
It's going to look slightly different. So we have a teleporter to take us to the very top on the first way round. We're not going to have that luxury, so we have to do two rather simple puzzles in order to get to the top, though. So it's a long way up. I guess we can say we have a little bit of time for donations at this point. If you'd like to take it away, Kumo.
Absolutely. We got excuse me. We got $20 from Yuki Arisato from the German Restream. It says, "Thank you for this awesome event. I'm so hyped to see this run for the first time on an event and wish all the runners a good time and good luck. Be blessed by RNG as we all know that you need it on this run. Greetings from the German Restream, Rummel." And that is a bit of a segue. So we actually have several foreign language restreams during our marathon here.
ここはもうどんどん
We
どん
have
どん
a French
登って
restream
い
at
くみたいな
twitch.tv
ダンジョンなんで
/Le
すね。
French Restream.
そうですね。前半は、まあ、ほとんど開いている状態で、後半からまあ、まあ、最初に行った時は、途中からワープ使って、謎解きすっ飛ばしてたんで、
So here's a puzzle where you're
後半か
required to figure out
ら
the exact weight of the
普
thing
通に
that's
解いていな
sitting
かっ
around
た
right there.
謎解きをやっていく感じです。
And as we were talking about before, like these puzzles are not terribly difficult. So you just go and grab the two
ここ
weights
だっ
that
た
you
ら
need and
天
just
秤
put them
に
on the scale and you're done.
じゃなかった分動、天秤に分動を入れて、
The thing, yeah. It's like the way sinners are to be
ドアを開
judged.
けるん
And
ですけ
your
ど、
goal is to figure out what amount of sins is equivalent to the guy
それ
who's
を
being judged.
重さ的にちょうどにし
That
ちょうど
goal
に
point
しないと
right
なん
there.
We
で、
grab a murderer's weight and an arsonist's weight because those are two sins that are equal to that.
Yeah. According to this thing,
Yeah.
whatever it is.
And I remember if you overdo it, you get an encounter. So
正
it's
解は、殺人犯の分動と放火犯の分動を一緒に載せます。
It's not terrible because it's basically like a really simple
すごい名前
mathematical
ですね。
puzzle, but yeah. Like if you're just like randomly putting weights around because you don't want to do any
まあ、
math, then well,
分動、天秤の
that's
問題自体が
so
罪の重さ
Luckily, it is pretty simple.
の
but
釣り合えば
the
処
encounters
刑となるって
unfortunate,
書いてあ
because
るん
the
で、
encounters in here again are kind of very similar to what are in Neem Ruins. They're
だいぶ
too low
まあ
experience and money value
確
to
か
really
設
be
定
worth
的に
fighting a
も
lot
ア
like
ポイナ
casual
の塔
experience.
がなんか
So
罪人を閉じ込めてい
there's a safe
く
one halfway up, but
場所みたいな設定があったと思うんで、
even with
は
an
い。
ambush, like you're
多分そういう意味なんだろうなと思います。
ああ、そういうのを、まあ、イメージ仕掛けがかなり多いんですね。
そうですね。さっきのも分動があった場所の牢屋ですからね。
はいはいはいはい。
で、ここはレバーを操作してゴンドラを動かす。
It's fairly straightforward. So yeah, I suggest we've got time for one more, I believe, there, Mr. Kumo.
This is
あ
kinda
あ、コメントの
basically where
方、
the game is just
そうですね。
busted. Like all the
多
bosses
分
from
で
this
す
point
が、
all
ジ
the way
ャパ
up to the
ニー
end can be
ズ
one shot
ド
by
リームの
Yuri.
件
It's just because strike
を
oil
多
plus
分
mind's eye plus all the
メ
other
ン
stuff.
トしてましたね。ちょっと私あまり英語が堪能ではないので、ちょっと細かく何て言うか分かりませんが、日本の配信のことをおっしゃってましたね。
Kind of makes it a little bit exclusive for people who want to enjoy the story. So they made the game easier and added all these cool new things. So if you just exploit all of them, then well, things just explode. So you're kind of at that point now where your damage just starts outscaling how much boss HP has if you really want to go ham.
The $20 from Anonymous says, shoutouts to the overnight crew. Here's to a good cause. Thank you. And shoutouts to the overnight crew.
These guys. Heroes. Looking down at the...
I think we're like somewhere around 3 hours 40 minutes into the run. Maybe a little bit more, because we've been all kind of sloppy.
3:42.
3:42? Alright.
Got $2 from Gabs. It says, heyo, it's me again, everyone's favorite Octogabs. Proud of you guys for keeping it going, even though I can just imagine how tired you all are. Take all my energy and keep smashing it out. Good luck, my dudes.
So the easy way to remember this puzzle is that it's never the middle lever, because the cursor always starts on where the position is, and you always have to move the elevator initially. So
どれぐらい動かすかっていうのもあるんですね。
そうですね。中ぐらいにするか、上にするか、だいぶ一部存在するんで。
単純に上とか下だけじゃないんですね。
はい。
Every time. I don't know why that is, but it is a thing.
Yeah, the hardest part of Covenant normally is like figuring out where to go. Like that's not even a joke.
で、ゴンドラを上に上げて、上に行ける状態ですね。で、この後はディスク1最後のボスですね。
おー。
So yeah, you scale up to the top, and then we get a 3-minute, 3.5-minute unskippable cutscene.
Which is pretty sweet. We get two of these. Like there are three, but there are two that, for the purpose of the run, do count as a little break. The first one is quite late. You have to go for a solid 3-ish, almost 4 hours, to get to your first actual like solid break. But the next one comes around in about another like hour and a bit. So.
It's actually really nice because it's like right at the midpoint of the run. Wow, alright. So if like, oh, you need to take like a bathroom break, like right around this time, then it's like, alright, perfect.
Blanca and the others run away.
Yep.
Bravely ran away.
Alright, so here
ここのムービーは飛ばせないです。
So now would be a good time for donation.
ああ、飛ばせないムービー。
はい。
If there are more, that is.
Alright, so it's been a long time. So we got one more donation. It says $20, and I believe this is for the Robotruck run later on today. It says, so PJ, what more can you break? Here's to your impeccable luck.
What are you trying to accomplish? What are you after?
Just want to remind everyone why we're all here. So this is RPG Limit Break 2019, and we are benefiting National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI.
そういえばニコルの
NAMI supports
声優が小安
mental
なん
illness
です。
causes through education support, awareness, and advocacy.
そうなんですね。
So
はい。
via awareness, they participate in nationwide
日本語
awareness
版ですよね。
opportunities like Mental Health
はい。
Month, which is actually this month of May, Suicide Prevention Month, and Mental Illness Awareness Week. NAMI has partnerships with a wide range of companies and organizations, such as Fox Sports and Google, that they use to get their name and mission in front of new audiences.
Don't you see? Men will slaughter each other like
あ、
cats.
日本語音声じゃないのが惜しいですね。
そうですね。さすがに同時収録されてないんで。
Pandora's box and spread malice around the world, and that malice obviously goes over to New York and America, and you know how Al Capone gets done in.
I want to do
I mean,
That's
it's roughly true.
it's a very true rendition of terrible game dev.
Yeah.
I love that glorious mid-2000s voice acting.
Nikolai, I will specifically shout out Joey Caps or Joe Capoletti, who plays Yuri. He's amazing. So yeah, we open Pandora's box.
ここの扉が開いたことによって、まあ、象の塊というか、マリスが出て、世界中に散らばって、まあ、確か、これがきっかけで第二次世界大戦が起きたみたいな。続編でもこれが原因で、モンスターが出たりしたんで、だいぶ、やっちまったって感じ
だいぶやらかしたんですね。
そうですね。
If I remember right, I read something that they like.
All right, here we go.
Sing this in like Malay or some Southeast Asian language.
ここの
Like, they
戦闘
really went all
BGM
out
は
with
本当
this
好きな
game's
の。
soundtrack.
三田さん作曲してるんです。
ああ、さんですか。
Full rain with that strike oil for Arc Gale maximization, Rage, Energy Charge, Crush.
Nope, doesn't kill our percentage.
Let's hope not. I can do it without extreme stuff.
I know.
で、アスタロト戦ですね。ニコルが、まあ、ラスプーチンに隠れて、まあ、契約した悪魔。HP が3040、属性が無属性。クリアクエストやミテアホールといったまあ、200弱の攻撃、ハイ魔法を使ってはくるんですけど、アークキャを忘れない限りは、まず倒れないのと、こっちの攻撃力もだいぶ上がってるんで、そこまで強いってわけじゃないですね。
うわ。
Get him, Yuri.
Nice.
ね。
Yeah, so like that is gonna happen to, like I said, every boss right after you get Muno.
心眼の強さが出ましたね。
はい。
This is kind of where to pay a
これが、
心眼で殴れば負けない。
はい。
The enemies can't keep up, and you just bulldoze them. Save here. We can change discs.
ディスク1が終わりましたね。
ああ、本当だ、終わりましたね。
We're saving everywhere.
No, I meant you can't.
ディスクチェンジ。
You don't set up the same way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just because
you third key him for different reasons.
Yeah.
Because like if you miss the physical, like it's just awful because you have to spend a gazillion years.
RTA 的にはこのディスクチェンジの素早く行うっていうところもタイマーに影響するんですね。
そうですね。
I will like shout myself out here and say that this is like one of the few things that I kind of like I like had a profound difference on this particular fight by adding Vapula into the strats and using Red Cradle to one shot those mobs. That's like one of the best things I ever did.
奏者さんはまだ変わらないみたいですね。
そうですね。もうちょいやるっぽいですね。で、ここから、ニコルを倒すと、突如、加藤徳さん、
はい、序盤に、
そうですね、顎の出てたでかい人。
はい。
まあ、言うなれば、ウルの親友なんですけど、
はい。
まあ、突如、アスタロトの力を持ったニコルを連れ去って日本に行ってしまったってことで追いかけて、まあ日本に着いたわけなんですけど、
もう日本、ああ本当だ、もう出てくる、はい
はい
はいはいはいはい、
横浜レンガ倉庫ですね、あれ。今で
めっちゃ銃で撃ってくるんですね。
そうですね。剣ですし、刀持ってますし。で、この新キャラクターが、
はい。
クランド、犬神クランド。まあ、今言っちゃえば、まあ、なんていうか、まあ、ウルの、老いというか、遠い、遠くもないか、親戚にあたる、
はい。
まあ、家系的にはまあ、まあ、親戚なんで、このキャラもまあ、今は使えないですけど、フュージョンができるんで、通常プレイなら、まあ大抵の人は使ってるんじゃないかなと思うんですけど。
運を10で打っちゃダメですね、これ。
There's like one more that you have to do before you get the menu. Which point I can actually heal Blanca, but for now, he has to deal with it.
ほら、ムービー中だと強いけど、戦闘中、ゲーム中なら、
そうですね、ムービーだと避けれないですからね。
薬で治る的な。
そうそうそう。
So if they go for Blanca, he's dead. So, all right, Rip
地味
Doggo.
に日本編は、
はい
急にスタート、
Luckily, it doesn't really matter.
いろいろとステータスが上がっていくんで、もう、ザク1匹の攻撃力ですら100超えてたんですよ、今の。
確かに超えてましたね。
まあ、すぐ後に、防具とか変えるんで、まあ、心配することはないんですけど、
Yeah. You can actually run along the wall on the other side there and it'll take you right to it.
Yeah, yeah.
普通に道間違えてます。
今、道間違えたんでね。
all the way around down there and back and not get a fight, and I get fights all the time just running the right way first time.
Don't look at me. I get into fights all the time in places where I'm not supposed to get fights. Like that corridor where you run to Rasputin.
Yeah, that was weird. I've had that happen before, but
いいですよね
Like this corridor is 100%
ヤングソード
safe,
マン
but
っていう
apparently it's not.
表記になってるのが。
It's only
ああ、そうです。
99% safe.
that'll finish these three guys off. Which
Yeah.
that
日
was
本版だったら
that was
何だったっ
formation
け
one.
な。
If you get good formations, like these go by pretty quick because Blanc just one shot them. But like, if you get the spread
そ
out
う
one,
若
then
き
you
剣
need
客。
three actions and it just slows you down. a little bit.
あ
But it's fine.
まあ、
So
名前が出て
Crandall's
ないん
ring,
で、
by the way, is really
そうなんです
awful. Like, my friend Grefta described this the best way.
私は日
All
本
the
人
ring
です。
patterns in this game have a certain
Hello.
rhythmic timing to them, but Crandall's ring is all
Hello.
offbeats, so he doesn't have any pattern at all. It's just like random
見
positions.
客も英語に表記する
His
と
ring is almost identical to Keith's,
ソードマンになっちゃうんですね。まあでもそうか。
which is also a terrible.
そうですね。大体意味合いとしては間違ってないですからね。
はい。
Okay, so we're going to grab our third seal of speed, which is
ここで、合流したんですかね、メンバー。
そうですね。ウルが船酔いから覚めて、
あ、船酔い。
うん。なんか、ウルは船酔いに弱いっていう設定があるんで、
はい。
結局、一
Well,
回
I
は
get to choose who goes to use that one.
船
You
酔
get
い
the
でダウ
one
ンしてるんです。
on, what's his name? After Baby
それでさっ
Rage,
きもメンバーから
Baby
外れ
Rage
てたんですか？
speed.
そうですね。ブランカ
なるほど。
Yes.
トイレに一人、一匹で。
Yeah, it's not necessary. It doesn't do anything.
So, yeah, we leave the brick warehouses and we're going to go to Yokohama Streets. There's a gentleman who...
He's like the prime minister or something of Japan. I forget what
はい。
position he has, but he's some political
ああ、
figure.
すいません。
He was a
あ、
politician.
時間ですか？
Basically,
そうですね。飯に呼ばれ
basically
て。
this guy, the guy who's currently in power in
す
Japan,
みません。
in
離席しま
Covenant,
す。
はい。
like the guy in
大
power
丈夫で
wants this
す。
guy killed because
は
he's
い。
like the biggest rival.
Mm-hmm.
So right now they captured his adopted daughter to force him to do something like
まあ、
surrender or something like that.
まあ、ミッドさんが
So
帰っ
then
てくるま
he
で、
decided
モ
that's
デ
not
レー
cool
ター
and go
の
and save her. Also,
方で、
the
まあ、なんと
shopkeepers
かしてい
followed
き
us
ましょう
from
と思
Europe all the way to Asia because that's
持
what
っ
they
てお
do.
ります。
They have made a lot of money off of us to this point.
And they will continue making money off of
そうですね、
us.
日本に
I
も
don't need that.
来てますね、
Don't need
店
that.
が。
Venus fan. This is, by the way, one of the reasons why you start having a surplus of money because, like, this menu right here, you buy like nothing.
ですね、長いことこう、ちょっとまあ解説の方お願いしておりまして、私たちイベントの説明を全くしていなかったので、もしここで何か説明することなければ、りょうさんにちょっとお願いしようかなと思ってるん
And
で
it
す
has
けど、
the
いかが
same
ですか？
attack power or something as the Hark foil.
そうですね、
Alright,
確
time
かに
for
もう、
possibly the worst dungeon
一回
in the game.
説明して結構経ってますもんね。
そうなんですよね。まあ、ジャパニーズリストリームを初めて見た方がとか、このイベント何やってるのか全然わかんないけど、とりあえず見てるっていう方がどれくらいいるのかちょっとわからないので、もしいたらちょっと説明の方をさせていただこうかなと思うんですが、いかがでしょうかね。
So you get divided into two teams in this area, and like the point is there are several doors that are locked that prevent direct access to the hall, which is where you need to get to. So you need to navigate both teams in order to get to where the hole is. So Blanca and Krondo are forced on the same team, but Yuri, like you get to choose his party. And I'm gonna divvy this party up in
まあ今のところ
kind of a
い
way
な
I
いっ
haven't
ぽい
done
ですね。
before,
多
but,
分コメントが何も流
コメ
れないので、
ントとしては何も。
So we're
流
gonna
れないので、
push
まあじゃあ
Skipper
このまま、
and
まあのんびりと
Lucia.
見ていきまし
So
ょ
we
う。
have a cure on
そ
both
うです
sides,
ね。
and
わ
then
か
Yuri
り
takes
ま
the
した。
rest. So Kieran and Yuri are more durable. Blanca and Krondo really fast. So separating two of them gives you the best chances of running away. The rest of the party members are basically just all meat shields at this point, because they have
ここで、
upgraded armor and basically haven't really been doing much with them.
Theoretically, Yuri will be
ああ、今これは別行動してるんですね、スイッチパートは。
That's also one of the other reasons why you want Yuri to have fast speed. Because this part and
RPA イ
the
ベ
part
ント
when
が浸透した
before
と
we
いう
get
こ
to
とであれ
into it,
ば、
having Yuri
あ
with
りが
fast
たいこと
speed
です
like
ね。
matters a whole lot.
そうで
Like
す
you
ね。
save so much time.
そしてみんなご飯、まあ確かにもう6時半ですから、皆さん晩ご飯なんですね。
So I'm gonna actually put the second key in first into the second hole. That will allow Yuri to get to his key. And then once we have his key, we need to start opening cabin doors, because those doors are not operated by these key cards. You have to
じゃあ、
manually
じゃ
shut
あ、
them down.
改めてちょっと、謝罪をしようかなと。
And it is possible to
謝罪ですか？
die here, which is
謝罪
why
をしようかな
I
と。
saved for sure.
ま
Just because
ま
your
ず
party
で
is
すね、
split up, like if you get one failures
たびたび
on
指摘
Yuri
があっ
and
た、
Kieran's turn, or Blanca and
コマン
Krondo's
ド
turn,
で
you run away fast enough,
AGDQ
you
の
just die before you can do anything else.
イエティが出てますよねっていう言葉があったんですけど、実はパネルの方にイエティ用意してなくてですね、誰も打たないもんだと思ってたんで、そこまで確認してませんでした。すいません。あと、まあ、右下の現地時刻と、なかなかハッシュタグが変わんないよねっていう発言もなんですけど、こちらの方、技術担当のホイシンさんがですね、現在、現地の方で、ウッツデイの方に行っていらっしゃるので、まあ、手が空いた時に、治るので、いつ治るかちょっと不明でございますので、そこら辺だけ、ご了承いただけたらなと思います。
I found as well, like maybe if I've been trying to figure out the most optimum times to always swap. Like if you can do extra movement with a party to get a little bit further, might be able to kind of like share fights out.
ああ、説明しといてもいいと。
There are
そう
definitely
で
ways
す
that
ね。
you can optimize the way this is done, but as far as I know, like there are certain steps you can't skip. Like you have to do this first part pretty much exactly as is, because you absolutely have to open the cabin door.
じゃあ、まあ、イベントのご案内とか、予算お願いいたします。
まで時間も取らないので、じゃあ今の時間を使ってちょっと紹介させていただきます。今回のこの RPG リミットブレイクというイベントなんですが、こちらアメリカのソルトレイクにて開催されているチャリティーイベントになっております。RPG のみをラインナップした、RTA のイベントになっております。今回、いただいた寄付金は全額ナショナルアライアンス・オン・メンタル・イルネスに全て寄付されることになっております。こちらの団体はですね、心の病を持つ患者さんとその家族を支援する団体となっております。日本からなんですが、ちょっと法律上、直接寄付をすることが難しいのですが、その代わりに、イエティというサイトで T シャツを買っていただくことで、間接的に寄付することができます。で、イエティのサイトに関してなんですが、先ほどちょっと、マウスさんの説明もされていましたが、ちょっと、ナイトボットの方の URL が間違ってたこともありましたが、配信ページの今下部にあるイエティのリンクの方から飛んでいただくと確実だと思います。こちらの方から行っていただくと、イエティの、RPG リミットブレイクの、チャリティの商品の販売ページに行くことができますね。こちらで買っていただくと、T シャツの金額の一部を間接的に寄付することができますので、よろしければ購入を検討してみてはいかがでしょうか。といった感じでしょうか。
そうですね。で、あと、じゃあ、ジャパニーズリストリームって何やってるんですかっていう話になっちゃうんですけど、こちらの方は、今回を含む RPG リミットブレイク、あとは、GDQ、夏と冬にSGDQ とか、AGDQ とかのですね、ゲームの RTA の、チャリティーイベントの方を日本語で再配信して、日本人みんなで楽しく見ましょうというサイトになっております。ちなみにこのような、リストリームの、やつなんですが、今回の、RPG リミットブレイクでは、日本語、あとドイツ語、フランス語の3カ国でも行われておりますので、興味ある方は、ご覧いただけたらなと思います。あと、それとですね、ジャパニーズリストリーム、みんなボランティアで、こういう配信を行っております。で、各ゲームのですね、解説者の募集や、手伝っていただける方の方も、随時募集しておりますので、もし、このゲーム知っている、RTA を知らなくてもですね、ゲーム内容を知っている、ストーリーの説明ができるなどで構いませんので、お気軽に応募していただけたらなと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
All right, we got $25 from Jesse Lockhart that says, loving this Covenant run. Always thought this was an underrated game. Looking forward to PJ's run of RoboTrek and all the other runs for this event and its wonderful cause. Also got $10 from
ご説明ありがとうございます。
King Emocut or King Emocut.
はい。
Shadow Hearts. Is this a full spin-off of Kingdom Hearts for when Sora becomes a
私、シャドウハーツやったことなくてですね、もう何やってるか全然わからないんですよ、実は。
And Bowie, when's Bowie for Shadow Hearts Covenant?
なんとか編で分かれてるんだなって思いながらこう見てた。
地域ごとに分かれてて、今日本に入ってきたところですね。僕も2に関してはプレイしたことがないので、なかなか新鮮ですね、見てて。
Absolutely. We got $100 from Maritime Maiden. It says, shoutouts to Perfect Balls. Really loving seeing this obscure but fantastic series get some representation at RPG Limit Break. Good luck with the run, and a big thanks to the late night crew. Thank you so much for your generous donation. We got $10 from Cord the Honkler. It says, shoutouts to the Shadow Hearts fans in chat and in the night crew, and the night crew of Ohio. Thank you all so much for your donations. Get those in. We're closing in on that 10,000 mark. We'd love to hit that by the end of this run. We got a little over 2 hours left in that, so keep that coming.
So you have to talk to this guy. If you just run downstairs like Karana, you're like, there's this door. I don't know how to open it.
Yeah, he tells you how to open this door.
Because they're smart people apparently.
日本編になるとここら辺の仕掛けも表記が漢字になってますね。火器現金って書いてありましたね、今。
Let's just caution first, I thought, you know.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, in the first game, they tried to use some actions in the overworld like this with the Judgment Ring. In this game, they just essentially took that out.
Yeah, they decided that apparently wasn't a very good idea, because I think some people complain about it. At least I know, like, some of the people I talk to online are like, wow, this is really dumb.
It's largely irrelevant.
It's like, I have to eat a pizza, let's spin a Judgment Ring.
It wasn't quite that intense, but yeah, it was definitely in there for some silly stuff.
夏季元気の左側になんか大量のタバコの吸い殻が捨てられてるのがまた。
It's
like the beginning, you have to like turn a wheel, you have to close the dam or something.
Yeah, you have to turn a hand crank and.
まあ消えてるからセーフってことじゃないですかね。
ここで消してけってことなんですかね。
Oh, you have to do that in this one. It's the same way. They're nothing if not original.
Make sure to survey the game.
危険って書いてありましたね。
It is late. I was thinking about that. It's getting on, isn't it?
So this fight's pretty straightforward. He's going to try to kill his ads immediately, so that way Karada won't defend and then blow him up.
So this is where Vapula's really, really handy, and Blanca obviously speedy, extra intelligence. So hopefully, Blanca will get his go before.
世界観しっかりしてますね。
Blanca should hopefully get his turn
ストーリーがしっかりしてるゲーム、まあ RPG の場合だとゲーム見てると、いや実際にやりたくなってくるんですけど、ね、なかなか。
Exactly perfect. So Barbaria will instantly go probably to energy.
あ、戻りました。
Hit the rage and then the third.
お早いですね。ありがとうございます。
時間かかってなかったですけど。
引き続きここからまた解説の方お願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
あ、はい。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
These guys are fire elements, so they take less damage from this. And they have quite a bit of HP. Tarada is water element.
ボスですね。寺田中佐。
Because now Lucia's gonna go, and then she doesn't get a turn for no one.
寺田中佐は赤木、まあ最初に戦ったザブと同じで、4体引き連れていって、まず行動させると面倒なので、まあハイ魔法で先に倒していますね。
ああ、サードキー使いましたね、第3の時。
ああ、強いですね。
あ
あ。Oh yeah, it's more than enough. Yeah, it's he.
属性水なんでヒート位置も結構良かったですけど、まあ第3の鍵使ってたんで、動きでした。
But just going forward, obviously, there it just helped. So the
yeah, I think you'd have probably done like 5k to him if you got that third strike,
something
roughly,
like that, yeah.
Which would have just, I mean, he has like 3,300 HP, so.
Yeah, there's also a lot of general political unrest going on in Japan. Now this is the worst bit ever.
This is also terrible. Again, I took the worst parts of the run, so shh.
Except for the Eider Flame and.
I took the Eider Flame.
また操作キャラが変わりましたね。
It's pretty bad.
あ、そうですね。ここで、
The rest of it's fine. So this section of the game, he's gonna fight some guys that don't matter. He's gonna do some stuff that doesn't matter, and then he's gonna move on.
今戦
So all the
ってる、
donations for like the next, I don't know,
ま
what is this, like 12 minutes?
トレーニングというか、手合わせ的な感じで、
はい。
戦ってますね。まあ、加藤徳佐が、まあ、前作キャラの
So the next upcoming incentive that you can put your money towards, I've seen a lot of people actually mention this in the donation comments. You can put your money towards visiting the developer room in Robotrek, which will be after the run, 2 runs from now.
川島よしこっていう女性キャラのリーメを使って、まあ、繰り出された心臓人間で、三柱衆といって、まあ、加藤徳佐の、まあ、ボディーガードというか、まあ、忠実な武器がいるんですけど、まあ、今は、その、あと、一番起動が遅かった桜花の、まあ、実験テストをしているところです。 で、ライエンと、この次出てくるライデンも、まあ、手合わせっていうことで、戦います。
ああ、なるほど。こういう感じなんですね。
There you go. That's it. It's explanation. There we go.
ここ射撃訓練で、的に移されたボタンを押していくんです。これ地味にラグがあって、たまに早く入力していると、誤射扱いになったりするんで、微妙にイラつくんですよ。たまに加藤のも出てきて、それ打っちゃうと、
他はもうランダムなんですか？
まあランダムですね。
ランダムなんだ。
He's trying to trick you.
You have to hit 30, I want to say?
Yeah, I did 30.
Oh my word.
6.
We have a $5 anonymous donation that says, shout out to the overnight crew, runners, and the one guy in the audience with an entire coffee pot. That's our pal Palmer over here.
Yeah. Cheers.
Oh,
the triple, dude.
自己主張が激しい。
激しいですね。
Oh my god.
He had good luck through that though. Actually, so far he's about done. There you go. Wow, 141. That's actually.
By the way, if you press the wrong button, Kato yells at you anyway.
Yeah.
He's like, "What is this accuracy that I'm seeing?" And if you hit him, he's like, "Excuse me?
What is his accuracy?
How dare you shoot at me?"
It's not.
Who do you think you are? That's how I assume he sounds. I don't know. He has a voice.
このタイマーっていうのも関係があるんですかね、右上の。
ああ、早いと加藤に褒められます。それだけ。
なるほどね。
本当にそれだけです。
Garon's like. Karen's kind of like sometimes.
He then is also.
Yeah. Geppetto's like, I don't know. I got nothing for that. He's not.
I do like the bit when he uses an item and he goes, "What
あ
happened
あ、オーカーの DNA の元自体が加藤にとって特別です。それ言っちゃうと前作のネタバレになっちゃうんですけど。
ああ、なるほど。前作ですか。
だいぶこの2が前作のネタバレかなり含んでるっていうか、実際ウルがなんでドンレミに行ったとか、そこら辺深く言っちゃうと本当に前作のエンディングまでネタバレになっちゃうんで、
ああ、なるほど。
躊躇しちゃうんですけど。
なおさら、あれですね、シャドウハーツシリーズは1、2と続けていただきたい感じはしますね。
そうですね。それもあって、ずっとやってほしいっていう人は。
Boom.
340, we did it.
Got him. Yeah, actually, that's really good.
There we go. Future perfect. That was future perfect.
Reminds me, will we be seeing the Yuri Thump cutscene?
No, it was not.
Unfortunately,
it's not a donation incentive.
I mean, we could watch it anyway. I mean, we've got a massive estimate. We're not going to go over that.
Yeah, we're not going to go over that.
そうですね。ぜひ遊んでくださいっていうことですかね。
そうですね。
You heard the man. Hit
1と2も、
9,500.
2はディレクターズカット版ではなければ安いんで、結構手に取りやすい方だと思います。ディレクターズカット版は割と高いですけど、できれば一部シーンが結構ハイレゾになってるとかで、割とそこら辺割とファンにとって結構重要なシーンなんで、できればディレクターズカット版買ってほしいけど、 まあ、まあできなそうでなくても、まあ通常版でいいから買ってほしいなってところと、プロも気切れしないで欲しいってのもありますね。だいぶプロムは通りがあんまりなんて戦闘システムはいいんですけど、その分ストーリーが結構ガバガバっていうか。で、後付け設定がかなり加速してるんで、だいぶ結構持たないっていうか、割とストーリーがあんまり良くないんで、動画としてはなんか、全然2に比べて見ないんで、そこら辺寂しいところあるんですけど。
なるほど。
この後、見ましラッシュ3人揃って、この後の、まあ、テストの中盤っていうか、ボスがいるんで、そのための準備です。
We do have one more segment. Have one more segment when we use these, and for some reason, Oka's ring goes back to normal. Don't know why.
Yeah, it has something to do with the way that
when
she rejoins the party, she like joins your party and it resets her for some reason. I was talking to LCC about it. Wow, that's a big damage hit.
リング以上じゃなかった。追加効果を、まあ、リングカスタムでつけられるんですけど、それを、まあ、物理防御減レベル4を、多分誰にやってんだろう。ヒエンかな。
多分発動してたんですかね。多分そうです。ヒエン。
多分ヒエンですかね。で、物理防御減をしますね。を発動させて、とにかく物理で殴るって。本当は、ミマシラ州専用の連携技とかあるんですけど、
はい、
まあ、それするよりかは、個別で殴っていく方が早いですね。
残念ですね。
はい、
Again, the boss music on this too. He has like 1 HP. Yeah, again, you're in no danger of dying to this guy.
By Raiden.
Yeah, nobody cares about that guy.
Or that guy.
Yeah, literally irrelevant.
It is a bit of a shame. It's kind of like, I don't like to mock this game for that kind of reason, but like it is just a segment that if this was just optional, I'd have no issue with it. I'd have no issue with it because it's just bonus, but like to make it mandatory, it's just kind of, it just gets in the way of the pacing of the game.
それで、ミマシラ州パートは終わって、俺たちが、まあ、解放されたと。
Like that all happened simultaneously, but it's just a weird segment. And part of loving a game and like speedrunning it is knowing like where its strengths and weaknesses lie.
Yeah.
And this second disc is a weakness.
Yeah.
そうですね。音楽も結構和やかなっていうか、ノスタルジックな感じで。だいぶ聞き応えがあるんです。
We can always make the most of the waste of time apes, can't we?
Yeah, well, we just did.
Yeah, agreed, we did.
It was great.
I enjoyed it.
It was fun. Yeah, good. It's hilarious.
We got the girl back, and that's great.
Yeah, and she's adorable.
Yeah,
she's a little hat.
Yeah, she does. She's like, I don't know, Anastasia.
I don't know why he's wearing a fedora, but he is.
Indoors as well. Yeah, so Yoshiko gets a little attachment to Blanca as well. There was like, she's like, look at the doggy, and he's all, mate. But he gets over it. Okay.
I forgot the replacement man. Well, whatever.
先ほど、脚本に、まあ、協力してくれた、まあ、なにわ っていう人が墓参り行くんですけど、まあ、それを心配して行ってみると、異変が起こってるので、
すごいマップ形してますね。
そうですよね。で、ここで、クラウンドがフュージョンして、まあ、操られてる状態でフュージョンして、戦闘になると。
はいはい。
この、まあ、つくよみってフュージョンモンスターなんですけど、非常に攻撃力が高くて、割とここの段階でも、一
発ですね。
そうですよね。装備によっちゃ、ウルでも一撃で死ぬことあるんで、
So the problem with Lucy is that she's dark element and Tsukiyomi is light element, so she does more damage to her.
She's also just
やる前にやれって感じです。
That's kind of the other problem. So this completely screws up my turn order.
やられる前にやる。
Which of course, why wouldn't it?
そう。
Go according to
な
plan.
ぜ
Also, I'm missing every single strike zone, and I'm not trying
なぜ
to.
フォン
So whoever's picking up after me,
ゼロ
if I
クラン
miss
ド
the
のその
extreme,
つ
I
くよみって
apologize.
フュージョンモンスタ
It'll only
ー
add
の
weight
元ネ
against
タが
Yeah,
多分ラーゼフォン
probably don't want
だ
to
ろう
keep
っ
adding misses
て言われ
to
て
it.
ます。
ああ、そうなんですか。
クランドの中の人も
That's good.
下野ヒロさんなんですけど、
はいはいはい。
ラーゼフォンの主人公も下野なんで、
Well, you can blame
中の
the
人
TV
つながりですね。
ね、
do this.
I'm so glad we got to do this together as a family. There you go.
We got this.
The damage output on this is just insane. Now a good there should have done the, so it shows you the effect at the top of just like getting the spell off. So it would have leapfrogged Yuri ahead anyway. So this is gonna turn Tsukiyomi to paste here in a second.
Yep.
And it's not even like a good paste. It's like that paste you're like, oh man, that's. There you go.
いいですね。
Here's 80.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not much.
倒しましたね。
He did.
So that took way longer because Lucia died, and I had to monkey around with the entire turn order again. So that was not ideal. If you buy the replacement, I was debating whether or not I needed to buy it when I was going through the Yokohama streets past the sellers again. I'm like, I think
実
I
は
buy
フュージョン
replacement
モ
here, but I don't
ーション
know
が
for
できる
sure.
っていうことで、
And that's
Hi.
where you get unlock Tsukiyomi
フュージョン
for
と
Kurando. Kurando can also
が
fuse
使えるよう
his
に。
Yuri's cousin.
His is slightly
ス
different.
テータスも最初は MP0 だったり、SP も10程度だったんですけど、
He only gets like 2, I think,
Yeah.
as well.
ここから
It's
普通に
Tsukiyomi and Juten Doji.
Juden Doji, that's the one, yes.
Yeah, it's this side quest. and
MP
it's
も
powerful.
SP も
It's high physical attack.
So I
ウルと同
believe
じぐらいに
it's,
なって、
Kurando and Yuri's fathers are brothers. I
Yes.
believe. Yeah. So fun fact, I always bring this up whenever Shadow Hearts comes out, and I'm pretty. Someone's probably going to try and correct me here when I say this. They were going to make a Shadow Hearts 3, but From the New World exists. I know, but they were going to make an actual
で
Shadow Hearts
この
3.
ダンジョン
Shadow Hearts from the
異
New World
界
is not Shadow Hearts 3. It is a Gaiden
なんですけど、
But yeah, they had artwork. There was
Oi.
The developers of the Shadow Hearts series were talking. They went into an interview. They're making games right now, but they want to go back to Shadow Hearts at some point if it's ever possible, of course.
と
But yeah, they had artwork made and prepared for.
とりあえずこ
'cause
こ
it
を
was meant to follow
攻略するため
Ben
に、
or Junpan,
まあ
Jiro,
青い
and then
五方
Kuranda's
形の
father.
道を
So the two
進ん
fathers
で、
together and their
その先にあ
exploits,
る
in
あ
that kind of like 1890s when Karen kind of
三奨励区
showed up.
を
Yeah.
入手
I
し
mean,
て、
spoiler
Oh
alert.
yeah. There's a whole. Don't worry, you'll find
赤い
it.
五方形の先に進み
We're
ます。
at 9,000.
Red, yeah, right.
Right.
I mean, if we get to another 495, and we're
最
getting
初赤い
60
方
done.
っていうのは
Um,
掘れないようになってるん
so
です
there
ね。
was going to be a game that was going to
そう
actually
です
follow
ね。
up
登
those
ろうとする
exploits,
と
which I
戻
think
され
is
ちゃうん
really
で
nice, like actual
はい
follow
はい
up
はい
to Shadow Hearts 3, because to be fair, Ben Huger is a beast. Just like,
Yeah, I mean, is he day why I killed him?
Just to be 100% clear, that cutscene is appropriate for the stream,
で
right?
この先も
I was like,
参照レー
there's
ス
one
は
cutscene in particular in this game that I wouldn't
Ah.
want to show.
Oh, you're talking about
道
that
間
one?
違えたんですかね。
Yeah, that
うん
one.
間違えましたね。
You-
Okay, just wanted to make sure it
Ah.
wasn't another one like that.
left it to.
Man Festival. Festival of Men.
Well, at least I realized it before I started going up the entire way. and
So
all the way
funny story
around.
about that. What Ty was about to do there. In my PB, I go all the way up
で
that
最初
and
の
then
分
come
かれ
back down and then go
が
over
まあ右に進ん
because
で
I
書いて、あ
was just like, I don't know what I'm doing.
あ、
That's
これ
okay.
は
I got lost on
これ
either
は
flame. That was great too.
遅延ですね。
I've done that before. It's not pleasant. Everything looks the same. All the walls are made out of weird writhing flesh.
Left, straight, right, straight.
I have a map that I take out. It's on leather. I string it out. I'm just like, oh, okay. It's statistically unlikely to die here, even if you get surrounded. So your characters are very strong for this section of the game because you've gained the levels that you're supposed to. Because everybody's been alive.
Everyone's just made it. We're going the whole hog now. So
I
we-
did that
we-
incorrectly. Whatever.
We've been grabbing these dispelling charms and disabling charms. So basically to
あ
stop
あ、
the,
それでまた次
these
の
like seals from
赤い
going forth.
ところの結界を解いて進むんですね。
そう
From
です
the
ね。
foreigner cemetery. On the way up to this boss fight, we're going to go left here, and then we're going to dispel the charm using the dispelling charm to get rid of this second seal. On the way up to the next boss fight, there will be a slight detour to the left.
地蔵さんが置いてあるのが、
Now, just like third keys,
このお地蔵さんは何か意味があったりするんですか？
you guessed it, it doesn't just go around 3 times, it goes round
確か
That's what I thought.
yeah.
Why is there not a 6
ヒントがもらえたような。
あ
Yeah.
何かヒントはあれか
意味があって置いてあるんですね、でもね。
そうですね。
I don't know that song. Really? No.
Eternal Flame?
No. Don't know. You're British.
You're meant to be old.
I am old.
Why do you know that?
30.
で、ここの脇に大根の鍵が。
You're a crumbling ruin.
I'm just sitting here waiting for this couch to swallow me, dude.
気づきにくいところありますね。
そうですね。
It's over.
レー
Hey,
ダー
no.
を見ないとわからないんで、
Covenants
まず
and limit break. I got nothing left to accomplish. It's done. I'm finished, y'all. After this, I'm getting on a plane and Major Tom in my way out of here. That's how it's gonna go down.
さっき気づいたんですけど、ウルが装備している防具の名前がダンディ
Okay,
ー
so
ズ
you give
キ
her
モ
extra
の
life
名前でしたね。
in this particular fight.
ダンジーズ着物
今後だとまた多分別の名前になるんでしょう。
Give me a
着
second.
物ってことは多分
Think that's
いや、買われてたと思うんですけど、日本編で。
I literally stepped off the
と
save
は
point and then the
小
game
粋な
like
着流し
Save
ですね。
points are not safe.
Ah.
apparently.
like gameplays. I'm already not really having a good day. Please don't do this to me.
小粋だから
really,
ダンディー
thing I
なん
want
で
to
すね
point。out
ダ
is
ン
that
ディーなんですね。
because so many seals of speed, he's so fast. He's going to be much faster than pretty much everything you encounter from here on out. And then Blanca's going to be fast enough to back him up on your second attempt if you failed to run it the first time. This is Garan. He's a
ボス
baby
の
man.
ガなんですね。
Let me see if I can pull off
これ
what I
は
actually
な
want to do,
Okay.
and then I'll describe what's actually
なん
happening.
ていうか
It's,
攻撃
it's a
力以
little
外で
intricate.
なんか
It
厄介という
actually
か
works out the way I want
マイン
it
ド
to.
マインドアサルトを使うんですけど、これ全 MP を減らしてくるんで、これどのキャラクターに当たっても面倒なんです。
はいはいはい。
する必要があるんで、どのキャラも結局魔法で MP 使うんで、
バフをかけ終える前にもらっちゃうと厄介ってことですね。
そうですね。
That's what aromatherapy looks like, by the way. You just do that, and then just dust falls around. So, Garen has this thing called mental assaults, which just completely drains
歴
all
や
your
めと
MP.
れるのかな。
So,
あ、もう完全にゼロになるんですね。
Takes the first
はい。
one.
嬉しいな。
ボスのガランだけですからね、全部 MP を吸い取ってくるのは。
Crap. that didn't go the way I wanted it to. Whatever. We'll just deal.
サンボー
実際、トッツァンボーヤってウルに言われますかね。
Yeah, I don't think it'll kill him. It's defending him.
Oh yeah,
so
that's fine. So yeah, that's an earth move, so that would pretty much wreck the dog. But the wolf, Bosh.
Nice crit.
ああ、強い。
強いですね。
Yeah, I needed 2 extra hits.
Yeah, fair enough. Good call.
Basically, the way that boss fight works is if there
あ
are
あ、ここがあれですか。空飛ぶ座布団なんですね。
he will always go for a combo.
あ
So you take out the ads
空
and
飛
then
ぶ
that
座布
changes his
団
AI to target the guy
を
with the highest
言われるのは
level,
もっ
which is
と
why
後
you
です。
wanted it
あ、
to
もっと後なんです
originally
ね。
go after
はい。もう一回戦闘があるんで。
うん
But then I messed something up because I think Yuri was too fast, so I couldn't get the arc kill off, which would have decreased Blanca's MP in the first place. But I still
この
got to save
時は
it. But then I
こ
decided
っ
the
て
rage was
言わ
better
れてまし
because
た
I was already under the effect of oil. Anyway, long story short, that didn't exactly work out the way I wanted it to, but I estimated the correct amount of damage, so that was fine.
Yeah, it was a good fight. Overall, it was a good fight. He only got 2 turns, and he usually gets a mental assault and a rock strike, or a mental assault and like a hail breeze or something, or he'll crash off. or
Yeah,
something.
even in the optimal,
で
not optimal, but the
何
strat
話
that I
の
planned,
まあ
like it
家
takes,
に
like you still get 2 turns. It's like
Yeah.
the fastest you can
つ
do
い
it.
て、
But it just fixes it such that like you can perform the same actions every time and it's guaranteed.
Any enemies with multiple that bring the adds to the battle are quite.
They're a little
unfortunate.
trickier, yeah.
Yeah.
I think specifically as well with Garan, I think in the
で
next,
パ
I
ー
think
ティー
it's
が
the same
参加し
with that
て
fight. Doesn't take magic damage as well, so you can't.
Correct.
Yeah,
He is
yeah.
magically
Doesn't
immune.
immune to magic,
That is
yeah.
why I did
が
not
うろうろする
transfer
こと
him
に
and
なっ
just
て、
poked him with physicals.
So this is, I believe,
あ、この歩き方久しぶりに見ましたね。
Nihonbashi, where we're going to be assaulted by our good friends Ashoki. First of all, we're going to run to the left-hand side, and we're going to go and meet Garen again. Sorry, Gamma. And we're going to say no. We're actually not
Kata wa.
going to today,
グランガマ。
Why is there a triple G?
because I don't know.
なぜ日本に
Great Gamma?
I don't know.
I don't know.
なぜなんでしょうね。
What are you doing here in Japan?
No.
No.
So funny story.
Nah, we're not gonna.
If you mash too hard, you just get into another fight.
今回は
and
戦わ
because
ない
like,
で
you
すね。
haven't really been upgrading your
そう
king's
ですね。
weapon,
選
it
択
doesn't
肢
do a
次
lot
第
of
で
damage, so the fight's really slow. And at the same time,
ま
because
あ
you gain so
避け
many
ることはで
levels,
き
you
るんで
can't die from the physical strike, so you have to wait for the instant death to kick in, and it's really awful.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I did that.
yeah, learn to auto queue.
He has the same HP value as he does in Southampton, so.
日本版だと千葉茂なんで、
So your cutscene and then we have to fight some dudes.
だいぶ、
And, Karen's having a little
だいぶ
conversation,
男祭りってイベントも
private conversation there.
だいぶ
One
濃い
person
もの
tries
に
to kiss someone else, and then
Yeah, it gets a bit
Japanese anime kicks in for a minute, and
Yeah.
you go back to life.
Yeah. Because I think
で
isn't Anastasia
ウル
in
と
Europe
カレンのラブロマンスを、
spying on them?
Yeah,
Because,
very
oddly,
Anastasia's like, ooh.
Anastasia wearing her winter
まあ
clothes and
この化け物がニコルの、
Japan at
まあ
this point because of the,
アスタロトに侵食されたニコルの、
The demons are here, so it must be pretty bad.
が
This is
まあ
Shoki 1.
輸行した
He's
化
a
け物で、
depowered version of Shoki.
Yeah. This one is a little bit harder than
これ
the
なん
next
て読む
one.
んだ
This one requires an energy charge, I think,
Nah.
rage. The other one's just you just punch it.
You don't need
Eh,
rage if you get a
to.
percentage charge, but I rage
羽
because I
編
like big
20
numbers,
で、
and I cannot lie. See what I did there?
羽
That's
編
well done,
20
That's good, yeah. Nothing. Crickets.
あ
Not
り
even good kind of cricket. Not even your kind of cricket. Do you even like cricket? You don't like cricket. do you?
Not an overly big fan.
I can't do crickets.
I'm not
I think
Shiba-
you actually do need the rage. I forget whether he has 1200 HP or 1800 HP. I think it's 1200.
I think it's 1200, yeah.
あ、
But it's just safer.
Yeah.
And if it's 1800, then yeah, you just
さ
do
っきの
exactly
モン
the
スター
damage
は、
with rage.
Yeah,
まあ
it's 12.
即死だったりクリアクレスト、ミタフォールを使う。
myself to watch something get destroyed
Huh?
like that.
うん。
some serious like meta commentary.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's,
Ah,
it's
so
not a real
違う。
thing. So
Yeah.
it
普
feels
通
no
にザ
pain.
コで張るんですけど、
Well,
And-
it's,
and-
it's more like if you really like seeing big damage numbers, then you
や
are
っぱり
playing
攻
the
撃
right
力が
game,
高
because
め
you do
で、
lots of damage in this
はい
game to the point where you one shot everything.
This-
特に
this
こ
lad
う
here is
この
just
戦
run
闘
up and punch.
メンツが固定で、
I think I get a surround
Ah.
too, yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
大体
You're probably
ア
not
ナスタ
first
シア
anyway,
と
but he'll die anyway. You can't
ヨア
save
ヒン
him.
は多分防具を買ってないんで、
Yeah, even in the no
Ah.
vines, you just do 2
変で
attacks
すよ
and then you kill him.
Yeah, he's
that
very weak.
guy's a wuss.
You have to fight a group of those guys coming up here just met with the waste of time apes. It's amazing. You get nothing for it. They take your experience and money for some reason. It's great.
Well, they don't take the experience from you. You didn't fight, so the experience is theirs.
Yeah, but they.
And technically, the money is theirs too. But
what do they need money for? They don't need money. They're taken care of. They live in a test tube.
But the thing that makes absolutely no sense to me is like there's like 3 shots of Yuri lining up to fight the dude. Like he just like rearranges his position. It's like,
Right, we're gonna get some items here again. Upgrade everything pretty much. We're gonna go the Tortoise, Dragon Sword.
さっきの化け物と後から出てくるでかい化け物が長期って言います。
ああ、重いの方ですね。
はい。
金、重い。
で、急に道で。
向こうでも正気が来ますね。
はい。変わってないっぽいですね。で、この後の正気が、普通にボス戦が、これの前座で、ミマシラ州が出てきて、まあ、こういうのは特有のが、今は共同戦線みたいな感じで、ミマシラ州を操作して、高正気を、まあ3連戦なんですけど、ここは、まあ、手榴弾、鉄鋼手榴弾で、まあ、なぜかここだけはテクニカルリングにしてもノーマルじゃないじゃん。なんで、あれ？
最初の戦闘だけなんかノーマルっぽかったですね。2回目は、そうなんだ。
桜花だけノーマルリングになっちゃうんですよ。
なるほど。
だから、桜花とランス次第では、一撃で倒れないことがあるんですよ。ああ、ちょっと離れてる。
離れてますね。
You can also physically attack with the 2 nerds, but doesn't really matter much how you want to do it. I throw the bombs because they do more damage and we're guaranteed on perfects. And you can't miss with bombs.
I throw the bombs because they're easier for the rings. Like, have you seen Raiden's like one-hit tech ring? It's great.
I don't use Raiden's.
It's like a one frame window.
I don't. I use his 2-hit tech ring.
今回は乱数が良かったみたいですね。
そうですね。
Have a turn where he's gonna do something other than throw bombs. Like never.
これで3連戦が終わって、で、ウルたちが、正気にを戦うことになります。で、こっちが、即死クリアクレスト、ミテアフォールと、だいぶ強力な攻撃を揃えてきて、とりあえず、まず最初には即死を使うことはあんま少ないんですけど、まずレオナルド・ベアを金は余ってるんでつけといて、多分鍵使うんじゃないですかね。多分 HP も4550とかなり高くなってる。 極みっていうアクセサリーは、なんとか、獲得条件があって、もう、リングのストライク率が、全体の、確か、65% 以上だと、まあ、もらえるんですけど、大丈夫かなと思ってんですけど。
確かに、ところどころグッドが結構出てますね。
ああ、鍵使わないですね。
使わないですね。
まあ、心眼があるから、使う必要ないってことでしょうけど。
So Karen's not going to do enough damage, but I think with the extra oil here, the entrance plus a strike from Yuri and a strike here will probably be enough, because he has like 5700 HP. So this should do about 1000.
もうすぐですね。多分、回復しなくても、一撃で倒れるはずですけど。
Blanca taking one for the team.
お、倒しましたね。
強い。
So, gonna pass it to Bowie. He's gonna take the last stretch of the game where we get a final power upgrade, and it's gonna turn the game to absolute mush.
交代するみたいですね。
そうですね。で、ここでオープニングでもトークしてた、BOWIEtheHERO。
ああ、はいはいはい。
I'm just going to save it so that when we unlock controllers, it doesn't mess anything up.
Might as well grab the extreme whilst you're there for me.
Yep. So the extreme's really fun because
あ、
we
大丈夫みたい
currently
です
still
ね。
see the dial.
無
We're
事に
about to
極み
enter
取
the
得
part
し
of the
て、
game where the dial disappears completely. So you just get the shape of the
あ、
ring.
ここで入手できるんですね。
そうですね。2は取得するのに本当、色がないですから、手軽に取りに行けますね。
But the big thing and why this accessory is so important is because the extreme increases your, like, it gives you a ×3 damage multiplier. Whereas beforehand, with just the mind's eye, it's a ×2 multiplier.
Thank you very much.
Alright.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
Woo!
And
here we go.
ここから奏者さんが変わりまして、BOWIEtheHEROさんですかね。
Got up early to watch the run. Still waiting on your front mission for a run.
Donation to Runner's
Imperial
Choice.
Capital.
Imperial Capital.
Hojo.
No, we've got to go Nihonbashi for warning device.
Oh, warning device, yeah.
So we saved as well. I'm going to do the last lottery of the game, so I'm going to go and grab the
あ
warning
あ、
device.
ここ
It's
で
not too bad. It's
引
like
き
easy
で
fickle ring, so it speeds up and it gets slow again. So
お
I think that was a bit too late.
No, you got it.
ここで警報器っていうアクセサリーを取りましたね。
Hey, we first tried all the
これ、
lotteries.
ま
Yeah,
あ、
about
囲ま
that.
れるとか
We're the
囲まれ、
best.
囲むと
You
か
cannot
あっ
stack
たん
the
ですけ
mind's
ど、
eye and the
その
extreme.
うちの
Yeah,
囲まれるのを防ぐ
you can't go like
アクセサリー
full
ですね。
Nobara and wear like 6 belts in
あ
Funny story about Yuri in the first game. He's
そう
wearing
です
3 belts.
ね。
あ、はいはいはい。
I'm going to save again just to make sure.
In this game, he has a
2ならまだ
Yuri and satchel.
まあ、遅延を防ぐ程度には使われるんですけど、フムザワールドだと本当、囲まれたら、まず死ぬんで、全滅。
全滅するんですね。
はい。2と違って、敵も火力が上がってるというか、
Yeah, because they experimented on Nikolai by electrocuting him and kind of torturing him, and that's where the Shokis came from.
ないと無謀って領域にはあるんで、フロムザニューワールドや必須アイテムですね。
And soul and how souls work and stuff, so he can do stuff like that. Because he's got Ooka's body, but he doesn't have
まあ
her soul.
2も
And he wants her soul. Wants her soul.
だいぶ囲まれた時の遅延がひどいんで、まず よほどの記録狙いでもなければ、まず取るって選択肢にはなりますね。
Because Kato was the one behind them trying to get it from Yuri originally, which we find out later in this disc.
ここは、まあ、その日本橋で遭遇し、化け物、長期から、まあ、アスタロートに収縮されたニコルから、ニコルと同じ匂いを感じたっていうことで、アストロ、まあ、東堂技術研究所に忍び込んでいます。
I just call it the split in my set of splits, like escape from Midgar. Because that's basically what you're doing.
I call it Final Fantasy VII Research Laboratory, which is completely unoriginal, just like naming it the Hojo Research Laboratory. Bunch of bad happens. Astaroth
で、
escapes.
東堂技術研究所では、アスタロとニコルの分離実験をしていたんですが、
He just bounces.
まあ、それは失敗して、結局、アスタロトが余計ニコルを侵食してしまったということで、まあ、脱走というか、逃げられてしまったんですね。それで、ウルたちも、まあ、侵入してたことがバレてしまったので、研究所から逃げようっていうことがあって。
The first time I got the warning device, it saved me like 6.5 minutes, something like that. It's more than a minute, so there you go. It's worth it. Because it doesn't take long to get.
You're more than likely to get a back attack as well, so even preventing one is already making up for it. So
the worst one is getting back attacks inside the Immortal Mountain, but we'll talk about that when we get there, which you won't get now, so it's good. There's pretty much not a whole lot going on in here. We're gonna walk through. We're gonna get our second, fifth key, and then we're gonna fight a boss. So if there are any donations, now would be a good time.
Yes, sir. We got plenty of them, actually.
Tasty.
So before we get to that, when is the cutoff for, I believe it's the Miracle cutscene?
It would have to be...
I think there's like 2 more bosses.
There's a bit of a ways.
There's Purgatory and then there's Saki.
ここ、オーカが
Queen's Court.
実験のテストをしてたところと同じなんですよ。
ああ、そうですね。
Queen's Court to pick up
Yeah, so it's a way.
すごい溝から出てましたもんね。
So killing
はい。
when we kill King
加藤が。
そうですね、加藤の主張が。
Alright, so get your donations in. It's $9,500 for that. Total.
Honestly, actually, we could just watch it in the theater.
Yeah, we
could.
could. Okay.
So if we get it before, as long as we have enough time to do it, I think it's like a 6-minute cutscene.
I forget how long it is, but
it's pretty long. It's good. It's a good cutscene.
Like, as Garrett was saying, there's like 3 really good cutscenes. Like the one with Albert Simon's really good. There's a bonus cutscene where Yuri talks to his dad is also really good.
Yeah, it's really
and
good.
The one that the Miracle cutscene, and I will also put the one where
で、
you
こ
go
こから
to
ひたすら
Zurich.
階段を登って1階まで。
What's crazy is there's a cutscene in this game called The Oath, which is
Mate, that's my favorite.
Yeah.
It's my favorite.
In the Japanese version of the game, it's a cinematic, and it's amazing. We're nerds. Love this game. It's one of my favorite games. I don't like Shadow Hearts 1 better, but...
No, the plot and story of this game is, like, it's really good. It really is. Like, there's a lot of intricacies, I think, when we get to the very end. You'll see how all the pieces play off.
Did you get the 5th key, or it's the next floor?
Next floor.
That's right. 4-3.
こんな狭いところでもしっかりエンカウントがあるんですね。
そうですね。ちゃんと第5の鍵も取って。
What did you guys think I was gonna say? Did you think I was gonna agree with that? It's a terrible opinion. I hate that little rodent.
Alright. I hate him. So this next boss has an instant death attack.
で、次ボスがあるので、ほんとセーブして、多分極みもつけて、
ああ、次に極みが。
極み。
極み。
It's completely irrelevant. Yeah, you're just like, you no longer exist. Someone sitting over there like, oh, Mr. Yuri, I don't feel so good. He just fades away. so bad. See, that's topical humor because Avengers. He needs to focus for this. So
You're a little
serious
behind
time
on that one.
Serious time for this one, guys. So from here on out, it'll be serious time for every boss.
I'm going critical anyway, so it's fine.
このボス、富岳って言うんですけど、
ああ、そうやって書いてあったんですね、漢字。
はい。
はいはい。
まあ、麻痺、怪力大回転、大砲、解体。この解体が、即死効果ついてて、
はい。
高いんですよね。
撃でさっきから即死攻撃使ってきますね。
そうですね。あ
ああ。
Early, obviously. All right, it's okay.
地味にエナジーチャージも失敗してたん
So,
で、成功してたもん。
ちょっと
I do want to
攻撃
remark
力
on
足りなかっ
how
た感じですかね。
both Tide
そうですね。
and Bowie both literally jumped into this after sitting for several hours, so it's hard to expect them to be perfect. That's perfect. You cannot instant death someone who's defending, so that worked out great.
The extreme ring in particular is like really tricky. Like it's like 100% comes down to muscle memory and how good you feel about that ring.
Yeah.
So having just like
yeah.
a tiny shift with the TV makes a big difference.
So this fight, I expected this fight to take a little bit longer just to get back in the flow of things. So. And a lot of these art cures that like Tide was doing and Bowie's doing now are all just.
ああ。ほんと最初の一瞬しか見えないんですね。
There you go.
Got it.
All right.
そうですね。最初だけ見えるんです。
Yeah, that's on my prediction of list things that will
しかし
happen.
本当
So now
に
you have to rebuff and you have to re-oil and lose like
スカルト
3
は
minutes. This is great.
This has been super unfortunate.
Yeah, if I saved the extra third key, you could just blow the third key here if you really wanted to.
I only need to hit him one more time, honestly. It's just...
Yeah, Yuri's coming up next.
Yeah, of course he misses. But yeah, I'm gonna need to try and do that first time on some bosses. So depending on how I'm feeling as I go forward, I might adjust my strats accordingly.
おお、倒しましたね。
He's dead anyway. The perfect energy charge is enough. The miss was unfortunate.
これは
He
ちょっ
would've
と
died quite a bit faster, so.
Yeah, if you do like the strike oil setup, you do like 8,000 damage or something if everything hits perfect.
Yeah.
And this boss only has, I think, like 5,700 HP.
Yeah,
like
he-
you just overshoot the margin by every time if you hit everything.
Earlier when we were talking about like trying to do exact amounts of damage, unfortunately at this point in the game you can't. you just blow stuff away. So it's just you're just doing like basic setup, because unfortunately you need to have the rage, the crit, or the rage, the oil, and the energy charge.
Well, it's like you can downgrade, right? Like you don't need to use the extreme. You can actually use the mind's eye for that fight, and you can still make it.
Yeah.
It's just because like the amount of multipliers and buffs you have at this point is just so insane that like losing an extra 100%, like
ま
you
た
can
戻
still
っ
hit
てき
that
た
point.
んですね
That。just gives you an idea of how much
そ
power
う
you
です
have
ね
at this point.
まあ
So,
日本で
we're
の
gonna
ま
run
あ
around.
拠点みたい
Talk
な
to everybody.
感じで、
うん。
Now would be a good time for donations.
なにわとは協力関
We
係
got
ありますから、
$25. Says, since we aren't going with PJ's traditional file name, I thought we should let board
まあ
get
置い
some
てってくれてるって感じ
So
です
many
ね。
PG donations. We got $1 from Dejumbi14 says, I remember some of
で
this crew
日本
doing
橋
Shadow
で
Hearts from the New World a few years ago. It was a very entertaining run, and I'm glad to see
出
you
か
back.
けてい
Have
た仲間
good
と
night,
合流
or
して、
good late night,
Hi.
or go late night, early morning crew. Oh, excuse me. I'll put this towards B as the letter of power in Curse of the Azure Bonds in honor of B from Phantom Brave last night.
で最後
So
に、
$10 from Squall, no comment. Thank you so much for your donation. And
北海道で
$25 from Dark Enigma.
熊に
Says, "Hey,
襲われ
Bowie,
ながら
stopping in from work
光線の
for a bit
修
to
理を
support
してい
you and
た
everyone running.
ロジャー
More
と
good luck to
再
you.
会
Hopefully you won't lose like 5 minutes to the end boss again."
That was
し
fun.
ます。
Yeah.
はいはい。
And the whole run's dead now. Thanks, dude.
It happens, yeah. I mean, the final boss is one of those ones where you go for a setup, and if he uses a certain move, it's just.
ロジャーの中の人が画集院一つやって、だいぶ演技が愛嬌あるというか、憎めないというか。
It is literally faster to safety save and reload from your safety save than to spend time.
だいぶそこら辺もプレイして聞いてほしいところでありますね。
Casually, he's actually
ぜひ日本語版でってことですね。
はい。Fight him appropriately. He's actually a quite difficult boss. He's probably the hardest boss in the game, other than the Radiance, which is fair. He is the final boss.
でこれで飛行船が治ったんで、ヨーロッパに行けるようになったってことなんですよ。まあ、普通にカツラギへ。で、この風の森で、まあ、空飛ぶ僕と座布団に乗った、ガランが、罠を仕掛けてあったと。
ここで空飛ぶ座布団が出てくるんですね。
そうですね。
Pretty helpful move.
It would be if it's not now. It's kind of late in the game at this point.
But it actually isn't as much as you think.
ショップもありますね。
So much faster. You have the warning device now.
待機してますね、しっかり。
It's not as helpful as you would imagine, sadly.
So Garon goes super baby rage. He evolves into super Garon and sucks you into hell.
ショップすごいな。
So we're going to walk through his designed Torii Gate maze, which you can't backtrack. You have to hit all the things and turn them blue. It's incredibly maniacal.
Don't know how we're
これは謎。
No idea.
そうですね。
So we're going to move through that and again, some more donations.
一筆書きみたいな感じですよ。
ああ、一筆書きの順序でつけていくみたいな感じですか。
はい。
So, I'd like to give a shout out to the Yeti, once again sponsoring us with 8 awesome t-shirts that you can purchase, and $4 of every t-shirt that you purchase will go towards RPG Limit Break and the cause, National Alliance on Mental Illness. So remember, the Yeti is spelled Y-E-T-E-E. So you can visit the page at theyeti.com/RPGLB.
There's like 2 ads or something, I think, for this boss fight. And yeah, that changes up the way you kind of have to approach it. But I think on the whole, if I remember correctly, there's a way to like set the turn order for this fight as well, because he operates with the exact same AI as before.
You know, Bowie, I'm thinking more about that cutscene, and it may not be appropriate to do.
Why? Because of the whole...
Because the tube.
Do you mean of the whole Ken doll type?
Yeah. Do you think that's...
I don't know. It's fine. I don't know. I wouldn't say so myself.
I wouldn't either, but...
But like, you know, we're, you know, grown men.
That is true. We're adults. Playing a video game at 3 in the morning.
It's like 5 in the morning, dude, at this point.
It is 4:34.
Oh, baby.
A.M.
Thanks for confirming that particular piece of
このマッ
information.
プあれですね、逃走してからマップに戻るまでがなんか長く感じますね。
We got $10 from Big
そうですね。
Big Wilco 17 with no comment. So that $10 amount reminds me, if you donate at least $10 during this run, you have a chance to win a copy of this game donated by the current runner, BOWIEtheHERO.
ここら辺も、
He actually got me to
フロム
purchase
ザ
this
ニュー
game
ワールド
several
に比
years
べる
ago.
と、ちょっと長めな
It's part of
感じ
the
は。
offer to host it in the first place. So
ロードの問題ですかね。
donations in. If
そ
you
う
get also one of our other prizes, if you donate
リザルト
$100
も
over the course of this entire event, you're
完
entered
全に
into
開
a
け
chance
て
to
か
win
ら
a Nintendo Switch with several other great
しか、
RPGs such as
まあ、
World Ends with You,
飛ばせない
Final
ん
Remix,
で、2だと。
Let's Go Pokemon, Let's Go Eevee, Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
だいぶそこら辺も、だいぶ体感的に長くなっちゃうかなと思うんですけど。
Yeah, it doesn't really matter as long as you don't cross the path.
Yeah, it doesn't matter as long as you don't cross paths one on one.
Because you have to walk down every single path, so I don't think.
何しろ移動が長いですから。
You know.
10円かも逃げて。
You go across spaces less.
I mean, that's fair.
エンカウント率が下がるようなアイテムというのもないんですよね。
あ、一応あるんですけど、
はい。
because I just didn't really think about it. I was just like,
取
we
る
gotta
の
go
に
everywhere,
手間
so
が
just
か
go
か
everywhere.
る。
あ
Because you always end coming out the same way. I
取り
suppose.
に行くより、結
And that was
局、
that was super
普通に
difficult.
走った方が
I don't know how
早い
he
っ
ever
ていう。
thought.
かからない
Showed
っ
us.
ていう
He showed us.
I don't know how he ever thought that was gonna work. I just don't know what he was thinking. He's like, I'll lock them in
で、
this
一筆書きが終わ
impossible
ったの。
puzzle.
Damn, it worked.
So yeah, this boss comes with 2 ads.
ちょっ
Which
と
the
道が
combos
開
2 are
けた
quite dangerous. And then, or is it 3? Is it 3?
I think it's 3.
I think it's
actually.
3. Yeah, it's 3.
But yeah, his AI operates the exact same. So if there's like ads that are still alive, he'll
こ
try
こ
to
で、
combo. Like, you take them all out who do minor
その座
assault.
布団どこに売ってんの
Like typically it doesn't like really matter.
ということで、
If you do everything
スキ
correctly,
ッ
he
プ
should
され
avoid
た
it
感
in
じですか
a
ね。
single turn.
そうですね。さすがに。
On top of all that, he's the
まあ
only
そこら
difference
辺
between this
は
fight and the last
動画で
fight
も
is that he's
上がっ
immune
てる
to
んで
magic.
見てほしいです。
Well, he was immune to magic in the first fight.
で
We fought him
エン
anyway.
マガラン、
No, he is.
He is not.
魔法攻撃
I'm
向
like
こう
100% certain he is. But
I will
whatever.
show you right after this run.
Children, do I have to turn this car around?
Because I thought the same thing, but it's just this fight, Yamagaran.
まあ、雑魚を蹴散らしてから、まあ、結局はエナジーチャージで、
ここからはもういつもの流
But
れ
it
ですか
doesn't
ね。
matter. We don't use
はい
magic to fight anything at this point.
まあ一つだけ、
And we
ま
haven't for a long
あ
time.
物理攻撃に使わないボスが
They use
あ
it
るん
to
で、
fight Michael Lord,
Yeah,
but yeah.
そこら辺は
Because you have to.
アクセサリー変えて
So we do the
い
combo
かな
there,
きゃいけない
carry
ですね。
kills, and you finish up with Lucia to use.
あー、なんか、
the dog. Of course, it's the dog.
Yeah, it's
これ
your
ま
rep.
た腹立つ行動順にやりましたね。
なるほど。
I think it was 1 MP short, actually.
That's fine.
It recharge time, so you get the turn, so it's in good shape. No, it'll be close.
エナジーチャージ。
Oh, that's right. You attack first. That's right.
Right, Vanish. The long animation. See, it should be fine. So. Oh, what? She had another go. Okay. Do I need to do this? I don't think I do. I've already done both of my things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean for the strike to actually finish.
Yeah. The
I could've-
rage was the rage isn't perfect, so
Yeah, but I
Price.
can. You can't recast it anyway, but
no.
just in case. But yeah, I need to land this one perfectly. So here we go.
わあ、
決まりましたね。
決まりましたね。
And
Yep.
だいぶ1000ぐらいオーバ
That's
ーキル。
Yamagaran.
Yeah, that's Yamagaran.
Yeah.
That's actually gonna be pretty much every single boss if everything goes right.
Yep.
They just get destroyed in a single hit.
This last section is almost like a boss rush, where you're just going from boss to boss and just destroying them.
Yep.
So, yeah, speaking of which, it's time for Koinki, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Straight to Inugami Village.
You also get the last shop menu of the game.
Yep.
Nice and easy.
Nice and easy. Yep.
Yeah, the menus
Yeah.
really got cleaned up with Tide and LCC working on them, and then I went.
犬
back
神
and
の
cleaned them up a
里
little bit more,
え
and then they cleaned them up again.
クランドの、
And
ま
then they
あ
got
故
they've
郷です
gotten
ね。
really tight
はいはい。
towards, especially towards like in the Asia section. We only buy the items we absolutely need. Like we buy like 14 or 15
この
tents,
村
and then
の、
we're
ま
done
あ、
buying
当
anything.
主が、
So
治
I'm
め
gonna buy
て
all
る
the next
村で、
upgrades. So like Phoenix Claws, Lion Polish, Wood Saber,
まあ、その
Saturn Fan,
息子
and then
になります
one
ね、
Kendo
クランド
Gi
が。
and 3 Fountain Robes
It's
as
like
well.
Poseidon fan. or
Poseidon
something.
fan?
で
Goddess fan?
ここで、
Something like that? It's a fan for her. Because she does do some damage for us, surprisingly.
Yeah.
多分
So Phoenix
Basically,
Fan, Lion
again,
Polish,
you have
Wood
enough
Saber,
money at this
Poseidon
point
Fan.
that you do not need.
Yeah.
武器と防具に関してはここで最後です
Part of
か
that is
ね。
because you save a bunch of money.
Have you guys got the pocket watch?
結
Uh,
局、
no.
No.
Okay, yeah.
店の買い物で
Yeah, well, done. Finished.
済ます
And with
ので、
61,000 left over. It's crazy. The pocket watches are for the final boss. He can do ring elements that can hit Yuri, and you don't want that to happen.
Check my belt in extreme. Yeah, this is whatever really. Sure.
Because he has like that the lightning attack though. What's it called? Like profound thunder or something. Or
Yeah.
crazy thunder attack.
I think it's Profound Purity is the one that he.
What's
like,
the other one? The thunder. It's some attack. It puts all the Judgment Ring
で、
debuffs.
当主に会いに行きます。
It's like crazy.
でも、お
Wait,
母
so
さ
the
ん。
one of Joachim's weapons.
Yeah. Don't pick that up. It's an ancient village idol. I think it's great for a weapon.
I'm just gonna take this. He's like, no, you can't, and he just takes it and walks away. It's pretty classic. So this is Karando's mom. She's gonna scry to try to find Astaroth for us, and it forces her to turn into Quinky, which is like her
で
fused state.
ニコルの居場所を聞くんですけ
We're gonna
ど、
punch her in the face.
With a
アスタ
sword.
ロトに逆探知されて、
Take the sword and just punch her with it.
逆に
Yeah.
Oh boy,
Boss
this song
HP
again.
クランドのママが、
against
操られるという。
is relatively fast enough. I think she has like 61
で、そのまま戦闘になる。
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm like 99% sure you're right on that.
Amazing.
So
That's fine.
yeah, it's fine. You just use assault interdiction. Because you have the backup rage on Karen now.
Yep.
The crest setup's so good at this stage of the game too, because you're like prepared for anything.
So used to doing Moon Knight.
Oh, you're gonna do it different for this fight.
Well, no, I'm doing Moon Ocean, but I'm so used to doing Moon Knight because
Yeah.
the strike is still quite new to me. So,
Yeah.
but it is the better way of doing this. So.
I actually think it might still kill her. As long as you get a perfect on the attack.
I might just throw out a Vacula just in case.
So she has fire element, but this will still do okay damage.
Especially with the strike.
And the bounce.
ズバッと一
Got
撃。
on the wall.
Nice.
いいですね。
Yep. Nice.
Yeah, 6100. So that's like just,
Just
enough
enough.
damage.
Yeah, yeah. That's nice. Good call on using the Vapula there. That was well done. So that boss has a one turn where you get Oracle Earrings. So they thought it was possible. They just didn't think anybody would figure it out. Because that's a
No.
lot of health.
Yeah.
You would think so, but again, like boss HP just
けど
doesn't
ボス
scale up fast enough. Like
読み方がわからないんですよね。
Neo Astaroth, and I think he
あー、
got
名前ですか。
64, 6500.
あ
And、again, if
公園
like,
機。
keep in mind, like Bowie didn't hit the strike
あ
on the energy charge.
Oh,
If you
yeah,
hit
yeah.
the strike
違
on
う
the energy charge and then
難しい
you hit
方
the
の
strike on
赤
the
に、
energy
ツヤ
you do like
姫
maybe
で
100 or
Yeah, it's
something
公園機。
ridiculous. So like it just doesn't scale up fast.
ああ、なるほど。
Yeah.
And I think if you,
封
like,
印
vehicle
と、
whatever
ま
you
あ
happen to equip a
エ
belt,
ナ
it
ジー
goes
チャー
up
ジ
to
で
9,000 damage.
本当に
Yeah,
バ
it
テリ
gets
を
crazy. Like, because the loin guard's even better than
高め
the
てくるタイプなんですけど、
So you just get to this point where you just do insane amounts of damage.
Basically, 1 point of strength at this point equals to like
ま
an
あ使われる
additional
前に
100 damage
倒しま
almost
し
because
た。
your multiplier
おっしゃいましたね。
is some ridiculous number.
So we're going to move the plot forward a little bit. Don't forget to get the soul drop in Gorami Valley.
Yeah. You can get it in this village.
Well, you can get the one, yeah. You can get,
Well,
yeah, that's right. You can just get the one.
で、倒したことで、
Waste time getting the other one then.
Yeah.
Ha,
Do you
good
want
job, Tide.
Do you want me to go do
まあ
five
ママが
immediately,
無事
or-
に戻ったっ
Do
て
however
こと
you
で
want. You just got to get it for the final boss.
Yes, I do need to do that. I've come just do it outside
You'll,
the final
you'll,
boss.
well, I mean, you'll one-shot him.
で、ニコルが、
It's so easy for you.
富士山、
Threatening at all.
Do I need to? I can't even remember his HP.
富士
It's been so long since he
That's like
fought me.
富士の G が
Oh right, yeah. Sure.
死になってる。
650. Our damage is 6,100. He
富士山。
has 650.
なるほど。
Yeah, so the elemental fusions, they're the level 3 fusions, they get stronger
ど
as
っ
you
ちかっていう
unlock
と、
them. So the first one
不死
you
の
unlock is
山っ
really
て
weak.
感じですかね。
Not that I think it'll matter at this point.
Yeah, it
you-
wouldn't
you-
matter. It
you
wouldn't
s-
matter. He could fight the Radiance right now and one shot it with the right setup.
膨張するんですね。
The Seraphic Radiance is the ultimate fusion.
So
You have
is
to fight
this.
a super boss to get it, which is actually quite tough because you still have to fight as Yuri by himself. But you can. Yuri's still so strong it doesn't matter.
It's like Yuri challenging his dad or something, and his
It's like
dad
ここ
is
で
like,
ソウルドロップを
No, it's
Alright.
right there.
his dad's like, all right, this time I'm not gonna hold back.
Yeah.
I thought it was behind.
ドネートの
Yes,
あれ
we
です
need a
ね。
soul drop in order to fight
Ah.
the third version of the fusions.
ここにアイテムが落ちてるん
Oh
ですね
boy.。
そうですね。最も手軽に
This
手軽
dungeon's
に
fine, I
取れる
guess.
中では
It's kind of confusing, but it's fine.
The saving's taking a long time today.
I've
Yeah.
gotten lost in this dungeon before.
I have to.
Way too many times. In fact, I got lost on my PB. Lost
今
in it.
回のドネートですね
It's。great. It's easy to get turned around
ラ
here 'cause
ス
everything
ボ
is
スでファイデスを
and,
使う
you have to use
という
teleporters.
のが ドネート内容になってます
So he's
ね。
gonna put some crystals in some
はい。
alcoves. Did you re-equip the warning?
それのアイテムということですね。
はい。
Probably want to check just to make sure, because if you optimize, you might.
Yeah, it may have taken off. Yeah.
Because
I do forget that sometimes.
Yeah. I optimize everybody and just slap it back on Lucia. Because it doesn't give you any stat.
She's got the
benefits.
mind's eye on as well for some reason.
Yeah. Maybe that's how it ended up on that one file.
Yeah.
It's not.
富士山は、
That's always good. So we're gonna grab 3 orbs, red,
宝
blue,
箱
and
から
yellow.
まあ
We're gonna use the blue one twice. The red will get us into like the
攻撃賞とか、
and
ま
then we're gonna grab the blue
弾
one.
を
We're gonna go first
手に
to
入れて、
use the blue orb on the first pedestal available, which will take us to where we can
まあ
get the
最大
yellow
に
orb.
置くとワープができるんですけど、色に応じて、
Into the second of the pedestals and run around the back with the yellow one and get to the actual like
まあワープできる場所が違っていて、 まあその最大に置く弾の色をまあ変えながら進んでいく、仕掛けを解いて、進んでいくって感じですね。
Are you going for the gamble ring?
ワープ先でまた違う弾を拾ってっていう感じですか。
はい。
Get to save the 5th key.
I have 2, so it's like I would normally use it on Neo Astaroth and then Susano O, but I might as well just use it on King Tamakos.
Yes, you could. Yeah, you could do it either
If you're
way.
doing a one shot, yeah.
Yeah. You can do it however you want. I hate Tamikos.
He's really annoying just because it's what, like 6.8, which is kind of high, but again, if everything goes perfect, it's just, you know, free sailing.
Yeah, if you hit everything perfect, I think you get like 9,600 damage or something.
Yeah, if you use if you use the strike oil, you can one-shot him. If you use the crit oil, you can't. The crit oil falls like at this point falls way behind.
Yeah, just because obviously as the numbers get bigger, it just
もう後半になってくると、 いろいろアクセサリー的にも足りてくるんで、だいぶ拾うものもなくなっていきますね。
So you just end up with some ridiculous like times 100 plus multiplier or something silly.
確かにこうやって見ると、お金の使い道っていうのもそこまで多くないんですね。
そうですね。普通に武器と防具、アイテムの補充程度ですかね。必要な時のアクセサリー。そこら辺もだいぶ、シャドウハーツ2が金が余るゲームになってる要因かもしれないですね。で、ここまで来たらもう一本ですね。
火山の中みたいな。
はい。
He has like one move, but again, because of Arc Cure.
And your characters at this point in the game are actually pretty beefy. You're pretty strong at this stage of the game. Yuri's really strong, of course. And we only have what, 4 bosses left after this?
Don't use Arc Gale. Okay, cool. So those harpies can use Arc Gale, and they can use Deadly Poison. Cheers, lads.
I was hoping to use Art Gale just to mess with you. I really wasn't.
I mean, it's okay if you are. I mean, I know.
疲れてるのバレた。
Completely awesome guy.
大丈夫ですか？
We have Neo Astaroth, and then we have Mechalord. Is Mechalord next? And then Tamikos, and then Fujin and
多分本家の解説の方だと思います。後ろにいる。
そうか。まあ、普通に
解説というか、あれですかね。奏者さんの一人目の方ですかね。
ゲリックですかね。
はい。
左の黒いひげの方ですね。
そうですね。
Well, I'd say a 630 by playing safe.
By playing
yes,
safe.
A 630 is really easy to hit.
Yeah.
Like this is like if you're looking for a game you want to start trying to learn how to speedrun, like Covenant is a really good start because all the boss strats like in the game are exactly the same. There's no really super complicated thing you have to do.
だいぶ
Once you
こう
get
い
the
う
muscle memory down, you're golden.
こういうイベント
The
っ
most
て
difficult part,
なん
the
という
most
か
complicated part of
海
the
外
game
だ
is the
と
first, like,
後ろに
up
だ
to
らん
dot,
と
yeah, that's the
い
most,
う
because you're
イメー
moving
ジ
a
は
lot of
あり
stuff
ますけど
around, there's a lot of moving pieces.
う
But
ん
once you learn that portion of the game pretty
結構
well,
苦痛
the
です
second half of the
により
game
け
just
りですね、
feels
それ。
really good because it's all just
ああ
streamlined and really basic. So
まああっちだと多分深夜帯でしょう
we need
か
a crew over here to be ready for this.
あここも
今だと朝5時頃ですね、現地なんで
あ
と。
朝
And I need
早朝ですね。
yeah, like just moment. Man, you guys,
あ、ここも飛ばせないムー
but I
やつで
need
すかね。
you.
そうですね
Because when you hear this burn, you're not even you're gonna feel bad about yourselves because you weren't involved. I'm just gonna.
Just remember, the voice actor for Yuri Hyuga is a man called Joe Capoletti,
Yeah.
legend. Joey Caps.
レイドの予定は今現在ありません。ていうか、毎回私たちないです。
We need to go get that other TV in here.
Yeah.
したら、こう返すような形のスタイルですね。まあ、他の、まあ、モデレーターもしくは中さんがどういう判断するかちょっとわからないですが、今のところ予定はないです。
Cool. I don't like that guy anyway. He's a jerk.
It could only be improvement.
I gotta stay out for a second. You know what's sad? Like, what if nobody thinks this is the same?
現地時間に関してですが、今、そうですね、リストリームの配信の方で、の方に、まあ、表示は今されてるんですけど、ちょっと不具合により、日本時間が表示されているので、こちらは、対応でき次第、現地の時間が表示される仕様となります。
Except I'm still here.
One scratch, and that's it.
Exaggeration.
I like how Oka's class are just moving, like pixels around everything.
I got it.
Yeah, Joe, let's go.
Like right there is when he got it. He got it in that glint in his eye.
My soul has been revived. The age of mankind is coming to an end.
It's like speaking into like a fan that's going around right now.
Sadness, desire,
Makes me sound
all of
menacing.
it is finished now. I will usher in
ここのセリフ好きなんですよ日本版の
before you do.
普段の
Can
ウル
I
の
ask
なんか
a favor?
言葉遣いがなんか気だるそうなんですけど本当にここは怒りを表してる感じで
Wish you shove it.
キャッタ
真面目な、
まあこのセリフなんだっていうと
Oh man! And now he's got nothing. He's done.
ウルが
He's like,
あの
really?
さ
Wow. I thought I was
It's not even
being
gonna be
really.
a boss fight. You just murdered
Yeah.
It's like it's over. That's it. I don't even-
忘れちゃった
It's over, the fight's over
Yeah.
now.
He's like, I
あの
asked him
さ
I was gonna give this
一つ
guy
頼
one
みがあるん
thing
だ
and
け
he
ど
insults me
で
on the day of my daughter's wedding.
アスタロトが
What is the deal?
人間が何を
Oh, man,
願
awesome
う
character model, actually, though.
って
The
聞い
demon
て
looks so good.
ウルが
Like it's a really cool, just kind of like with the distorted limbs and the
消えてなくなれよ今すぐ
different looks there. We'll go back and edit in the.
本当にマジ切れモードで言ってるん
う
で
So he's gonna do essentially what he
そこら
did a
辺
minute ago,
本
where he's gonna seal cancel get everything set up. Astaroth is
中の
always
人
gonna get
高
one
橋
turn.
宏樹さん
There's
なんです
nothing
け
we can do
ど
about it.
はい。
And
そう
it
名
usually does
名
light
演だ
crest
な
for
と
me, your fall. The spells we've seen, these are really, really high-powered spells, and they do a lot of damage. But you're not worried about it. He can't one-shot anybody. Lucia's dark element and doesn't
で
even one-shot her
ラストは
anymore because the
アスタロ
seal
トですね
vitality that Tide fed her and the extra HP. Just
It's
get-
mainly the extra HP.
Yeah.
Like, Seal Vitality's defense, not magic
まあ
defense.
か
Oh, that's right, yeah.
素早さが高いんで
Seal force, right?
開
She has, like, the
幕
extra HP anyway, so, like,
クリア
unless,
クエストを打
like,
ってくん
she
ですけど
hasn't been alive in those fights, it's not gonna matter.
まあアーククリアで直すとして、
The music
ま
for
あ
this
いつも
fight
通
is
り
so
エナジーチャージして殴ります。
Yeah, it's a very,
そう
very
ですね
good。
あとはいつも通りっぽいですね。
はい。もう極み取ってからもうそれぐらいなんで。
There's an amazing arranged tracks on YouTube if anybody's curious about this,
Yeah, they're
this song,
really good.
and
They are
it's
really
so
た
good.
だなんていうか
Barbarian
ラストアスタロと
I'm gonna
全
heal and suck up another hit. Just 'cause it's a better idea for
一
my
回だけなんていうか自分投資やってた時に
Right.
That's not good
通
enough.
常攻撃
Yeah, it'll-
3回連続で外したことあって
That's enough 'cause it
す
was
ご
like-
くロスったことあって
Oh, is it?
yeah, he usually buries.
妙に苦い思い出があるというか
回避率が
So,
高いわけでもないんです
that's
よね
like
普段。
1,000 more damage than that boss has health, and he didn't even hit the
まあ
perfect
どちら
round
かと
of
いうと
rage.
当たりやすいって方なんですけど。
So I've been really
あ
worried about my extremes. Like I have been practicing them, but like it's like all or
あ、なん
nothing.
か嫌ですよね、そういう。
はい
This is where Yuri's victory quote, like, oh, I guess I understand my own strength.
That's 3 in a row. Yeah, man, that's great. He's starting to roll. The mishap with the miss on which he had no control over,
Yeah.
Or master cylinder, which was unfortunate. But
That's like my
Tide
first
had a lot
big
of
boss
misses.
fight as well.
I had a ton of misses.
Yeah, a ton of
I
misses. I think he
already
had like 6 or 7.
I already said at the very beginning when we were doing this run with like the specific TV, like
で
if
アスタルトを通
No,
し
the-
て、
the-
瀕死になった
yeah,
ニコ
where
ル
Yuri
が、
just
that
missed.
sucks too. The rings were fine.
No,
not at all. Not for me. Not for me.
近寄ってきたウルを、
we defeated Nikolai by
宿り木、
punching a hole
持
in
ってた
his
宿り木で、 さらに呪いを進行させようとしたところを、加藤が止めて、逆切れしたニコルが加藤を刺そうとすると、オーカが身代わりになって、で、死んでしまうという。それに気づいた加藤徳佐がニコルの頭を片手で握りつぶすという。
凄まじいですね、握力。
そうです
I don't
ね。
run this game.
Sure.
I do run this game. I just haven't done Age in a long time.
This is kind of like the really cool part, I guess, of the story, because this is kind of where everything just comes together.
Yeah.
So in like the previous cutscene after you kill Neo Astaroth, Nikolai becomes depossessed, and then because he's a tool, he like tries to kill Yuri, but then he ends up stabbing the wrong person because that's what Nikolai does. He just fails. And he ends up killing Uka.
そして、外人墓地で、加藤から、エミグレ文書を受け取ると、
like to him, if Uka is not alive or the reincarnation of Lieutenant Kawashima is not alive, he feels that it's not really
いわゆ
worth
るなん
living.
か
And for those of you that
戦
have
争
been
の
keeping
引き
track of
金
the story at home,
を起こ
like
し
you
た、
note that like
まあ、
this
黒
is
幕
actually a
的な
very
存
similar
在である、
parallel to Yuri because for
まあ、
Yuri,
石
like,
村
Alice
外
isn't
務
here
大
at
臣
all.
が
But like Yuri doesn't want to go destroy the world. He's still trying to figure
の
out
居
you
場
know,
所
what
を
his happiness is, and
教
he's
え
still
て、
fighting the good fight, even if he doesn't get anything out of it.
ウルたちが、
So they've kind
倒
of
すべ
completely
くに
reversed their roles in a way.
屋
Like
敷
Yuri has
に
gone from
突入す
having
るという。
nothing to being in a position of power that Kato
あ
is
あ、屋
at,
敷、
and now
ここ
Kato
で
is
す
kind
ね。
of sitting on the
は
bottom.
い。
It's a very interesting kind of reversal in terms of where they are, as well as the fact that the two characters are really good foils for each other, just because of the way, again, this is kind of where the story all kind of comes together, and there's good payoff for it.
So this next bit is going to be Mecha Lord. So Mecha Lord is immune to physical damage, so we have to hit him with magic. On the way, we're going to fight a bunch of these dudes. There's going to be 6 enemies again. However, obviously because of the warning device, I can't be back attacked like we could against the God Hand series of gauntlets. So I'm going to hope again for good
進むたびに、今後が、まあ、雑魚の、ザク戦の、まあ、戦闘が続くんで。
はいはいはい。
One with the Warlock earrings, Yuri will have enough magic to one shot, and then the other thing, because of the increased hitbox on Barbie, you can combo off of Magma to Lucia and Karen, who will normally not get turns because they're too slow. So this allows you to cheat the turn order and basically squeeze a
ここら
couple
辺
more
な
actions
る
and
べ
prevent
く
these guys from
高レ
getting
ベル
away.
の
And
魔
these
法
soldiers
で
have like
やっ
really
つけてい
long
って。
attack animations too, so you really don't want them attacking.
I should still kill because it's level 3 and it's combo. Ooh, just off. Just off.
You Blanca's gonna get a turn, so you can just punch this dude and move on with the day. Yeah. And then Blanca can clean up whatever he needs to. These enemies are fire elemental, which kind of sucks because a lot of our damage is fire element. But
pretty sure could Hail Reese finish?
ダンジョン自体もこれ含めると
But Red Cradle's
し、 2の
And you're going to be needing to, you might as well
3
warm up
つ
on the
ですね。
rings. You're going to have to do it in the next fight. Mecha Lord himself is water.
だいぶじゃあもう終
Because
盤
he's actually
です
Tarada
ね。
gets in a mech and fights
そう
you.
ですね。
And Tarada's water element. So I guess they just carried that over.
There's a little bit of irony here because
だい
it's
ぶ
like,
時間
oh, a
的に
boss
も
that is physically immune. I bet the fire fusion that you've been using all of
40
your
分
physical
ぐらい。
attacks isn't going to be useful.
Yeah,
Yo,
it
no,
ends up
Well,
being the best
no,
50
fusion.
分ぐらいです
he's
ね。
still the best fusion for this
Yeah.
fight. It's kind of
So
なるほど。
ironic.
So good. And it's interesting that even Barbaria at this point, with of course with the Warlock earrings, which do the same thing as the Demon earrings except for magic, it just is still incredibly useful. It's amazing how good the fusion is. Interestingly enough, its stats are kind of like average to top to mid-level, but like it's just got such good utility with everything else.
Why not?
It's just the best. Finished him.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Pretty
in
strong.
the ideal world, these guys don't get a turn, and you
Ever.
just zero turn all the fights here.
Yeah, which would be amazing in a run. I don't think I've never had it happen. In a
Yeah,
run.
I've had like one of them get a go, like because they have like one of them that's like 1-1-2-1-1 or something.
Yeah.
And it's like what
There's
is that
like one
formation?
formation where you can't kill them.
強
kill all
制
of them at
戦
the same
闘の
time.
場合の相手の
That's a nice
It's
one.
not this
タ
one.
ッチ位置というか最初の位置っていう
Or
の
I
はもう
mess
ラ
up
ンダムな
one
んですか？
ring and one guy has like
そうですね。
5
ラ
pulls
ン
left and he runs
だいぶ
down
決め
and
られ
just
たう
goes
ちから
over.
の、ま
うん。
あ、まあ、抽選される。
ああ、なるほ
Yeah,
ど。
sure.
All right. Got a couple here. Plant Prometheus
こんな
drops
感じ
$10
で
and says, "Just wanna
まと
say
まって出
love
て
the
くれると
dedication of waking up early
結
for
構あり
our
がたい
videos and hoping
感じ
for
で
the
すね。
best. Greetings
はい
from Mexico.
Oh, brother, we didn't wake up.
We got $25 from
だいぶ
Rory
ここの
Extra
ゴ
Life. It
本
says,
島の場合
"Hey,
は
Bowie, this is a
本
funny looking
郷の場合
Onimusha
は
game.
ま
Yeah,
あ
Good
なんか
luck,
固まっ
Bowie."
てくることが多いん
Thank you very
で
much, dude. I am not on net for Evil Summon.
極端に
But it,
遅くなるっていうことはないので、まあ、そこら辺は
yeah, it's enough.
ぐだりにくいとは思います。
なるほど。
Good, 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 good. This is good. I love it.
I think what is it? One more, two more?
I
Two
think it's
more.
2 more. Yeah. Because there's one right before Mech Lord,
Yes,
right?
and then you have one on the stairs.
It's this one and then the one before Mech Lord, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think that's right.
That is
It's
not,
okay.
This is solid. Again, it's two turns, and as long as I get perfect. The thing with Magma is you need to perfect it to get it. You know, if I'm going to go heal breathe, hail breathe. I don't need to worry too much.
Yeah, but since you can't lead with Karen, it doesn't matter.
And really, I should always be going for the closest one with Magma. Otherwise, you have to watch that go for ages. So that was my bad. But
I do that all the time too.
I think we need to combo that.
Yeah.
Cool. So far, so good.
Yeah.
Mana roots out the wazoo.
I love how all the really hard stuff in the run has been like really good, and all the easy stuff has been terrible. Like Tide's like first try Mind's Eye.
It's not over yet. Yeah, I was gonna say.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna fifth key Tamakos.
Just fifth key.
Yeah. And I'll fifth key. Well, I have to fifth key. Oh, yeah, fifth key. Susano.
I mean, you could use the 5th key on Fusion and Raging.
Yeah, both of them missed.
To guarantee the fact that you just one-shot them through defending. But
Yeah,
whatever.
I wish you could use that and kill both. That'd be awesome. That fight kind of stinks. I mean, it's not a bad fight. It's just that there's, again, we're
こ
in
の
that
後
situation where there's,
本郷
pardon me, multiple enemies.
からの
and the boss fights
ボ
where
ス
they have
戦です
multiple
ね。
enemies just slows us down.
あ
They're not
あ、
particularly
また連
dangerous
戦で
because
す
we
か
have。good strats to deal with
はい
them, but they just slow us down. Like Mayor Assault earlier in the night slowed me down quite a bit because I missed in that fight. That was one of the fights I missed in.
No, yes.
Where I hit and missed.
Yeah, you
I
missed
think-
the EC ring.
I think we've all had
not
like.
missed the EC ring. You hit everything and then
yeah,
you
then
missed.
yeah.
I think all of us have had like one major miss.
Yeah.
Like throughout the run. So.
Which is unfortunate. You're gonna miss somewhere along the run just because it's such a long run and you fight so many bosses and you have so many physical attacks. But that's a good animation. I've never noticed how good that animation is. Like some of the spell animations aren't particularly good. Like I don't think Hail Breeze is particularly a good animation, but the animation for Magnus is quite great.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. So that's a perfect hallway. Doesn't really get better than that unless they're all like clumped up together. But go ahead and run a game 5 5.5 hours in and try to grind for that RNG to save you a little bit of time. And now comes this fight.
機動兵器、神無月ですね。このボスは、物理攻撃が効かず、特殊攻撃しか通りません。なので、ウルも、マグナードにして、ダメージを稼ぐしかないので、ここで変動で、
so that you can do really big damage with your spells.
I do it slightly differently.
Oh, you do a variation of it then. All right.
Yeah, everybody does kind of a variation of it.
本当はアークサージとかあればいいんですけど、
Essentially, we're just entrancing and surging and
ア
throwing
ー
as
クサー
much
ジと
magic
か
damage as possible.
そういう系
You
は
kill them in about 2 rounds.
取るのにやっぱ手間がかかるんで、
It's a 2-hit if you. Well, if you do the way I do, it's a
結
2-hit
局サージ
Yeah,
で
with
済
the
ま
strike
せ
roll.
た方が
Yeah,
多
the
いです
strike roll
ね
would。definitely be faster.
Like
I'm
each
just not
spell
used to
does like
doing it
3,100 damage or something like that.
Magic, Entrance. So you can see like I'm using a Surge and Entrance. I'm able to get I'm able to get another one onto Blanca for his next one. Metlord goes after the person with the least amount of HP. So that's normally Lucia.
Yeah, he doesn't have any attacks that can one-shot her, so.
Yeah, as long as there's healer again, it's completely fine. Entrance, Blanca.
And then Karen will surge Blanca on the back end, and he'll be able to do a bunch of damage.
And then it's just keeping up the entrances and healing when necessary.
This fight was a huge roadblock in the original route, but it's gotten pretty easy. As have all the boss fights. So.
地味に神無月の属性が水なのが、だいぶウルにとってはいいところ。
それでダメージ
Doesn't
が
do that much damage without the
はい。
strike
入って
oil.
ますね。
But yeah. You just loop the entrances.
And I can heal with Karen.
Lucy's gonna die.
I'm going to heal with Karen.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Oh, that'll take care of it.
Don't need to hit perfect for that. So I'm going to go and physically hit her. Wow. 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 Oh my god. I'm pulling that too early. That's me pulling my punches. Just making sure I get it when I don't really need to. We don't need to worry about perfect all the time now. Oh, I didn't have a him on entrance. But yeah, fine.
Probably could have still canceled there, but
Yeah,
whatever.
Probably gonna go on here.
普通に
Oh wow.
面白い。
悩んでますね。
ああ。ルチアがエントランス役でもあ
Good
る
idea.
んで、
Might as well add it in.
悩ん
Just gotta get
ここ
perfect
で
now,
は
magma.
けど、
But yeah, so this is just going to increase damage I'm going to throw out from this, so... Hmm.
ここでミスったら意味ないです。
本当ですね。
Not as much damage as I was hoping to get, but...
Just entrancing again.
Then that'll be it. That'll be it for you. 270...
There you go. That'll kill.
That should be like 2-5.
Oh.
倒しましたね。
倒しましたね。
Alright. Almost there. So now it's going to go over.
ちょっ
We're
と
going to
長
Scotland
く
now.
なっちゃった
We're
か
going to
な
go to。Scotland. Extra 5,000 experience points. You know it.
This is the penultimate dungeon.
Yeah, this is so we've got 3 bosses left. We have King Tamikos, the baby of the rage.
So I want to see. When I check this VOD later, I want to see nothing but just pure baby rage spammage.
And then after that, we'll have Fujin and Raijin, and then we'll have Susanoo himself. Don't forget to get fights.
Where's Yuri? I don't know, mate. Yeah. Okay, so Tamakos. For Tamakos, I'm going to go 5th key, so I'm just going to unequip the mind's eye, the extreme for the mind's eye, just quickly.
Oh, the baby rage is starting.
Oh, we're not there yet.
Leave.
I always mess this up.
あ、画面が飛びましたね。
はい。
Yeah.
結局、石村外務大臣も、まあ、大陸進出をするために、
$10 from Devi Serene that says
戦争を
Blanca is
い
a
とも
very good boy.
He is a very good boy.
もう躊躇しないとはいえ、
Let's go to. Yeah, I'm going to do it when I'm
ま
in
あ
there.
子供
It's so annoying that you can't
を守りたい
quickly have those.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
というのは、まあ、
Fixed in from the new world. You can press the shoulder button.
結局あったということで、ウルも
Page to the next.
I really wish they had fixed it in this because there's a lot
非常
of
に流されたり、
navigation in this, and it's especially because when you come back to Europe, there's so many locations to go to. So
割と最初は殺そうだけど、殴るだけにとどまって、
殴りはしたんですね。
まあ殴りは、
from Yuri's dead lover Alice, who took on his curse at the end of the first game in the bad ending, which is, as we discussed earlier, the canon ending. Let's get rid of these. The demons, wherever you are, demon. No, well, yeah, blind. And pocket watch for now. I'll get that done.
で、エミグレの
And then your western belt can go.
エミグレ文書を受け取ってたので、
So there's a very minor puzzle here involving chess pieces and a room that has you have to make match another room.
まあネタバレになるけど、 まあある人物を一回らするために、まあエミグレのヒューズを行うためのまあ素材を集めに来ています。
But the room where you have to go and fix things, like the positions are going to be randomized.
Yeah.
So
like
sometimes like the picture frame may not be on the wall. Sometimes the banner may not be blue, but it could be.
Yeah.
So you just need to know what the picture you're trying to match up to is, and then you can hit those all really quickly.
Yeah, there's 6 of them in total that it could be, but it only chooses 3.
Yeah. You can memorize them, and it's super easy once you get the hang of it. The fights in here are irrelevant. Just like in every dungeon in this game.
仕掛けを解くために、ナイトのコマとか、オンのとコマとか。
ああ、チェスなんですね。
そうですね。チェスのコマがなんか必要なんですね。
はいはいはい。
Something like that. I don't know. You get chess pieces, dog, and you select the third option, or you get a battle you can't run from. Yeah, it's pawn.
It's knight the first one then, I guess.
こうなったら、反対の部屋の違うところを、まあ、一緒にする。
ああ、なるほど。違うところを同じにするってやつですね。
そうですね。一度ここで10分ぐらい溶かしたことありますね。自分。
RTH にですか？
はい。あれどこが違うんだよって内心切れます。
That's a rare one.
Yeah, most of the time it's like the door and a painting and like the vase for some reason.
あと地味に自分のテレビリモコンなくしちゃって明るさ調整できなくて、
はい、
めちゃくちゃ暗くてなんか判別ができなかったね。
それはもうリモコン買うしかないですね。
リモなんていうか結構古めのテレビ買うのに3000円かかるんですよ。探してみたところ。
一応売ってはいるんですね。
まあ取り扱いというか中古というか。
はいはいはい。
結局まあ中古のなんていうか譲ってあげる的なサイトで無料で テレビにもらったんですけど。
なかなかシャドウハーツ全般、暗いシーンというか、まあ、室内のシーンが多い。
そうですね。フロムザニューワールドなら、ほとんど明るいんで、そこら辺は心配ないんですけど。あと、今回はないですけど、ブレスオブファイヤー5とか。
5はどっちかですもんね。
そうですね。
はいはいはい。
あそこら辺とか本当、明るさ調整できないと、かなりきついですからね。
わかります。
Ken doll in that.
Yeah. By Ken doll, we mean Barbie doll specifically.
Yeah, it's a Barbie doll. There's no discernible anatomy. So
yeah, but it's implied.
Yeah, it's implied.
And just to err on the side of safety, you know.
Yeah, because it's not. If it was my channel, I would do it because I don't care if I get like I guess tarred feathered by Twitch. That's not gonna happen.
I mean, they wouldn't do it anyway.
It doesn't matter. We both, yeah.
Honestly, the oath cutscenes, I think it's better. So I think it's worth it.
The oath cutscene is
全部の仕掛けが解かれたので、先へ進めますね。あとはここのボスだけです。
I have to kind of explain it in a certain way that it just makes so much sense how like, because like the graveyard in Shadow Hearts 1 and Shadow Hearts 2 is Yuri's soul. The first one's a little bit more cramped and a little bit more stylized, but this one's kind of like more open and has more depth to it because of how much he grew in the first game. And then there's kind of like at the very, very back through door after door after door after door after door is this like locked away memory, and it's a very, very important memory to him. But it's not his memory. It's something that was given to him. So that's why it's so important. So if you want to see that, and if you want to see me probably cry, then.
Yeah, the character of Yuri Hyuga in these two games is actually a really good protagonist. Like, he goes from being this kind of like punk to a guy who genuinely wants to do the right thing and help people, which is great.
Yuri is how you do a badass, not typically brooding character, but a badass character really well.
Yeah.
Because like he starts off as like a really, really rude, kind of like abrasive guy. Quite like seedy in a way, but then like he makes up for it in many ways.
ここでグレイブヤードに入るんですね。
ああ、ここでファイデス獲得ですかね。
ああ。
For this, I'm just gonna quickly.
I mean, that's probably still gonna be enough.
Just in case.
You saved, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I could be wrong about the growth thing. I'm not, but I thought I'd give you.
This is Fides or Fides, the third version of Barbarian. So we've seen a pretty sweet armored knight, so it's going to get even better. Should I just punch him?
うわ、強っ。
確か、
He's like, I'm gonna get you. He's like, nah.
Okay. So we've unlocked the third level, which I'll now showcase throughout the rest of the run. You guys went for it. And we learned Arc Rage, more skills. So that's going to be
戦う敵としてのフュージョンモンスターって、結構 HP が1000もなかったような気がするんです。
まあ、一人で戦うこと前提ですもんね。
そうですね。戦闘タイミングも結構自由。ソウルドロップさえあれば結構自由なんで、その分低めなんだろうなと思って。さて、シリーズ恒例ボス、タマコスシリーズ、キングタマコスですね。略して、
やめましょう。
やっぱり気づきましたか。
はい、やめましょう。
それ以上は NG です。
There's always like a really creepy baby character in every single game. Like in the first one, there's like a baby hanging out of a woman hanging out of a plant. It's a bit weird.
Out of a plant. A plant.
ここも結構なんか特殊というか、
はい。
スピリットオフっていう特技があるんですけど、瀕死になると使ってきて、こちらの味方1人を 強制的に排除するっていう特殊技ですね。
排除
排除ですね。状態上技でもなくて、
はい。終わりましたね。
はい。もう、第5の鍵で確実に倒したので、もうですね。もし、瀕死状態で使ってくるんですけど、もし、ウルにやられると、リイン火力なんで、かなりまずい。しかも、経験値が、もらえる経験値が半分になってしまうんで、その点でも、食らったらまずい技ではあります。
マシだと思えばいい。なるほど。
フロム・ザ・ニューワールドだと、本当に火力が出るのがヒルダ一人しかいないんで、ヒルダに、まあ、スピードオフされると、積むんですよ。
がもう、戦闘中はもう戻ってこないんですか？
来ない。
それはやばいですね。
しかも、フロムだと経験値がゼロなんで、全くもらえないです。
Which, by the way, the highest amount of HP in this game is 10,000.
Yeah, he has the most HP in the game.
So we dealt 1.7 times
で
more damage.
素材が集まったので、ここから、
Yeah, I think it's really cool. That's one thing I do like about this game is that the final boss is
ま
a
あ
final boss.
死んだ
Very
人
strong.
を、生き返らせる
The
イベント
super
な。
bosses are fine and they're strong in their own right, but
もう終盤になってくると、なんとか宿り木の呪いで、その、ウル、記憶がなくなっていくっていう症状が出ちゃうんです。終盤になってくると、まあ、表には出さないですけど、グレーブヤードでは、だいぶそれが進行している描写があって、だいぶ時間もない表現が出てますね。
So now that we have the moon crystal, we're going to go to Wales because that's where you'd go, and we're going to try and resurrect Alice's soul.
で、生き返らせる、まあ、儀式を行うため、ロジャーの家で、
Yuri's past, his mother
やり
died
ます。
essentially in front of him, was killed in front of him by monsters, and then he hulked out and destroyed the monsters. His father left one summer to go on a mission and never came back. And then from there on, he was by himself. And
he hasn't been able to, like, because he's a Harmonix like his father, he's been unable to kind of like deal with that, and he never learned how to really deal with that part of his side as well. So
もうここら辺も少し語るだけでネタバレになっちゃうんで、まあ。
It's not that he's using the demon to like accomplish a goal. He's actually physically changing his shape and taking on this persona.
とりあえず感動的なシーン
unpleasant for him.
ということだけは。
So within that tube in the back, that's where we're going to use the moon crystal to bring back Alice if possible. So Karen at this point has also fallen in love with Yuri. You know, she loves him very, very much. And she's torn and conflicted because, you know, the person she loves another woman. And even in death, like, Yuri will not give up on her. So it's just how much, you know, there's something about Yuri, like, as a brilliantly written character, and how weak Alice makes it, or at least how vulnerable he is when it comes to her. She's such an important thing to him, like thematically and in terms of like emotionally, that everything that he is and everything that he tries to be is like shook to the core.
とりあえず犬神の里で、クランドのママに会いに行って、で、加藤徳佐の居場所を聞きに行きます。
You can bring this back to Kato again. Like, again, Kato did use the Emigrate manuscript. He technically succeeded. And then you turn around, you look at, like, Yuri's situation, and, you know, like, they're on the opposite sides of the same plane. So whereas Yuri has gotten the strength conviction to keep going, Kato's just kind of like falling into complete despair.
グレーブヤードってことは
And the other thing that's really interesting, just to piggyback on what Ty's talking about, Kato fell in love with Kawashima because she was strong,
ちゃん
and
と
Yuri fell in love with Alice because she was vulnerable. And when I say vulnerable, I mean she was like a pure
ま
heart.
あ、例
She
の列
cared
車の
about
シー
him.
ンです
She
ね。
actually was like
ま
the
あ、
first person
多分
who really
まあ、
cared about him.
2
Not
を
about
プレイ
his
した人
power,
なら
not
わ
about
か
what he
る
could do for them or whatever. It was
タイ
more
プ
about
の、
that. Whereas Kawashima showed Kato the person he could be, which is what he ultimately became.
ここ、
So it was like a
あ、じゃ
very
なかった。
different way for them
次の
to
列車の
go
シーン
towards
が、まあ、
those
ディレクター
opposite
ズカッ
ends
ト
of
版
the
だ
spectrum.
と、
Like a large part of
まあ、美麗
Yuri's
な
story
シ
at
ーン
this
になって
point is
て、
about like because he's cursed with the mistletoe and the game reminds
だ
you
いぶいい
multiple
シーンになっ
times
て
like
な
he's
って
going
る
to
んです。
die, like it's inevitable. So a large part of his story is dealing with his mortality and trying to figure out what his happiness is. Because remember, for him, like his time with Alice is his most valuable, but
Do you think
she's
you can still
gone.
hit estimate?
Probably, I think.
I mean, he's only got two. He's only
Yeah,
got two
like the
bosses
final
left.
dungeon's not long
No.
And
at all.
this is the door, and it's obviously the most
I don't know,
extravagant of all
man. They
doors.
haven't gotten. We're not at 9,500.
Can't watch it. If you want to watch that scene, it honestly is one of the best scenes in the series, if not the best scene in the series.
We can play it after the run's over.
If we have time, yeah.
Yeah, if we have time, and we're ahead of estimate,
Anyway.
and he just blew it. It's over. Just ruined the
I
whole
will
run.
fight you.
No, you won't.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will.
普通に
Anyway,
間違え
so
て
yeah,
出ちゃっ
because
てました。
Alice is gone. So for Yuri, like, what does happiness mean to him with his time left? Like, that's a huge part of what he struggles to deal with. Because one, you can argue basically he hasn't moved on. And I think the game shows a lot about the fact that he technically hasn't really done that yet. And then another part is like you get a choice to make this decision later, but it's like what's more valuable to him while he's still
1 か
here?
ら
Is
やるとすご
living
く
his
印
life
象に
out
残るシーン
as Alice would have wanted, or is it preserving his own
そ
soul?
うですね。
Than the
本当に
type
なん
of
ていう
person
か、
that he is. So it's
なん
really well
ていう
written.
か、売るらし
like
い
the story as
っ
a
ていうか、
whole.
まあ、本当に、
Yeah, and I mean, we're going to skip it, so we'll get there. But like, we choose
なん
the good ending is by choosing that he will just live his life
言葉に
in
な、
his own
言
way,
葉に表せないですけ
himself
ど、
happy, and just kind of like
本当にいいシーンな
live
ん
the
で、
life that Alice gave him because he was going to die and she sacrificed herself. She spoke to the masks, the 4 masks that cursed Yuri, and she took on his curse to give him life. And then he realized that by not living it, he's
で、
squandering the gift, the most important thing
まあ、
she gave him. Which is
里を出ようとする
and
と、
that's the
カレ
only
ン
thing
の、
she ever gave him, really.
カレンがいないってことで探
Which
し
is what she gives him in the first game by showing him kindness, and a kindness that he had never really been shown before, because he's always, he'd always been fighting. So it's a good way to show a character's growth and his development.
And again, if you go back to with Kato and how Uka sacrificed herself so that he will live basically against Nikolai, and you see the parallels, and it's pretty interesting how the two of them basically end up in complete opposite paths as a result. So Yuri is continuing to strive to live to be the person he is and fighting for Alice's memory, but Kato has basically just gone and said, like, if the world doesn't want her in it, then the world doesn't deserve to be here. Like, I'm just going to rip it apart and rebuild the entire world.
Yeah.
で、今度こそ、加藤徳佐がいる、飛鳥石部隊に入ります。
はい。
ここが、まあ、ラスダンですね。
ああ、ついに。
はい。
Yeah, Karen doesn't like being a third wheel.
Yeah. It's hard. It's a hard thing to
ゲー
do.
ム時間も間もなく6時間ですか。
はい。
そろそろですね。
Which is the last dungeon in the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't have its own unique music, which I do think is a bit of a letdown. But we're going to be heading into this final bit. The last puzzle's fairly simple. So what I'll say is that we can read our kind of like last few donations.
で、加藤徳佐がなんで敵に回ってるかというと、まあ、加藤、まあ、なんていうか、心優しいというか、というか、まあ、そういう人物で、だいぶ戦乱に、巻き込まれた、まあ、軍人だったので、
はい。
Actually, while we talk about like the good ending and everything, I'd like to point out that even in the bad ending, it's
ま
not like
あ、
completely
オ
terrible.
ーカーの
Writing-wise, it's still kind of
元になった
makes
人
sense,
物
which
も
is kinda amazing
だいぶ
stuff.
愛してたっていう
Well,
か、
it's
really
a bad
bad.
end because it's not how you would think Yuri would live.
これ
But at
も
the same
オ
time,
ーカー
it's
も
not,
その
in my
元に
opinion,
なっ
it's
た
not
人
so
物も
terrible that you're like, this is
だい
bad
ぶ
writing.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Oh, it's not bad. It's not poorly. You're right. It's not.
poorly
It
written.
is not
戦
poorly
争
written.
に
Yeah,
なんていうか
yeah,
巻き込まれ
That's-
た
that's just-
って感じ
Yeah,
の
I just don't like it.
境遇
I don't
で
like it. I like it.
That's the amazing
人を
part
愛
of
し
it
て
to me. Like,
た
just two really complete polar opposite
まあ加藤に
choices
と
and
っ
they're
ては
still writing-wise, like they will still make sense.
Yeah, it accomplishes its goal perfectly.
まあ
of
戦
making
争
you feel miserable.
およびまあ戦争を起こした
Bad ending.
人
Who
物
wrote this? They're bad. I hate
た
them.
ちはまあ許せないも
I
の
don't
に
really hate anybody. Don't
So-
tell them I
なって
said
いた
that.
っていう
I
か
need them to put me in the seat.
This dungeon's gimmick is that like if you change the
で
different panels in the center, it
え
gives you a different shape
結
of
局
the dungeon.
行き着いたの
Lots
が
of good items in the game, but we
え
don't really need anything 'cause we're already doing like 17,000 damage.
ま
Like,
あ
who
飛鳥石部
cares?
隊の
So
銅鐸で
really the fastest way
ラ
is
ス
to
ダン
just
の
set
え
greens in the center platform, and then that would
で
teleport you straight to the top where you
Green
fight.
means go, yeah.
Yep,
え
where you
時
fight
空
Fusion
を
Fusion,
歪め
and
て
then,
え
game is pretty much over because then you kill Kato.
It's interesting
今の
to
世
note
を
that in the
つ
back of the Isuka
作った
platform was like a massive judgment ring as well. Just-
Yeah, it's
者たちの
So the judgment ring. I've been trying to find an image.
幼い
for
頃
years,
から排除
but,
する
it has like a massive judgment
っていう
ring in
目
the
的
background.
を
They kind of
果
try
た
to
すため
tie
に
all their like mythology together
まあ
with the magic and
時空を歪めようと
like
して
the
る
way that
わ
they
け
try
で
to
す
do
ね
this alternate history. So like
Oh.
Cosman remarking and
なんだろう
kind of remarked that
時を超えよう
the
と
two
してるみ
games
たいなこ
by
とですか
themselves are
そう
obviously
ですねそんな
thought,
感じ
right? Like they meant for it to go this way, which is good. Whereas Koudelka was kind of like a one-off kind of feeling game, and then From the New World's kind of a one-off feeling game, where these two feel like they're part of a group, which they should be since they're direct sequels. Oh.
Okay, so yeah, gotta slam this little button here, and we'll be able to make our way up to the next floor. Swing it around to green, and then it'll give me access to the next floor, and it'll be over nice and quickly. Fights will happen. Enemies in here do have the ability to one-shot you. There's one enemy that I think has the ability to outturn Yuri, and that is like the big like blue dudes, like the big like weird, they're like massive like hot air balloons. They're really weird. Can't really explain them, but yeah, they're pretty speedy.
You have an extra seal of speed, by the way. You can dump that onto Yuri too. Give him +8.
Oh yeah.
なるほど、子供の仕掛けを解いてどんどん上に登っていく感じですか。
そうですね2階でまあ
This is our first one.
部屋の
Keep forgetting
エリア
the
の
press
中央
right
に
to the left, 'cause you're choosing that one on the right.
まあカラフルなものがあると思う
Got
あれを
$5
ますね。
from Larry
はい。
that says, "Good morning. Hope everyone is wide awake."
まあ
Wonka Z.
手前が緑になるように操作して上に進んで
It should be fine.
い
But
くって感じです
They
ね
went after Yuri specifically with the instant death. Of course they did.
yeah, it's just really unfortunate. It shouldn't be that bad. Obviously, it's not because he's able to run away. So, you know, it is what it is. It happens. You arc cure, move on with your day.
中央の操作盤をま
Yeah, my PS2 is just getting a little bit old.
Yeah,
操
mine
作
does
する
that.
と
Mine does too. I get long load times every
うん
time.
エリア全体が回るんで
ああ、
It's like a
すごいな。
Yeah,
Probably.
それを各階層
so many
ごとに
frustrations and-
yeah.
操作していくって感じです
はい。はい
Which is
はい
good, considering that we all played kind of crap.
はい
Well,
全4階層なんですかね。
except for Mechalord.
そう
That
で
was a
す
disaster.
ねまあ君
Share
は
our pain.
Yeah, but
操作盤の中
See,
あ
even the
が
donation station's in on it.
で操作できない1階とそれ以外
I wasn't phased by missing a ring or two.
Yeah, well,
I'm such a horrible person.
yeah,
It happens. It happens.
it does happen, unfortunately.
Let's go,
初
lads.
見
Let's get out
そ
of
う
here.
ですね初見
Those
だ
guys
と
look silly. They both look silly and
正
have
解が
silly
緑だって
just
ことわかんないですからね
monster in a place.
結構試行錯
Well,
錯誤にな
it is the end,
な
it
る
is
と
the end dungeon, I guess. We used to buy like 4 Leo's bears like way
Yeah.
back in the day.
Well, you have 3 right now. 2 which you picked up for free. Well, 3 you picked up for free. Yeah.
I didn't even know that Leo's bear was in
the one in Gallery of the Dead.
I was like, what the
hell?
heck?
What have you just done there?
Did you just cheat a Leo's bear into the game?
Is this hack? Is this
tool
disc?
assisted?
Is this disc legit?
Yeah, that's crazy. but now that I know it's there, I'm gonna start grabbing it. So there's not really a whole lot going on with this. We just
結構ジグザグという
realigned the
か
platform, and then we were
広
gonna
い
fight Fujin and
で
Raijin, which are powered up versions of
この道
what are the guys' names?
手前にあるのに宝箱が取れないとか結構遠回りしちゃ
They're not particularly
する
difficult.
ハミになったり
Interestingly
と
enough,
か
they still throw anti-armor bomb at you.
割とそこら辺
So it's
They're
like
like super powered.
ラストダウンはめんどくさいで
I'll
す
throw this
ね
bomb at you!
they're so angry. So they're not particularly difficult. They can
Those
defend,
things.
which is annoying.
Those big things.
Oh, gathering.
Let's just watch this animation, shall we? Party-wide instant death.
I don't think that's a thing in this game.
Yeah, of course it's not. Could you imagine?
It'd be horrible. It'd be awesome if you could get it though with Anastasia and not use it on anything because it'd be terrible and wouldn't work on bosses.
We got $50 from OPT
今のは
Warrior
一
71.
箇所にまとめるスキル
Says, I'd give it to get,
ですね。
says, I'll give
あ
to
あ
see
そう
Bowie cry.
ギャザリングですね
Both sad and
う
awesome
ん
at the same time.
本作で
Left
は
to go on that.
まず
So we'll be cut off at about the
買
end
う
of
こ
the
とは
road,
ないです
so
けど
get your donations
う
in.
ー
Very
ん
close to that
まあ
$95.
フルムなら
That's
自分の
the
チャー
only
ト
way you
は
can get multi
結
target
2箇所ぐらいフルに使ってるん
Terra,
で
if I recall correctly. I don't
Yeah.
think there's a
Yeah.
boss attack that does
He
it.
one-shots your entire party.
割
if
と
you
前
get, like,
ハイ
that
魔法で
Oh yeah, yeah. He
倒
does.
倒したい
You're right. I know what
時
you're talking
に
about now. Yeah, with the empowered
1箇所にまとめられる
reversal.
魔
Yeah,
法
it just
っ
kills
ていうのは
everybody. Yeah. I think it just game overs you. I think it just
だい
says
ぶ
game
強い
over
ですね
and you lose.
うんうん
So we got like a couple more cutscenes, and then we've got the boss fight with Fujin and Raijin, which isn't a whole lot going on in that fight. It's just going to be energy charge, rage.
If I have a fast enough fight, this could be.
We're gonna beat my PB.
What is your PB?
610.
Is it really?
Yeah, I haven't completed a run in like 5 months.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, you can also entrance in that fight.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
back
can
up.
yeah.
yeah. Just
Which is
like
probably the last time you're
加
gonna use
藤
entrance
だけ
'cause,
が
like,
影響するだけじ
you're
ゃな
not
く
using
て
it, Susan.
Yeah. 現世
you
が
can,
結構
so if they're
巻き
blocked,
込ん
you can use
全部
energy
巻き
charge
込ん
and
じゃ
rage
う
to hit 'em, and then entrance
み
and
たい
finish
な
'em
んで
But
結
they
局今
combo to
の
each other.
世の中を
If you're really lucky, you can
生き
catch both of
る
them in the same spell
生
target
きた
radius.
い
And if you have strike oil up, I think
の
it
で
can actually like one shot both of them. But good luck with
まあ
that.
決めに行きたいって感じですね
Yeah, actually, you probably could. You probably could.
加
pull
藤
it
の
off. It'd be
気持
hard
ち
to
も
do.
わかる
But
けど
you got a little
ですね
lucky, you could do it.
But their first action is always to try to combo with each other, so they're always gonna
ウル
guard.
と加藤もまあ
So by the time you have it set up,
友
like,
達
it
っ
usually
て
just doesn't happen.
こ
So
ともあ
before
り
we
ま
do
す
this,
か
we're
ら
going to
ね
go once more into our subconscious, into our soul, and this is where we have the choice. Luckily, the good ending is just the first option. So I can just mash X, and Yuri will decide that he will live by his in his own way. And,
でここの選択肢で
Funny story about
エン
the
ディング
routing
が
for
分
this
岐し
game
ま
is
す
when we first started routing it, we thought Lucia was completely worthless.
なるほど今選
We
んだ
even
のは
joked,
上
like,
で
when
し
she
た
joined
か
the
ね
party that she would her
上は
I'm joining the party and I'm worthless.
か
And now she's literally one of the most. She is probably the second most important.
Yeah,
person
you actually
easily.
can't remove Lucia because her buffs
あ
are
あ自
unique.
分らしく生
But
き
you
る
can
とさ
technically remove Blanca
ってことで
if you really wanted to.
多分
You
グッドエン
really
ド
want to put Geppetto in the party.
others can fill that role a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. Geppetto, it follows. A funny thing about Geppetto, and we really didn't talk about this. He follows
まあ海
typical
外
JRPG old person syndrome.
海外なら
Slow and kind of useless.
ボスを倒した時点でタイマーストップなんで
Now I've got
エンディング差はないん
No regrets.
ああタイムには影響しないんですね
はい
Make sure we all get out of this alive.
そこら辺はまあ考慮しなくてまあどっちでもいいんじゃ
Real
ない
quick, we did get an anonymous $305 donation with no comment.
Dang.
まあ個人的に好みとしてもグッドエンドの方がいいですけど
Good job.
Only 350 away from 10,000.
なるほど
I guess we gotta watch the cutscene and explain more lore then.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just go.
どっちもグッドとは追いづらいという意見もありますね
Yeah.
そうですねバッドエンドの方は安らぎの中で生きること
We
さ
got $100 by Ellie.
Oh.
From Ellie that says Shadow Hearts 2, a game where what's happiness has a right and wrong
まあ
answer.
ストーリー考える
Is the game
と
seeing if you're paying enough attention to notice?
That's a fair assessment.
うーんどっちに転んでも
That's a good little comment.
まあ売るらしいというかなんていうか売る
Again, is amazing.
売る
Yeah, so he's
選
gonna combo.
の選択としてはまあ
It's kind of silly when they do this.
弱気というか、はありましたけど、あ、風神と雷神戦ですけど、インフェルノ使いますね。
今使いましたね、インフェルノ。
Like I think 4,300.
Yeah, they don't have much.
So again, you can.
This is stupid, by the way.
This does like nothing.
Wow.
So this is Fide's ultimate ability. Look at this thing. Watch how much it doesn't do though.
He's guarding.
He's guarding. Yeah.
Could we use that? Like,
I wish we could. But it's like a weird. It doesn't get.
かっこいいですね。
そうですね。
I think it counts as a spell. That's why.
It uses like his strength modifier, but it's like a spell. It's weird.
we could entrance it then, maybe.
剣技だったんです
Yeah,
ね
you。can entrance it.
Speaking of which,
かっこいいんですよね。かっこいいんですけど、通常攻撃の方がはるかに強いんですね。
おまけにモーションも長いという。
he might survive.
That's lightning flash. He might not.
Just off. It's like he
あ
has、
おまけにウルやられましたね。
If it had been a physical attack,
ああ。
we have plenty of restorative items though, so we're fine.
Yeah, it's literally not an issue. Although I have just lost my entrance again. Okay, so.
そうですね、間もなく1万ドルが見てきたところですね。今9615ドルですか。
These guys are, since they're two separate bosses, again, we run into the same problem we've run into in other portions where we've had multiple enemies in a fight, that they just slow you down a lot because you have to deal with them in specific ways, especially because they like to defend and combo to each other.
Oh my god, can you just leave him alone just for once?
Oh, the demon earrings. I forgot about those.
Oh, what, do they go after him because of it?
Also notice here has a completely new animation now when he fuses.
Yeah, he just throws the claw into his hand and kind of has accepted it, for lack of a better term.
Don't go after Yuri again, please. He'll survive that though.
Don't think
Ma-
this will kill you.
爆弾投げてくるんですね。
ああ。
I guess it's physical damage.
No, I had more.
鉄鋼手榴弾
This is really getting on my nerves.
はい。あ、またウルが。
Ugh, this is unnecessary.
I don't think they have like an attack pattern, do they? I can't think of one.
Yeah, I'm just very confused that they're going after Yuri only right now. I don't know why that's happening. Please, I would just like to not die. Yeah, the reason you can do that is because his soul's not hurting anymore whenever he changes.
Yeah.
Just being a beast. You know what? It's fine. Let's just do this. That's fine. I mean, you only need to do a regular energy charge anyway because we got the extreme one anyway. So
Yeah, you might
it's
want to go
actually
ahead and
completely
just
fine.
throw it there.
今度は全回復までさせました。
Or yeah.
うんうん。
It would be nice if they would attack somebody else. They haven't attacked anybody else so far.
Really nice.
There's a
Here we
defend
go.
combo.
Oh no. Oh really?
Can still do significant damage to him. Oh, it knocked him out of his combo, though.
Don't have anything to actually knock him back right now, yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to have everyone guard now. But again, he's going to go after Yuri because of it. Finish him off. They're just playing a little bit mean right now. Of course they are. I just tried to be silly at the start. It cost me. I should have just guarded in the first turn.
Oh, wow, lowered his physical defense. I didn't know he even did lightning flash.
Wow, are you serious?
いや、これきついですね。
Can we stop killing Yuri, please?
ここ
Oh my god.
結
This is insane.
通常ならXも何もないところなんですけどね。まあ、こうも集中攻撃されるのもだいぶ珍しい。
はいはいはい。
How much HP does he have then?
I think you're going to have to maybe defend and then gale.
Oh, 52. He hit me by 553, dude.
I think the demons are doing you in right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know why they're only going after him though.
There you go.
今度は
Target
ルチア。
someone else.
すごいですね。すごい。
They're focusing people like crazy.
That's fine. I'll defeat Raijin now because I got 2 turns in a row for a change, which is normally how it's supposed to go. There we go. If this happened in an actual run, I would be like devastated right now. But
Yeah.
Because this is like the weirdest place to lose a run. Or to lose like any time. These guys just die. They die in one energy charge, they're dead. That's
yeah, they don't, like Tide said, they don't have a lot of HP.
Yeah, because they share the HP pools, they both have like 4,000 or something.
That's good.
It's not gonna matter.
Oh, he's still defending.
No, you poke him, he's gonna die.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize he was still guarding, honestly.
Yeah, that's enough.
ああ、やっと倒しました
やっ
ね。
と1体倒しましたね。
Once one of these idiots are dead, the other one goes down really quickly because now they can't combo and they don't have one-hit KO damage anymore.
That'll do it.
Why not?
Get him! Get him! Karen's a viable physical attacker if you give her a mind's eye. But that's good.
It's not, no, because like, yeah, I'm not hitting the perfect. It's too much. It's too
Oh, he's
much.
not raged, is he?
Yeah, it's I don't think he is actually.
アンサガも、やっぱり前期はやる人いるんですね。
I forgot that he wasn't raged. I thought he was raged.
He dies
That's
all
why-
the time, so I
yeah.
haven't been raging him.
Yeah, I thought he was raged. I think rage.
前線キャラだと
Well, probably not.
If I had actually just got the actual hit.
あ、倒しましたね。
That's over.
じゃあ、
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, at that point. Alright.
They were being mean.
They were
Okay.
being, yeah, that was crazy. I've never seen him act like that. That was just nuts. Because you can go entire, like, multiple runs and never see lightning flash.
Yeah.
To see it twice in a fight,
I
especially
didn't even know that Fusion could do it.
I didn't
thought it was
either.
Raijin.
I thought it was Raijin too.
まあ、残すはラスボスだけですね。
Final area. There is a lovely save point right by the vessel here, so I will heal, save, and equip the Mind's Eye again. Because I'm going to be doing it at a normal 5th key, just because I don't do Gamble Ring.
Yeah, the Gamble Ring does take some like actual practice. Because
Some actual, and I don't do that, Garrick. You know.
no, you know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
it takes like you have to practice it. So
And I haven't really got around to it. Because like we used to do this Gamble Ring, it was like a 1-frame trick.
yeah.
We used to do 5 hit areas.
あるの手は原作です
We
ね。
did that. That happened. That was okay.
やろうね、
It
2。
was terrible.
Yeah. Okay, that's everyone's got a pocket watch on.
えーっ
Pocket
と
watch, pocket watch.
あー、ここも飛ばせません。ムービーが。
Okay.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, I haven't really
えーっ
thought about
と、
that.
ラスボスは、
Single cutscene in the finals.
This cutscene's unskippable, and it's like.
スサノ、ヤサカのカのマガ
It's a
タ
time
マ、
coming up when he like lulls.
か
We'll hit him and we'll just go
鏡、草薙の剣
Yes, I can.
の
The
4
other
体で
side
す。
of time.
So we'll serious time
と
for this, just because this fight is
このラス
You
ボス
basically have
の
like one really good shot,
Yep.
Yeah.
and then if your really good shot goes away and you
う
try to
ん
reset
難しい
it,
と
it
ころ
takes
は
forever. So probably just reload the save to save at that point.
思い切って殺してくれないんですよね。
Got time to read one last donation? Real quick?
なるほど。
Alright, we got
なんとか
$10 from
HP
Azure Samuel,
残るか
just
残らないか
to all the runners.
で
Thank you so much for your donation.
あと状態値を
Keep them coming.
かなり増やしていくんで、
うん。
アクセサリーに、なんていうか、
Okay, okay.
さ
So again, you can
どっ
see
ち
that
か
Ian, Rai, Raiden, and Aoka all kind of transform into these different
自動蘇生アクセサリーか、状態異常防御アクセをのどっちかにするかが決まりにくいんですよ。
あ
どっちを選択するのかわからないので。
Good luck, Bowie.
Thank you very much.
All counting on you.
Frenzied Surge. Oh, Spirit Aegis. Okay, that's fine. That's pretty good. That's really, really nice.
で、草根金の剣は通常攻撃しかしないんです。
はい。
200か300程度の攻撃力で、ヤサカのマガタマは、自分のターンに回ると、補助効果を、消してきます。アロマセラピーは消せません。
すごいですね、アロマセラピー。
なぜかラスボス、スサノ戦のだけアロマセラピーはないんですよ。で、
Oh yeah, she is still. You're right. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be.
鏡が、まあ、バリア、アークバリアとか、ですね。大体初ターンは、初めてのターンは、アークバリアとか補助魔法と、あと全体特殊攻撃ですね。で、スサノが、複数状態以上を与える攻撃か、終わった。
タイマーストップです。物理が正義なんですね。
そうですね。ジジ。
ジジです。
いや、最初、封印やら、封印決まって、大丈夫かなと思ってたけど、結構ギリでしたね。
So I will reset this and we'll go back to the beginning. But Kato dies, and then basically, in this moment, we have the opportunity to wish for a
でもそこでインフェルノ見せてもらってよかったですね。
そうですね。
ラスボスとの戦闘だと買うタイミングがこれ多分本当になかった。
そうですね。コード順一旦ごと無駄にできないんで。
Lucia goes back to dance, obviously, with Carla, and then Karen. It's a bit of a different one.
Yes. Yeah. So Karen's main wish is she wishes to protect Yuri.
本当、解説長時間お疲れ様です。
いやいや、こちらこそ。
お疲れ様でした。本当に大変助かりました。
あ、すみません、ありがとうございました。
There's multiple hints that the game tosses around this. The first one is that when you first travel to Japan, the party hides Karen's identity under the name of Anne as a like vassal to
最初は、マイクが全然入らなくて、
ああ、いえいえいえいえいえ。
助けてもらったんだけど、はい。
無事改善されたようで。
はい。そこら辺本当に感謝します。ありがとうございました。
はい、ありがとうございました。解説のミッドさんでした。どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
はい。A specific of that is that she gets given a picture by Saki, so the mother of Karando, which is a picture of Anne. It looks just like Karen with Junpachiro and Yuri when he's age 3.
まあまだシャドウハッツ続いてエンディング画像が流れてますが。
Okay, you're it, Hottie. Let's go.
Yeah, that's essentially yeah.
And then Yuri basically he just accepts his fate. He has a wish.
あ、エンディングはスキップできないですね。
ああ、なるほど。
His soul is saved because he relinquishes his
There's a
life.
couple of ways to take the ending for Yuri. You can think that he has also gone back in time before he gets
どこまで見せるんだ。
And he goes back to the time where he first meets Alice, which is the time he values the most.
まあ、エンディングの内容は、ここら辺、まあ、時空の歪みは、まあ、結局、まあ、進行し、野望は止められたけど、まあ、今度は主人公たちが出れなくなったので、まあ、まあ自分の思い思いの時間軸に飛んでいくって感じで。あ、切れた。
あ、ここで切れるんですね。
またえらく中途半端なところで切れました
ね。
So I'll preface this by saying that in the deepest part of Yuri's soul there was that door, and in the door is a train. And so at the end of the bad ending of Shadow Hearts 1, the canon ending, Yuri and Alice, after defeating Simon and defeating the Meta God,
ここから先は君の目でですかね。
まあ、確かに。
at which point Alice passes away in her sleep on the train as the curse transfers from Yuri and
で、さっき時間の話が出てたんですけど、ですね、時間が現在1時間くらい早くなってるので、ちょっとまだスケジュール更新してないんですが、まあ大体そのくらいを目安に、今後のやつを、見ていただければなと思います。
あ、列車のシーン流してます。
スキップしたところですね。
はい。まあ、ファンにとっても名シーンなんで。
You're back. I guess that I fell asleep here waiting for you to arrive.
You did? Oh.
Did you have a hard time?
Oh. You know, same as always.
What?
Can I sit next to you?
Sure, go ahead.
You know, always, feel kinda sick, sitting backwards.
Was it hard for you?
Huh?
To find your way here?
Oh, not at all.
Really?
Well, a little, I guess.
I'm proud of you.
Oh, come on.
I'll never forget
What?
taking this journey with you and meeting you, being with you.
Alice.
Don't worry. Whatever the curse is, I don't mind.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
I wonder if God will punish me.
Why?
Roger and I used the emigre manuscript to bring you back to life. But we couldn't do it.
Hmm?
So you really meant what you said then?
Mm-hmm.
I love you too.
I know that.
If there really is a God, and if he'd grant me just one wish, I'd go back to the day we met.
Then we could take a trip together again.
That was some trip, all right.
Now we can see each other anytime.
Anytime?
I'm not going anywhere. Are you leaving?
Yeah, I've got one more thing that I have to do. Once I take care of that, everything will be out of the way, and I'll come back to you. Then I'll never leave again. I swear it.
Be careful.
See you soon.
Yeah, there's a really lovely moment in the middle of that when he says that he tried to bring them back to life and she doesn't respond because like that's
まあ、モデレーターも、開発のミッドさんも誰も喋らなくなる、プラスコメントも流れなくなるという状態でしたが、
So, yeah.
今は喋らない空気なのかなと思いました。
Cheers. Thank you very much, obviously, for watching the entire run. Garrick was amazing.
実際やってると、ここ結構静かになるんです。自分自然と。
This is one of my favorite games of all time, absolutely. And I know Garrick feels the same.
まあ、英語なんで、何喋ってるかあんま分かりにくいかもしれないですけど、
はい。
本当ここは、できればディレクターズカット版でやってみてほしいですね。最悪動画でも。
Like the story in this one is really really good. So like if you're playing this game in a non-speedrun setting, like you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
So that's it from us. So thank you for coming out
今
and
度こそ
watching Shadow Hearts Covenant.
Thanks, everybody.
ですね。はい。ラジオーバですが、お疲れ様でした。
Thank you,
お疲れ様でした。
and Bowie for that incredible Shadow Hearts Covenant.
さんもありがとうございました。
Quite a treat to watch.
ありがとうございました。
More quick donations. We got
はい。
Wingley with $25, no comment. Thank you so much. And then $25 from Garrick, one of the runners, says the
ま
Great
あ、
Gamma
そん
let
なわけ
everyone
で、
down.
シャドウハーツ2が終わりました。英語版でのやつだったので、もし気になる方は日本語版をぜひともプレイしてくださいということでよろしいでしょうかね。
はい。
やっぱ1、2と続けてということですかね。
はい。ストーリー気にしないなら、まあ、フロムザニューワールドもぜひやってほしいですね。本当面白いんで、戦闘は。そうですね。PS2 しかないですね。アーカイブスも、チームもないんで。
お
と
公式が今、
もしかして付け直ししてるかもしれないですね。
そうですね、公式がちょっと今、
本家止まった可能性が、本家止まってますね。ライブ中にはなってるけど止まってます。オフラインになってるから、多分、一回付け直しをしてるんじゃないのかなって思いますので、まあ、そのまま、見てお待ちいただければなと思います。はい。というわけで、開発の方、ミッドさんありがとうございました。で、モデレーターの方もこの時間でですね、私も、岩尾さんも、交代となりますので、引き続き、まだまだ本日が初日なので、ご覧いただけたらなと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。それではすいません。失礼いたします。
はい、失礼いたします。